Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Up louder. Killin' with a sound, yeah, killin' with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up. Up louder. Yeah, you know the deal, y'all. Get the cuts in there, you know the deal, y'all. Woo! for me? That's enough for me. I can only be myself. And that's enough for me. What do you want from me? Only be myself. And that's enough for me. we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit all the feeling alive.
Bodies moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over the
his arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us so clear without
can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Showering ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Showering ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips. Oh. Showering ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret.
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet are right
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the river of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the river of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 3, our final week of this first round of intra-group play here at the LPL. You can see the studio is getting ready. The stadium is starting to fill up just a little bit for today's games between LGD and NewBee, and later on RNG versus Sunin. Of course, LGD showing up nice and early. PYL with a big smile. Their opponents, NewBee, led of course by Swift, trying to take them down on the Rift and claim a few wins for their own in this battle for the middle of the pack teams. Now, of course, there is still opportunity and time for these teams to grow, but that's not to be seen just yet. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk, we've got Zach Rusty Pie and Indiana Frostger in Black. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. More LPL. Of course, more intra-group, as you mentioned. The last week, I didn't even actually click on that until right now.
It's the last time we get to see these teams play each other in group before cross-conference and, of course, Rift rivals. So after this weekend of games, we have 5 weeks to go before we get to see them play each other and lock down our standings for the actual groups.
Yeah, and it's a good indication about that middle of the pack that you were talking about, because at the end of this week, they faced everyone in their group, and so you get a good snapshot about where everyone stacks up according to each other. And so far for today's teams, it's kind of a big question mark.
Yeah, we're certainly going to find out where everyone ends up by the end of the day. But, of course, let's take a look at our matchups for the beginning of the day. First up, we've got LGD taking on NewBee. Now, last week, we saw LGD go 0-2 against OMG. And NewBee, they also were unable to find success. They went 1-2 against RNG. And both of these best of threes, I think, are indicative of what we're expecting from the teams today. Let's start off by taking a look at LGD specifically, their game against OMG. It did not look good.
You could see some tilt happening to Cool in particular. You know, he was facing his old team. There was a lot on the line there. We said that it was still going to be OMG favored, but it would be very awkward for Cool. Those are his own words if he were to fall down in that series. And I think that there was a point where he was 0-5 as LeBlanc, and he just kind of slumped over.
Literally tilted.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was just, all he could do was laugh at that point. And Icon really stepped up to the plate there. I think it was a Lulu LeBlanc matchup, and Icon pretty much put Cool in the bin there. And now it's a question of how many punches or how many times can LG fall down before they refuse to kind of pick themselves back up. We always talk about the resiliency of this team, and it's not historically known for it. This organization, you know, tilts off the face of the planet and then never comes back. LG have been trying to fight in 2017, but I'm a little bit afraid that heart, that spirit, is going to diminish very soon.
And they've been trying every split, but only for a certain amount of time, and that's the weird part about LGD, is when are they going to pick their run or actually have that run that they start to get one win and then they get the momentum and follow that through. You know, historically, it's always been the end of the split. They've been the late runners that have gone into the playoffs, maybe last place, but they've gone all the way, or as far as they possibly can go. But they started, and they look a lot more serious at the start of this split. And the concern there is, as Frosco's mentioning, you know, maybe they've started off a little bit too seriously, but they've also lost all of their games, and that is a bigger concern than anything else you'll ever see from them.
Yeah, and on the other side, though, their opponents, NewBee, they haven't lost as many games as LGD, but you have to look at that team as well and start to wonder, when do they go to win beyond Swift? Because, of course, Swift, he's the heart and soul. He's playing really, really well, but they're in there 1-2 against RNG. Their game 1 looked great, but then 2 and 3, they just look to be at a complete loss.
But these teams are also on very different timelines right now. It feels like LGD LGD have kind of trimmed the fat off their roster. You know, they've moved away from Punish. They solidified Jinnu. There's no longer Intruder there, so it's just Amy. Godv's on the bench. Cool takes mid lane. So it's, you know, one roster, one direction. Whereas NewBee kind of are reinventing the wheel. They've got multiple positions that constantly are getting subbed in and out. You know, maybe they've moved away from Coco, starting Corn tonight. We've seen him start for the majority of this split. So, yeah, I agree with you. Both middle of the pack teams, but it feels like LGD should be so much farther ahead because they're like, we're playing this roster. This is the run that we're going with. Whereas NewBee are like, okay, which roster and which pieces actually work best for us?
Yeah, at the same time, we know that when Coco was here, our expectations for NewBee were always going to be a little bit higher. So you're right, in the current state, with having Korn in the middle lane, even based off his last week performances, saying middle of the pack for NewBee is almost a compliment for them. That's where they should be with the roster they've got, and that's basically where they are, whereas LGD, they should be higher.
Yeah, but then let's move that conversation forward, of course. Later on, we're going to talk about Sunin and RNG for our second match of the day, but getting into this matchup in a little bit more detail. Because as we mentioned, these teams are on the middle of the roster. You can see OMG still securely at the top in 0-4, with Jing Dong at the bottom at 0-4. This fight will determine who deserves to be fighting with OMG and RNG, who deserves to rush towards playoffs and that inevitable promotion into Worlds after.
Yeah, and reminder is that it's top 4 spots in each group that head into playoffs, and while NewBee and LG are right now our favorites for kind of fighting for 3rd and 4th, there's a big difference in terms of the gauntlet and the run that you need to make towards Worlds, depending on if you're 3rd or 4th place. So they definitely want to climb ahead of each other, and both of these guys have faced the top teams and faced the bottom teams, and now it's like, who's actually the 3rd best team in the group?
Exactly. They beat teams that are worse than them, and they lose to teams that are better than them. So with that being said, how do we identify? Where do we start looking for these teams to shore up on their weaknesses or exaggerate their strengths so that they become these top-tier teams, so that they start advancing towards playoffs?
I mean, it really depends on where you want to start looking with them as well, because like where do you look at for the strengths of LGD is actually just showing up to play. You know that they're going to have a winning bottom lane, but they were losing in their bottom lane.
Yeah.
Like these small inconsistencies that'll be riddled throughout all of the LPL. For me, LGD just need to actually want to win and draft like they want to win. I know they've had a couple of coaching issues. It could actually come back to that, because last split, we even highlighted their draft then. And it does feel like that is something coming through one more time.
Yeah, I have to start at the meta and kind of figure out, you know, what's strong in the meta right now, or what's strong at least domestically in the LPL meta, and see how these teams actually slot into that to see if they're, you know, patched in or buffed by the current patch. So both these teams have a couple of good things going for them. You know, on NewBee side, you've got Swift. We know that Swift, inconsistent, but when he does show up to play, he's a phenomenal jungler. Jungle support duo is so strong right now in the meta. On the other side, you have PYL, phenomenal support. This guy's actually kind of returning to his 2015 form, so definitely on the rise, playing to more so his ceiling. But on the other spectrum, you then have Penis or P. Diddy there for Swift, and then you have Amy for LGD. So it's weighted in the same areas, just in the different positions.
Yeah, so taking a look at that weight a little bit closer, of course, we are expecting some of these players to actually step up today. Again, all eyes are on Cool, but then his lane opponent on the other side, Korn, as well. He's been struggling a lot, and Korn is a name that I feel like we should recognize. He's been in the LPL, or at least in the scene, for quite some time, but he's never found huge success.
That's untrue. 2014 World Finals is on his resume.
Okay.
So it's really hard to say that Korn's never found success. I mean, you can argue that Korn wasn't the main reason why they got there, but he certainly was playing well. It was him teaming up with Insec and Uzi on that roster to face across from Samsung White.
Was that the Uzi Vayne?
That was the Uzi Twitch.
Okay,
and the Insec Fiddlesticks Pantheon.
2014?
Yep.
Okay.
And saying that, what you do have to remember with Korn is that he does go with RNG down into the LSPL when they lose themselves the spot in the LPL, and he stays with them because Korn as an individual player said that he's not going to come back until he's good enough. So there isn't really an excuse there.
Well, his opponent is now lined up on the other side of the rift. First up, it's LGD. Jinnu, Amy, Cool, Imp, and PYL. And he's going to have his work cut out for them, because if LGD actually show up to play, they are so good at locking down mid lane in particular.
But it's also understanding what that means for them showing up to play. So all eyes on Jinnu and Amy and what their performance will look like as we look across the rift. V, Swift, Korn, LWX, and P. Diddy.
And what does that mean then for the team of NewBee to actually show up? Is it LWX popping off? Because we had this conversation earlier. I know that you guys at the very least think that currently LWX is playing very well. well. I personally don't see it, so I want you to tell me why I should be looking at that bottom lane.
It's very hard when you look at a team like NewBee to kind of find the diamonds in the rough, especially when it's flanked with a superstar like Swift on the roster. You know, if NewBee find any sort of success, it's always going to be, Swift carried them. But LWX, the guy on your screen right now, I think is an undiscovered talent. He reminds me very much of old Name in the sense of how self-sufficient he is in team fights. He is a team fighting AD carry that excels at sidestepping skill shots and maximizing his damage output when it's safe to do so. So if you get him to late game, if you set up the dominoes for him, if you provide him a good front line, that guy will go off with mechanical feats that you would not expect attached to his name. No one really knows who he is, but I think he's someone to watch.
And you have to take that just like one step further, because in games where NewBee lose, and they have lost games throughout this LPL season, even a set to RNG, he still looks mechanically really damn good when they're losing these games. His positioning, his awareness in team fighting is what I've always looked towards with LWX. I think he just knows where to be, when to be there, and most importantly, how to actually play the next step out, because he does feel like a very cerebral type of team fighting player.
It's funny when you actually contrast that with his opponent on the other side of Imp, where you're like, mechanically, he's brilliant, but then he'll just randomly twitch stealth into the back line and get absolutely destroyed. So could this be an opportunity then for us to look to LWX to flex on him?
Yeah, this is an actual perfect analogy between the two different styles of ADC. On one side, you have the Uzis, you have the Imps, the super flashy, these guys, mechanics out the window. They can do things that you wouldn't even dream of doing things on the champion. But then you see, I almost said Twitch, Imp lining up for that flank on Twitch. You're like, don't do it! Like,
Please, no.
You're just going to die. He just gets blasted. You're like, Imp things. LWX will actually make the perfect setup, and you won't necessarily notice how much weight he's carrying in a team fight. He's like that Name, like that Wei Xiao, where it's the more subtle things about how they're impacting fights, like the deft.
That, and most importantly, you just don't look at him. You have no reason to be looking at LWX because you've got someone like Swift standing in front of him. That's just the way that it's always going to work for him, unless he starts to make a name for himself, and the best way to make that name is to beat the likes of the Imps and the Defs.
Okay, well then, looking forward, how do they set themselves up to do this? As we get ready for Champion Select, you can see the coaches right there. I'm sure we're going to find out as the game goes on. Frosco, your thoughts? Who takes the series?
I'm actually going to give it to LGD. I think they're going to show up to play.
Of course you are.
We've also talked about how LGD prioritize blue side, and they like to win a lot more on blue. They get to start blue side here. They have it more often in the series, or should theoretically get it more often. I think it means that they're going to secure a winning lane matchup for Imp, and it's going to snowball from there.
Alrighty, well, we'll keep our eyes to see on whether or not that will happen, as NewBee, already with their first ban, seeming as if they can hear us across time and space itself, start banning away that champion pool by taking away his Caitlyn. Of course, we've got Nidalee and Kog'Maw as well. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis. She'll be joining us after to break it down. But, yeah, Nidalee, Kog'Maw, looks like Caitlyn, Zac, and Lee Sin to follow through. Now, Galio's still very strong in 7-12. We'll see if NewBee will have to fall towards that or if they let it through.
And two junglers banned away from Swift. One other big ban away from LGD is going to be the Fiora, but as you mentioned, Galio is a big champion here, so third phase of bans on the red side of the map. Don't be fooled by their logo being blue. They're definitely on red side. NewBee have to make a decision.
It's time to see what that's going to be with 3 seconds left on the clock. They actually decided to target out PYL on that Braum in the bottom lane. Frosco sort of alluded to it a little bit earlier, the fact that PYL has been playing very well.
Yeah, but it's Braum, so there's definitely not as many reasons to ban that one as there is anything else. To me, it's more of a throwaway ban.
Yeah.
P. Diddy may have a couple of other choices up his sleeve, but the obvious first pick will go in there. And for what it's worth, P. Diddy's most played champion is Braum at 5. Everything else has been played once. So he's panned it from himself because he has that higher priority.
Yeah, a bit curious to see that out of NewBee, but that means that Thresh will fall over to Pinnis in the bottom lane for NewBee. And now Kha'Zix is going to be the next rotation. So NewBee, they've got a very clear game plan in this. And it looks like LGD, are they the ones setting the pace, or are they the ones reacting here?
And Kha'Zix was banned a lot yesterday. Thresh is one of the biggest bans in the LPL also. So taking those two champions does seem like a super solid and well-rounded first draft. It means they've got really good pick, they've got disengage, they've got, half engage with a hook as complements of the pick, but there you go. Leaves open a fair bit on the flip side.
Yeah, Jarvan Callista locked in for LGD. So again, prioritizing that bottom lane for Imp. No support just yet, but I'm sure we'll get to see one soon. As Jarvan now going to be locked in either for Jinnu or Amy. It can go either way. We've seen a lot more recently in the jungle.
And the major concern for me here is that NewBee have given over these strong champions.
Yeah.
You know that Imp's going to go towards a Callista. The champion is contentious between both AD carries. Of course, they'll be able to give LWX a standard good AD himself. Obviously, having a preference over the Ashe, it seems. We'll go for the Varus, but they've given Imp Callista. And the only reason I feel like Imp has gone for it in this case is to deny it from LWX, because they've got the Thresh down there to support it, and Thresh Callista is one of the strongest lanes in League of Legends.
Yeah. Without that, though, it is Varus locked in, and now NewBee going to continue to ban away PYL's champion pool.
And I do have to take it one step further as we're going through the second ban phase. The Braum being taken away from LGD and the first pick of the Thresh. Braum is the only other combo that you often see go with the Callista. It's the Thresh for the follow-up engage or the initiation. Braum because you can actually throw the Braum in and he can engage for you. And now they've taken away a Tahm Kench, pretty much removed the tank supports.
Yeah.
And now you leave a Callista with a potentially awkward laning that he doesn't want here in the case of him.
And we actually saw LGD play this with, it was actually Callista Braum just a few days ago against OMG, where Imp got smashed in laning phase by SMLZ in 5, albeit that was against the likes of a Caitlyn and I believe Karma. So this time it'll be against something else, as Kennen is now taken away from Jinu, perhaps predicting that split push top laner, putting on something that he can't carry quite as hard on.
And I think Rakan is one of the big champions that I would actually be looking at right now if I was PYL. We'll have to see if he's an innovator and if he is capable of playing the champion. Of course, we know that not everybody picks things up quickly, but I know for a fact that PYL does. He was the first Bard player in the LPL when Bard first came out and had a massive showing on it.
Yeah, very good. Also, Rakan, lots of mobility, being able to use that grand entrance to get away from locations. One of the problems that I always had with PYL is that sometimes he gets caught on solo warding missions, while Rakan very capable of getting away from that. But NewBee, they've already got their own support. That means it's going to be a Fiora now locked in for V in the top lane, and originally V is an exceptional Fiora player.
You have to assume he knows what the top lane matchup is. We know that Jarvan can flex, we know that Galio can flex, and so we don't know what the actual matchup will be until LGD reveal that in the next pick phase. But you do have assumptions as to the direction it would be going, and this is a fairly plausible direction.
Yeah. Rumble now locked in means Galio in the mid lane, driving up top, and PYL gets to pick his own support.
And we are on patch 7.12, so interestingly enough, by having the Fiora already picked up in that lane, there's not a lot of Rumble counters going to be coming out with the Gargoyles and a Locket build.
Yep.
Kha'Zix's not going to be able to do that himself, so actually a good pick right now. I believe the Rumble makes a lot of sense here with the team composition. The amount of zone control they've got is unreal. Is that a Galio support?
It very well could be, as Talia is locked in for cool in the mid lane with Rumble going up top to Jinu.
I was so with him.
Driving in the jungle. That's Galio support now for LGD. So finally, Korn, he gets counterpick in the mid lane to try to answer cool. He's going to have his work cut out for him because Talia into Kassadin is not a good time.
I was so with PYL when he hovered Rakan. I just didn't
I was
assume it
waiting
was
for
going
it
to
too,
change.
yeah.
And then he picks a Talia, and now they put a Galio down there. For what it's
okay.
worth, we already mentioned that Galio, you know, they want a tank support. There wasn't a lot of options left. Rakan was the only one big option that I was still looking towards remaining, unless you were going to go in on an Alistar or something of the likes. And then if you're going to pick Alistar, just be Galio, because it's pretty much good Alistar right now, as is Rakan.
Oh, yeah.
So they just wanted to have a better mid lane matchup, and it was a blind pick into the middle lane. So perhaps knowing that there was going to be a Kassadin, they want to have push control in the middle lane. There are a lot of reasons as to why LGD may have drafted what they have. Ultimately, they've decided to flex the Galio in 3 rolls.
Yeah. Well, with that, we now have got our first game, picks and bans, ready and loading in just a few seconds. And we're going to be finding out whether or not LGD can match back, or if NewBee will continue their win streak and make their way towards the middle of the pack. Again, they're at 2-1, LGD at 1-2. So taking these points going to be very valuable.
It certainly is, of course. Even just having the head-to-head in a matchup like this, when you actually put NewBee and LGD together, once you come back to the intra-group play for the second round, head-to-head is far more valuable than anything else, Dom. If they equal on the standings, you want to avoid those tiebreakers.
Absolutely. And LGD, we haven't seen them go far in playoffs for quite some time. So they're going to want to get as far ahead before the actual playoffs roll around as possible.
And Froskurin still has faith in them.
She does. at this point, you got to wonder if it's admirable that she still has faith. But I guess that's the whole idea of faith, right? Like, what is it to believe when you're seeing success and you're winning? You have to believe in the darkest times as well.
Just don't ask me what I tipped in this set, because it was totally LGD as well. Throw into a rift, disregard what I just said.
Yeah. I didn't have to ask you. You just tell me. There we go. Got anything else you want to talk about, Rusty? Anything?
You know, something like team compositions is a pretty good place to start here, Dom.
Let's get into it. All right, let's break it down.
Which side would you like me to start on then?
Let's actually take a look at NewBee. So, as you guys mentioned earlier, LWX, very positioning-oriented AD carry. Well, he's on Varus this time, who not exactly known for his mobility.
Yeah, not known for mobility, but you also have to look at what he's against, and you would say that positioning is now the most important part for him in particular. LWX is going to be against a Rumble, a Jarvan, and a Galio. Jarvan Galio is a pretty nasty combo. The amount of circles that will be coming down that he needs to evacuate the premises of is going to be pretty unreal. Not just that, of course, Kalista able to knock people up, knock people around, bring a Galio in with the taunt up and available, and Talia walls. So zone control is kind of the way that LGD will win. And if you are NewBee, you are looking at LWX saying he needs to be this big carry, and he's on a champion like a Varus. He's not on a safe champion like an Ezreal, doesn't have the mobility of a Lucian. He needs to position absolutely perfectly. So you're right, that is where we have to look.
Yeah, and another thing that we mentioned for NewBee was that we're looking for more than just Swift, more than LWX to show up on a carry. Well, now they've got a Cassidy. Now they've got a Fiora. They have got late game scaling if LGD become impatient or can't close the game out. So perhaps NewBee might be identifying some of those weaknesses we described.
Yeah, and that's the big place we will have to watch here. Swift cancels an auto attack and gets whopped again by the blue buff. You've got the Fiora Cassidy in 1-3-1. So whilst we're saying that LWX has to position perfectly, the thing is, it's not forward positioning. It's just positioning to clear a wave or to not die, because that's all he really has to do. If V's set up, if Korn's set up, they've got the Assassin as well in the middle lane. NewBee, they've drafted a pretty sound composition for what they would like to be themselves. They just need to try and find a situation where they're not behind in the 1-3-1, because if NewBee fall behind early in this game, you'd expect that everything falls down very quickly for the fragile team composition.
Well, on the upside, they are playing against the likes of LGD, who aren't exactly known for closing sets out in a swift and efficient manner.
What are they known for?
Their inconsistency, I would have to say. But I guess that's what makes this split so exciting, right? Because we finally see them striving and pushing a little bit more than they used to.
You'd almost argue in a game and a draft setup like this, it's very much about empowering Imp to free hit the entire time, just because of the sheer amount of zone control that LGD have actually put together for themselves, right? So if Imp's able to take the reins, PYL's able to play a big part in the shot calling, then they will be able to protect Imp, and then the star of the team can be the star.
Ooh, we see Swift actually initiating the first gank of the game. Looks like the star of NewBee trying to make something happen nice and early on.
Yeah, not so much a gank, just catching Gino as he was about to ward. There was never really kill threat because V wasn't setting up for anything. It was just an opportunistic move there from the Kha'Zix, who will return to his own jungle. But this does give opportunities for Amy to recall on his Jarvan, set up on the opposite side of the map, and there is a very real chance that he just goes walkabout, starts invading into the opponent jungle.
Well, he's looking for the outback down bottom as a hook actually lands onto Imp. Good shield of Durand denies that trade. But again, LWX and Imp trading out. When we saw Imp play this Kalista last time, it was with Braum against SMLZ in 5, and he did not have a good time. Already, he seems to be on track to change that as he is leaping aggressively forward, chucking spears at LWX with those Ren stacks.
Yeah, he's not going to be against the Caitlyn this time, nor is he going to be against SMLZ this time down in the bottom lane. LWX, we mentioned his positioning. It's not his laning phase. It's going to be his shining light. He's just going to be surviving. However, the last hitting, still down there, still very good from both of these AD carries. Only one between them as it stands. It's less about how this laning phase goes unless someone makes a mistake. It's more about how do we get our first buys in? How do we power spike at level 6 to be stronger than our opponents? And when are my junglers going to show up?
Well, knowing Swift, it could be any time. He could just leap out of the brush.
Knowing LGD, it's in about 20 seconds if NewBee don't play carefully.
Yeah, Amy currently at the Scuttle Crab. LWX is thinking of heading into the river, but nope, Amy decides to head instead towards mid. Cool, used his teleport to get back early as we see Jinnu trading with V, and a ward placed by Amy, the slightly faster timing, catches him out. That means Swift, who leaps in, chunks him down to half. He's got Korn behind him. This is a bit of a dangerous position, Swift. He's got flash, but gets flung back and so low. First blood to Amy as Swift overextends.
Swift well out of position. He was trying to 1v1, but Cool is on Talia. He's going to rotate extremely quick. There's no world in which a Kassadin was going to be there before a Talia was. That's just the way that the laning phase plays out in mid. And so he overextends. He gets knocked up by the Jarvan, and then the Talia combo to follow that. Very easy pickings here for the side of LGD, and massive blunder from Swift. Just flash early. Crisis averted.
I think Swift is doing his best MLXG impression right now. At the very least, he didn't die to Raptors, but overextending without any backup into a silly position. Classic Swift.
Oh no, you be careful talking about MLXG like that. He dies to Krugs, all right? Raptors are fine.
And again, we'll get a chance to see MLXG later today, so perhaps he could prove me wrong. But for now, with the inconsistency of MLXG and now Swift apparently as well, what happened to our junglers, Rusty? It's 2017 Summer Split. We used to have the best junglers in the world. And I feel like we still have some talented junglers, but
the names are still there. They're just trying to get a read on the patch properly. It has to be, right? There's no other excuse for them unless suddenly they've all just spontaneously combusted and lost all of their form or an arm. It's really hard to tell, but we can see their player cam, so we know it's not an arm.
He does have 2 arms.
So let's just say it's meta adjustment, Dom.
Okay.
Just giving you multiple options here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Because it really has been difficult to accurately identify because it is such a jungle support meta right now, and we're starting to see supports really step into their own. Crystal and SOFM look great together, but now we look at the likes of Amy and PYL.
But that's the big thing that ultimately does change the pace of the meta and how the junglers are performing in it. You had Xiaohu and MLXG, you have Swift and Coco, which is now Korn, and suddenly it's Swift and PDD. And then you've got MLXG and Ming, who haven't really needed to work together because it's not quite Mata. So things have shifted, and people are still trying to get used to what that feels like for them.
As we can see, Amy currently fighting over a ward, leaps away. Good shield of Duran, keeps his jungler safe. A hook pulls Imp in as Jinu completes his teleport. He's got Equalizer, lays down the red carpet on Swift, who walks away to safety. The crowd lets loose a cheer. Jinu, flash harpoon, that's one, but heal from LWX keeps him safe.
Rather large commitment there from the Rumble. The Equalizer was not in the correct direction either for what it's worth. He did it a bit diagonal when it needed to be horizontal, and so the Rumble wastes everything. Meanwhile, V having a grand old time on the opposite side of the map, just pushing the wave, resetting the wave, getting an experience advantage, a gold advantage. It will be an item advantage. They take solace in the fact that there's some jungle to pick away here, LGD, but a lot wasted for nothing.
Yeah, if you show up to a party and the red carpet is slanted like that, perhaps you should go to a different party. Or at the very least, talk to the staff or something, because that was not the correct direction.
It can be fixed.
It can.
Is the moral of this story. And Jinu just, he laid it down wrong in the first place, unfortunately.
Well, he's got about 70 seconds before he gets the opportunity to try again. As Korn taking stock, he's now made it through laning phase. He's only 10 CS behind Cool, so not missing too much on that Kassadin tax. And as you said, V still in the top lane, having a grand old time. He's not been able to open up too much of an advantage up top, but it's Fiora. Give him some time.
Yeah, Fiora scales into it. Rumble has gone for the Ninja Tabi, so he's not looking to win laning phase. He's looking to just hold on, scale up, get a bit of armor. Just means that he's never going to be dying up there ultimately. As Cool has a blue buff, which is why he's suddenly playing aggressive, and Amy's also nearby.
So much mana. I would love to see a stat for mana burned versus mana burned with blue buff.
I can tell you who wins that stat. One guess.
Oh, don't be. Yeah, easy peasy.
That guy uses mana like it just is infinite. He thinks he's an energy champion.
Well, even when he is energy champions, he still runs out of energy as, whoa, that's a great hook. Flash back, Shield of Durand, and the Fate's Call. PYL's thinking about it. He really is, but doesn't go the distance. Was he trying to bait them out there?
I think he was trying to bait a flash perhaps out of PDD there on the thresh. He didn't want to go under the turret, it feels like. But at the same time, he hesitated for too long to even go under the turret.
Yeah.
So there was going to be nothing gained by actually committing to that dive. Still, pretty good counter ganks, good trades coming out of LGD in the 2v2. Controlling LWX.
Yeah, keeping LWX in that bottom lane. I think more importantly, keeping Pinnis in the bottom lane, preventing P. Diddy from roaming. That hasn't bought a lot of time for PYL to roam, but now he's level 6 on Galio, so it's going to be much easier to follow up with his team as compared to a Thresh, who doesn't even have boots yet.
Yeah, Thresh is not looking to roam around the map all that much with the itemization here. Even PYL, he has the natural edge of being level 6, and so he can get to places quicker with the lack of boots that he's got. Just gone for the brown leather bags right now. Higher priority for both of these teams on vision placement. Swift as well as Amy, I meant to say, have gone for the wards.
So speaking of vision placement, we actually see the junglers meeting each other right now as Corrin teleports back into lane. The only downside is this is the same problem for PYL that we diagnosed so many times. There's no sign of Amy, and while Cool has pressure in the mid lane, if Swift had actually detoured from Wolf Camp, that could have been a lot of pressure onto the support of LGD.
Yeah, certainly could be, but both junglers aren't really putting higher priorities on ganks by any means. It's all about the vision, as we mentioned, all about the control of Summoner's Rift. Imp and PYL are moving as a duo constantly also. So when PYL leaves, Imp's leaving with him. And that's actually super valuable because they've got the Callista there. That's about covering all of the area.
Yeah.
The first ward was the mistake. The second one is better.
There he goes. And
But
Swift
the
is like,
2-for-1 deal.
oh, yeah. Just pack me up and take it home. Swift, oh, he's
won't
going to
get
get a
it.
final.
You won't get it.
Oh, 5 auto attacks. Not enough.
Nope, you need the upgraded
And he's pinging
sweeper.
it so many times. Look at that face. Does that look like the face of a man who's happy with that?
30 gold's gone.
There's a ward here. Amy's actually going to take that time to invade and steal away his jungle camp from Swift as Corrin is still pressed under this turret. But now we're starting to get towards that mid game. We haven't seen any big objective fights as Amy.
And you know, in all seriousness, Korn teleported back to this lane, doesn't have his Rod of Ages splack just yet. It means that he was forced into having to teleport back. He didn't even come in with full mana. And then immediately went forwards and used all of that mana. Cool continued to have lane control. A lot of this, to me, is his attempt at bringing back the CS difference. And he's done that, but now he's going to have to walk to base. He's going to have a pretty awkward time, as that was nice.
Oh, gets the prediction as PYL shows up. Shield of Durand. Forces the flash, so Summoner Spell burned, and as you said, still low mana, though blue buff is coming up.
Yeah, and you know what? He can get his Rod of Ages, but he's not going to have a teleport, and that's the concern. I think it just is because Cool had blue that this all happens in the first place. Push control, pressure under the turret, Korn forced to come back into this lane to try and equalize the pressure, and suddenly the pressure gets worse because LGD just come here once. Look at the damage done to the turret already.
Cool is working down that mid-tier 1. I think that's actually the lowest health turret on the map right now, just from Cool's pressure in this mid lane. And his addition to LGD has been so great for unifying them and providing a driving force. Is that going to be enough to help them pull a win here? We'll have to find out.
And the best part about this for LGD is that Amy hasn't needed to do anything.
Yes.
He's just been farming the jungle, trying to scale up. We'll be doing a lot of damage right now. However, the ultimate concern here is that, look, Amy hasn't needed to do anything. Cool is.
Yeah, he sets up a wall to shepherd Swift to the bottom lane, but he takes a lantern from Pinnis and makes his way under a turret.
Note there is a 2-level difference between junglers as well.
Yep.
Swift wants nothing to do with Amy. Absolutely nothing to do with him. But there is a lot of pressure to be had around the blue buff, which is why LGD are able to advance in the direction that they are. They are very much aware that the blue buff was spawning. It's a Kassadin. The stars align, you take it away from him. It's just like a Nivea in that you ruin their day for a couple of minutes.
It's actually pretty interesting how we see LGD building right now. They have all got level 2 boots except for Amy, and he's going to be in the jungle regardless. So a lot of emphasis on moving around, a lot of emphasis on contesting the vision as, again, Swift tries to skirmish over blue, but just eats some punishment and gifts it over to Cool. So now that's 4 members of LGD plus teleport ready.
And that's back-to-back blues for Cool because his one is now spawned and available. Swift has to go to his red buff, try and defend the other side of the map, but the pressure in mid is already here to the point where NewBee, I don't even know if they can defend it. Korn might live, but the pressure's still on the turret.
Swift actually ducks into the jungle to clear it out. Korn on the side is getting zoned away by Amy. Chunked down quite a bit. Cataclysm drops down the hammer, and Cool gets another kill as NewBee are not on the same page. And LGD most certainly are, but Amy might be getting a bit overzealous.
No, he's got PYL nearby to keep him alive. At the same
Okay.
time, Cool's got blue buff. Korn is dead without teleport, and this is one hit on the turret. So this has worked out pretty much seamlessly. Amy may be a bit over-aggressive, but at the end of the day, he doesn't die. Galio's ultimate was all that was used to keep him alive. Everything just subsides in a very, very good way for the team of LGD.
Yeah, they take down the first brick in mid lane of all places and turn that into an Infernal Dragon off the back of it. Meanwhile, Jinnu was holding down top. He was able to keep V occupied and is matching that evenly. And in the bottom lane, Imp is starting to open up a tiny advantage over LWX. So just about all across the board, LGD are starting to pick up steam.
Yeah, and this is that moment where you want a power play from NewBee. They've just seen that Galio has to go back to base. They know he's got no mana. They know he has no ultimate. You'd expect Swift wants to be on the bottom side of the map, but he's top. V has teleport. Korn has teleport. That could be a 5-man dive. Imp even knows it. He has no idea where Swift is, and look at him on the map.
Yeah,
I am
playing
hiding.
so far back.
I cannot defend this turret, but you know what? He could be. Because NewBee aren't actually prepared to do anything about it.
Yeah.
They're not proactive at all.
And NewBee, again, they seem to be succumbing to the lack of cohesion that cost them Game 2 and 3 against RNG just last week. Game number 1, we saw what happens. When they get on Assassins, when they snowball, it's very easy for them to close out the game and take a win. But when they don't have that natural advantage, it is so much more difficult as Imp and PYL follow through a
good
great
dodge.
sidestep. That's going to be the Fate's Call missing, but a teleport from Jinnu getting there so much faster. There's V and Korn both teleporting in as Imp will go down, but it's currently 3
Watch
versus
V.
2. Swift is on his way down as Cool makes his way in, but the Cataclysm goes down. Korn will die as the Grand Challenge is completed, but the bottom lane of LGD are dead for 4 members of NewBee.
And Swift shows up and says, "Oh Lord, my team has passed away. Whatever shall I do?" But watch as more objectives take damage and start to fall down. Not at the right place, not at the right time, but LGD was, and no signs of slowing down for our blue side in this game. They look actually good.
And even in that action, it wasn't NewBee setting up the play, it was them reacting to LGD, forcing a fight bottom. So again, it looks like LGD breaking down the second turret of the game and are starting to move even faster.
Smooth moves from Imp there as well. Still gets hit by the Varus ultimate in the end. But still, LGD, you're right. They're the ones here first. They've got the teleport first. Both V and Korn show up to the party. But really good CC chaining here on St. V to prevent him from actually doing anything. Never going to get the 4th stack off. If he had got the passive off there on his ultimate, started to heal the area with his effective Janna shield, things may have been different there for NewBee, but
yeah, so we just saw a pick onto P. Diddy right now. That's why he's dead on your screen, and there was that skirmish over the Rift Herald. So LGD, again, starting to just accelerate this game more and more. Imp and PYL swap towards the top. Looks like LWX and P. Diddy might have been trying to set up vision to defend.
I mean, LWX knows exactly where it is as well. They were lane swapping at the right time, preventing the Rift Herald, I believe, is the #1 objective. But we're 17 minutes in. There's 2 minutes still to go on the Herald's existence, and there is an awful lot of time for LGD to make plays. This is the natural progression.
Oh, the dive onto LWX. Poor guy doesn't have summoner spells. Poor guy doesn't have a chance.
Amy actually just dunked him unnecessarily. That's how much damage they're doing right now. Pressure continues top lane. They can actually move from top outer to the Rift Herald, and then they can pick and choose where they'd like that to go. The later you get the Herald, the more value it may potentially have as a split pushing threat. So there's a lot there to back them up.
Yeah, and with all 3 tier 1s gone as Imp looks to finish off this top one, that Rift Herald is going to be making a run for a tier 2 at just about the 20-25 minute mark, depending on when they decide to pick it up, if they do. And NewBee are at a complete loss. I mean, sure, they've got the 1-3-1, they've got scaling and time, but LGD are actually moving rather efficiently from objective to objective.
This is what we mentioned at the start of the game as well. If NewBee ever fall behind with the composition they've got, well, now they're waiting until the level maybe 16 spike for Korn or the 2-item spike for the Kassadin and Fiora respectively. But at the same time, you know what, you hit those spikes. You've got a strong 1-3-1. Your 3's not strong. And you know that LGD are just that much further ahead of you now that really there is no positive way out of this situation besides making picks, finding LGD making mistakes, because the perfect game from here on out, they're unbeatable.
Yeah. And of course, that is assuming that LGD make mistakes, which is a rather safe bet for NewBee, considering how LGD have played over the past year and a half. Certainly they have opportunities where they show up well. I'm not trying to disparage the team because they're 7,500 gold ahead. But, I mean, if ever you had to pick a team to throw a game, which team would you go for?
Invictus Gaming.
All right, yeah, okay, never mind.
If I pick 2 teams, LGD would come in a
There
close second.
Yeah. Now we're talking. But instead, they just continue their forward momentum, and LGD finally closing up on this weakness. Rift Herald picked up 19 minutes and 45 seconds, 10 seconds left on the lifespan of that Rift Herald, and they are immediately diving onto him. Oh, he was taunted as he was flying past.
The Rek'Sai effect.
Yep.
He was in his own personal tunnel of nope. Able to get back to safety. Of course, good positioning from the Thresh to give him a Lantern in the first place.
But look at the communication. Once again, they don't know where Swift is, so Jinnu actually backs away and gives up his tier 1 turret. Now they're going to see him stalking his way out of the jungle.
And you know what? They were right. He
Yeah.
was bottom, so very good respect actually paid by LGD. Good awareness to know where he had to be. It's process of elimination from the LGD side. You know, PYL, Amy, they're placing Vision as a duo right now. They've got Cool backing him up, and they know that's where the whole team is from LGD. The only unsafe area on the map where there isn't 4 of them is going to be where Jinnu is.
Surprise, surprise.
So it is standard process of elimination, but it was correct because Swift, I mean, where else is he going to gank? It has to be there.
The 4-man unit of LGD with
Yeah.
crowd control and mobility?
And he's only level 10 as well, so he's not actually providing a lot towards the team.
Yeah.
So until he gets that, upgrades the W, I believe, will be the next step. Then he's actually somewhat relevant. But until then, he's not.
But look at how decisive LGD are right now. You see 4 members racing top. PYL shows up. He's got the shield ready. And Korn, that's Riftwalk Flash,
Where you gonna
the
go?
Weaver's Wall to lock him in. Exhaust, he's just going to try to fight this as the exhaust wears off. And that's assist split amongst 4 as they pick Korn apart.
And poor man Korn has nowhere to go, of course. Maybe shouldn't have been there in the first place. They've crushed the Eye, they've unleashed Harold, and now he's going to start ransacking the top lane structures as well. LGD, they don't want to actually... Oh, here we go. All right,
there
they've
they go.
committed to it.
Now they move in. Swift and P. Diddy trying to clear it out. But again, Jinnu splitting on another lane, keeping the counter push from LWX and V safe. He's got Equalizer, he's got Teleport, while the rest of LGD are moving as a
They're
cohesive
still
unit.
going in here.
Yeah, Swift is trying to clear it out, but the next minion wave shows up. They could just keep pushing.
And they are still pushing. They're taking their chances, but NewBee are looking this time.
Yeah, Swift is respawned, or excuse me, Korn is respawned. He's racing out of base, but LGD back away right on time. They were even peeling Jinnu just in case a fight were to break out. This
They're not just backing away, Dom. They're rotating towards the middle lane. They'll go from mid, they'll push it, maybe get some chip damage.
Yeah.
But if they don't, they've got a minion wave set up bottom. So they
Yeah.
can choose to go bottom, or they can take away a Cloud Drake completely uncontested. In saying that, NewBee's vision is still okay. They've got 2 control wards down towards the Drake, but this seems to be the last stand spot as the hook is on.
Pulls Jinnu. They're going to try to burst him down, but PYL in the back with the crowd control protects his top laner. V looks for Cool, but the hero's entrance is not going to catch him in time. V gets 1 kill. But meanwhile, they're still cleaning this up. Imp is just stacking spears, trying to get these hits off. Finally, he drops as the rest of LGD have backed away. 3 for 1, NewBee. Was that worth it? I think not.
They managed to take out Cool, but that was pretty much only V of his own devices. Of course, going towards the Trinity Force Fiora, as you do, is going to be doing a lot of duelist type of damage. So he takes out 1 opponent, but he's relying on the rest of NewBee to hold down the rest of the map, and there is just no chance in hell they're going to be able to do that.
And you already called out the wave pushing bottom. That's caught by Cool as LGD, like you said, fall back and take that Cloud Dragon. Not quite for free, but this is a massive advantage. 10,000 gold, and it all starts with a hook.
And PYL actually flashes here, I'm going to say needlessly, because the shove from Cool was already going to be there. He could have actually held on to that flash. Cool, he'll go down. V pretty much stuck here. Very nice riposte, but is never going to be safe from a flash out of Imp. So ultimately, this is the last hope of NewBee dying, and at the same time, NewBee's dreams go down the drain, because it's about 10,000.
And this... we mentioned it from time and time again. This looks like LGD returning to 2015 form, controlling side waves, moving as a cohesive unit, playing multiple parts of the map at once with huge mechanical skill on one side and great responsiveness and decision-making
Hey, we're
on the
on
other.
patch 7.12, right?
Yeah.
So Cool has 2 Doran's rings.
That's inefficient, unless he just wants the health.
They don't stack.
And ability
right?
mana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take that, Cool.
Maybe he just wants the flat
I
numbers.
hope your coach has a big yell at you. That should be control wards. The rest of your team has 2 apiece. Look at you.
Yeah. LGD are playing very smart right now, with the exception of Cool's items.
That's not a segue, Dom.
And they're continuing to push onto the map. Once again, Jinnu holding on the top. He's still got Teleport. Cool, looking for a bottom tier 2. He's also got Amy over the wall. And are they just going to...
In front of him.
They're just going to take it.
There's not a lot that Korn's going to be able to do. Of course, he's got Swift nearby, so they're looking.
LWX and P. Diddy are cheating towards that direction as well, hanging out on that side of the map. But they can't collapse in time.
And LGD have already pinged the Baron, so they are well ahead of what NewBee are doing. It's partly reactive, but at the same time, it's not like NewBee are reacting in the perfect way. They are just reacting to a movement, and then LGD's reactions are superior. That's what a lot of this game actually starts to boil down to. Now they clear vision. I would imagine the easiest way to play this out is to use Talia's wall from mid lane, pick off somebody who actually comes to place a ward near the Baron area. With that kill, you get the free Baron, and then it's just lights out.
That's what we see right now as LGD sneak in and clear out the vision from NewBee. Cool still holding down the mid lane, doesn't have teleport, doesn't quite have his barrier just yet, but he is ready to lock someone out of position should the opportunity provide itself. And now NewBee, this is probably one of the most defensible positions that they have played multiple times.
They have one blue trinket here for LWX, so there should be no face checking coming out of the NewBee side right now.
Unless you're Swift and you're feeling lucky.
You use the blue trinket, now their vision's gone, and so now they'll face check, probably as the time goes on and the waves progress. That's all simple stuff here from LGD, as simple as knowing when the red buff was going to spawn from their opponents and even taking that away as it came up and available.
If you take a look at the gold on your screen, that is a lot. 1,500 for Jinnu, what looks like another 3,000 for Amy. Cool himself has got another 3,000 gold ahead. This is just massive advantages. Imp even 2,500. And it's 26 minutes into the game, and LGD in almost all lanes are a full item, if not more, ahead of their opponents.
You know, if this was split one, we would have actually said, Amy against Swift. What a disaster for Amy. Now, one of them is 5-0-6, the other one is 0, 1, and 0, and it's not what you would have expected from split one.
That's actually really creative. Knight's Vow, Jarvan. I really like that.
I'd say Locket, arguably better right now in its current state.
Yeah, he's actually got it on Imp as well, so Imp gets the bonus mana. He just has to not be in the Cataclysm when it happens, and he's happy.
It's team compositional, and like we said, it's protect the Imp just because they have so much zone control. Well, that's definitely valid. The rest of the team still has damage. In fact, LGD, they have started the Baron as Korn and V are bottom.
Yeah, now they're trying to hold on. PYL doing his best to zone. The Weaver's Wall makes it so tough for NewBee to get in there. And it's picked up. Easy peasy. The cost of a single ultimate, not even using a teleport. Jinnu races bottom to try to defend his tier 2, and Amy goes with him, recognizing that Korn is missing.
What on earth?
Is this really LGD?
Korn's just camping a bush. He's waiting. LGD, they're about to collapse onto V. They won't find the Kassadin, but they are going to continue to chase this Fiora.
Spotted now. That's a quick lunge. Cataclysm plus flash as Amy drops it in time over the wall into PYL. Look at the sidestep, the patience with the Shield of Durand. Outplayed, my good friend.
Yeah, that was actually very well executed, but super simple stuff here from LGD. Now 40 seconds on the board without a Fiora. NewBee, they're going to be on struggle street. Their wave clear is in the top lane, recalling right now. Swift is doing Krugs, and LGD are just barreling down the middle lane. Lots of confusing stuff here, and very easy entrance into NewBee's base.
Exactly. LGD rush into the base. Korn is forced to back away as the inhib breaks. Hook is going to tag Amy, but that's not going to do too much against that tanky Kassadin. They found PYL, and now Imp is in the front. Perhaps too far, but perhaps just far enough. The team reacts and keeps their star 80 carry safe. He nets a double kill and the inhibitor.
There's no such thing as too far for Imp right now in this state of the game. He is too fed, and he's got a team designed to protect him. They have sculpted out the perfect way to end League of Legends right now, and they're just pushing through. No chance on that second inhibitor. They want to finish it.
They certainly do as they rush forward. A quick riposte keeps V safe, but that's not going to keep Korn alive. Zanyas tries to stall it out as LWX, great positioning, can only do so much against 5 members of LGD. That's the ace. The Nexus turrets go down, and 29 minutes in, LGD destroy NewBee.
Honestly, a complete decimation of the side of NewBee right there. I expected a lot more fight coming out of that team if they could hold on through laning phase, but they put themselves in this predicament. They've drafted themselves into a very difficult situation, and it started off poorly, and there was no way back from there.
Oh, yeah. And look at the communication that we're seeing. Cool. Gives it a quick face rub as he gets ready for this. Over the course of that game, it looked like Amy was talking non-stop with his team. Even before they depart, they're still communicating with each other. They're still talking so much, whereas NewBee on the other side, they looked like they were just defeated from minute 10, minute 15, not communicating at all, and perhaps looking a little bit emotionally upset. I hesitate to use the phrase tilted because it didn't quite look like that, but now joining us to untilt our perspective of this game is Indiana Frostgear in Black.
defeated at 10 minutes, Dom. That was defeated at 4 minutes and 10 seconds exactly.
Uh-huh.
LGD absolutely destroyed NewBee. And most of the time when you see a shellacking like that, it's just because one team's mechanically just brute forces the other one. You know, they win in all the lanes, they're getting all the solo kills. How LGD dissected NewBee was through some of the best vision control I've ever seen in the LPL. That was marvelous to watch.
As you can take a look at the rewards of that. Imp, 17,000 damage, more than twice as much as anyone else on the opposing team. Even Cool going so far as to outdamage everyone. LGD just looked great.
You know, they picked on a team with a lot of melee, and you're absolutely right. Like, catching them for vision, the easiest way to do it, and they drafted themselves the composition to play around that vision extraordinarily well.
Yep, picked the winning lanes, made sure that they had a shove in every single one of their lanes. You have Kalista in the bottom lane. The LPL talks about how much they love her as a duelist, and yes, it is hard to compete with Varus's wave clear, line wave clear AoE, but if you ever walk up to a Kalista and she gets that angle on you, she's just going to walk you down. Then it's Talia in the mid lane against Cassidy. That's a no-brainer. She's going to be shoved forward. And then Rumble up in the top lane against a Fiora. His Flame Spitter still great at pushing those minions together, although 7-12, believe the Rumble changes have gone in.
Slight changes, yeah.
Yeah. So why I say 4 minutes and 10 seconds is because when Swift gave First Blood. And what you didn't notice is that at the exact same time when PYL and Imp have the wave push forward and Cool has his wave push forward, both of them move. Cool moves over to the Raptor camp, places a ward. PYL is wandering up the river by himself, but that's fine because Amy's completing his clear.
Sure.
Places his ward. And then suddenly those two wards become 5, and then they become 6. And literally Swift's entire jungle was lit up at 5 minutes in that game, and Swift walks in through 3 different wards, and Amy just gets him for First Blood for free. And it's like, it doesn't get easier than that, and that's how it started, and that's like never gave up the entire game. They were constantly in control of both neutral rivers, top and bottom, all of Swift's jungle, and Swift is suddenly down 2 levels because Amy gets to see every single camp that he takes and always punishes the information. Swift's bottom side, guess what? I'm going top side. Swift's sitting behind V for 45 seconds, guess what? I'm going to take all of his camps, and now Swift can't even 1v1 the Jarvan.
And this is something that I mentioned at the end of the game, the fact that we saw Amy be so punishing. His communication was on point that game. He was talking non-stop throughout the entire thing. Completely different from the LGD of, what, a month ago? 2 months?
Exactly. And it wasn't just Amy either. The replay that I'm going to show up, yeah, it was a poor Rumble ult, but the idea is still so sound. And it's the fact that all of LGD are contesting this vision. Immediately, you're going to see a skirmish. Guess who shows up? Imp and PYL are there. We're saying we're fighting over this control ward, so much so that we're going to pull the teleport. Now, I understand it seems really wonky. The equalizer's not great, but you can understand why. The blue buff has come up, it's an Infernal Dragon. And if they do connect on these ultimates, if they do kill them, that's not just the blue buff free objective, that's into an Infernal Drake, into more snowball potential in the game. And though it wasn't executed perfectly there, it was later on.
Yeah, the important part is the idea was executed on, and they actually executed on the idea. And that's the big thing that LGD have always looked like a really good team at when they're able to do it. They need to get the wards down, not die when placing the wards. Yes, PYL does get caught sometimes, but when he doesn't, magic like this can happen.
And here's that fight bottom that Imp and PYL start out that turns into a slaughter for NewBee.
And again, it's just that back-to-back idea. They tried it the first time with the control ward. They didn't land the equalizer. This time around, the bottom side of the map, a lot more success, a lot more kills, and then it really starts to snowball out of control. Whereas NewBee on the other side, Rusty, you called it out during cast, they had these big windows because after Rumble initially teleported to River Ward, V had his TP. They have double TP, Cassidy and Fiora, and they never use it even though they had a massive window where they could have punished LGD.
So I have a metaphor for you here. And
Is it
I
about
just
how
wanna test it
great
out.
LGD are?
Potentially, yes. To me, it seems like LGD are the communism of the LPL. They have great ideas, and sometimes it looks phenomenal, but more often than not, it falls apart in the actual execution. Could it finally be that they're living up to the ideal?
I'm going to safely disengage from this.
All right, well, we'll get back to this in a few. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll try to get to the bottom of this. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between LGD and NewBee after the break in which we saw LGD take a smashing game number 1 over NewBee. Let's break this down a little bit further, and I guess move forward to game number 2. Plain and simple, if LGD play like this once again, does even a best-case scenario for NewBee stand a chance?
Yeah, I'd say, okay, like, to be fair, LGD, when they're playing at their absolute best, LGD are gods. They're able to win the LPL, right? Like, that's just how good LGD can be. Think about 2015 when they went to Worlds. They were playing in form, but NewBee still look fantastic when they find form, and I don't think this is the same LGD that we actually saw at 2015 in terms of what their ceiling can be. I think NewBee still could take it to them very easily.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually going to push back a little bit because you kind of covered your bases on the end of that, but this is a completely different LGD than 2015. There's only 2 people that are left on the roster. Godvi is now gone. It's PYL and it's Amp. It's just that bottom lane. And yeah, PYL has always been the mouthpiece and the brain of LGD, which is why I still think you see some of that greatness in terms of, you know, their side lane setup, their vision control. But otherwise, I mean, it's Cool, Amy, and Jinnu. We have no idea what Amy and Jinnu's ceilings look like. We know where Cool can sit, but he's a very different player from Godvi. And the fact that LGD were able to win this in a completely different way than, you know, either 2015 or more recently 2016 and spring 2017 is great news for LGD enthusiasts, if you will.
Yeah, I think to elaborate a bit more as well, I think the star power is actually less important in the LPL in this split. It's more about the team play that I think is far more important. As an example, WE being able to win in spring split was less about them being star players. Yes, some of them cropped up to be stars, but ultimately it's the fact that they're able to play like a really good team that gave them the natural edge. And if PYL is able to be a mouthpiece for LGD, then he will make them a lot better and potentially be contenders.
I mean, I would never disagree with having a better team versus better players is going to lead to results, but ultimately a lot of star power did leave the LPL, so it got technically easier just to be a, you know, B-tier team come together for S-tier results because you're not competing with the likes of Pawn and Deft.
So we asked the question before game number 1, I think, of if we're expecting Imp to actually show up, if we're expecting Cool to actually show up, what's going to be the factor that actually tilts the match in LGD's favor? And we posed the same question for NewBee. It turns out everyone showed up for LGD. And they had that whole team factor to boot.
Yeah, it's the combination, like you're saying. It's the fact that LGD can't just, or don't just rely now on their star power and Imp, but also their brain power with their new vision control, as well as their synergy and their ability to play as a 5-man unit when Jinnu and Amy are reacting to the rest of LGD. So this is the complete package. And NewBee, we haven't seen the complete package, I think, ever.
And I mean, I'd put it to you simply as well. For this matchup against LGD, the easiest way to get a avenue back into the game for NewBee is through Korn. They need him to not be an assassin for once in his life. He's a good Orianna player. But if they're going to put him as an assassin against the Talia, then they give Amy a free pass through the jungle. And that's something that you don't want LGD to have because he's meant to be the weak point of the team. He's meant to be the most exploitable member, and he's surrounded by carry players. And so if he goes down, the carries are going to be much more squishy against your fed opponent. It's all about Korn to me.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Korn can pull it together because he has been struggling a lot for the roster of NewBee, and now he's got what could potentially be one more game before this set wraps up. If LGD close this out here, of course, NewBee with side selection have elected to take blue, and LGD, they're going to end up on the red side as a result. And immediately, the Talia ban away from Cool. That's not surprising at all.
Yeah, actually not a surprise. Very good ban, appropriate ban, I have to add, away from Cool. Of course, he can play an abundance of champions, but Talia just excels at the wave clear and at the roaming. It's more like the meta version of Twisted Fate for Cool, and so very apt ban from him.
As a follow-up, there's going to be the Thresh ban away. Seems like NewBee do not want to priority pick it in LGD. They stick to the meta. It's Zac and Galio to follow up. So now NewBee need to lock down their own final pick here.
And you wonder which other champion will go with the Zac and the Galio. They can get rid of the Fiora if they're afraid of it, but they've already shown that they can play Rumble into it, and it's perfectly fine because they have the push in that way. That's what they're looking for. So at the same time, wouldn't ban the Fiora, would look towards maybe even another jungler. Just attack Swift, give him something like the Elise or the Lee Sin off the board, and try and get yourself a better matchup in the jungle.
So we saw LGD actually ban away that Lee Sin in game number 1. And they're actually going to ban away Nidalee instead. So that means that Lee Sin still goes through, along with a couple of other powerful picks here in 7-12.
Yeah, and most importantly, right, they get rid of the Nidalee, who is a hard clear jungler. They keep open the Elise and the Lee Sin, which are kill junglers that are very good at ganking. And they'll be able to match each other, respectively. Of course, at the same time, we saw Jarvan from Amy still looked pretty good on the champion. So it is curious that NewBee right now aren't prioritizing it.
Instead, Lee Sin is the focus. So Swift going to be taking the playmaker. But that means that Caitlyn, which was just hovered by LWX, a champion that Imp has struggled against when he has taken that Callista, is going to go through. And he gets to pick that up for himself right here and now.
And with the Callista ban, this is the natural progression for Imp and the champions that he'll play. And LGD really enjoy first picking their AD. It's just the way that they draft in League of Legends. And again, I feel like this is super curious from NewBee. Higher priority on Swift getting a jungler is standard for their team. But at the same time, Caitlyn away from Imp is arguably a higher priority.
Instead, NewBee focus on something else. Let's see if they go towards the bottom lane once again, as Gragas is now going to be the follow-through for LGD. We'll see if that goes to Amy or Jinnu. And yeah, there's the Kog'Maw for LWX. So NewBee, again, prioritizing that AD carry, prioritizing that Swift. I would actually be very surprised if they picked the LeBlanc blind here and emphasized so early on getting something safe for Corn.
I'm not the biggest fan of the LeBlanc here being picked, but it might also be taking it from Cool. I'd saying that even a support would ideally be better here just so that it can't be focused in the next ban phase. You've just picked yourself a Kog'Maw and you've got absolutely nothing to protect it right now. And so they are leaving themselves open to having those protective things banned from them to make the life a lot harder for LWX.
And now that means that LGD get the chance to answer. And still not seeing a support just yet out of either teams. With Cassiopeia locked in for Cool, we get into our second round of bans. We're still looking for top laners and supports for both teams, assuming that Gragas goes into the jungle for Amy. And after how well Jinnu was able to keep track of V during the lane and across the map, I would actually be rather happy with that Gragas in the jungle and let Jinnu get that rumble once again, as Braum is actually going to be banned away here.
Yeah, look, Gragas can still go in the jungle, and I have no quarrels with the champion of choice. They need something to engage onto the Kog'Maw as well. I trust that Amy will be able to at least sometimes do that exactly for himself. We've also just seen the Cassiopeia locked in against LeBlanc, which historically, LeBlanc has hard won the matchup, especially back when she had silences, but she won every matchup. Even past that stage. So the difference now is that Distort's harder to use against Cass with the new grounded spell, and so it actually shifts back into Cassiopeia's favor if she plays the matchup properly.
That is assuming that Cool knows his matchups rather well, and I think it's rather safe at this point. But looking on, LGD continue to ban away P. Diddy in that bottom lane. Braum and Lulu stricken off the board. And now that's finally the brand ban away from PYL. So Tom Kench immediately locked in for PYL.
Yeah, all of this goes as expected besides the brand ban in particular. Leaves open still support options there. But with Karma banned by NewBee and with Lulu and Braum banned by LGD, what are they going to pick to protect the Kog'Maw? And why is it literally just going to be a Fiora and something else down there in the bottom lane? Like, is it Rakan that they will look towards again?
With Kog'Maw?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got it hovered right now, and as the timer ticks down, it's actually locked in. So yes, it is Rakan.
Whoa.
Very astute.
Yeah, no, Rakan still is one of the few champions that has shields and can be a tank to stand in front of the Kog'Maw. When you've got a LeBlanc and a Lee Sin that won't stand in front, they need someone. The Charm is actually super valuable. I actually still would prefer the Renekton over the Rumble in this situation for the exact same reason, but I can understand how the Rumble is good at zone control. You can lay down the carpet in front of the Kog'Maw. It's kind of like the Cassiopeia mantra as to how games would play out. You stand behind Cass, which is what the Caitlyn will do in this game, and be protected. But Renekton makes a lot more sense because he knows he'll win the matchups that he's against based off meta top laners, and he can be a frontliner to work with Rakan, with PDD, and protect LWX.
Yeah, a little bit more flexibility for NewBee because they're going to need it against the likes of LGD right now, especially considering how they played game number 1. And with the damage scaling that we're seeing out of that Cassiopeia, out of that Caitlyn, it looks to be even more explosive as Kennen is the last-second swap over for Jinnu, one of his most played top laners here in Summer 2017. Now he gets to take that ranged carry, ranged split pusher against V on Renekton.
So they have a Kennen and a Cassiopeia and a Caitlyn, who aren't the best champions at going forwards. Tom Kench struggles a little bit to go forwards himself. Of course, you can use the ultimate to flank, and they do have a really cool combo LGD where the Kennen can go inside the Tom Kench and get a flank off like that. At the same time, when you look at the whole team composition that LGD have put together, Amy is actually very crucial, or you're banking on NewBee coming at you. And that is actually a super dangerous composition to be running as a Cogmore comp on the opponent team. Say, come at me, and the Cogmore is just like, absolutely, and spits on them.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he wants.
Perhaps it's a sign of confidence from LGD because, as you said, this is a completely different composition from game number 1. And by putting all of that weight onto Amy, they are perhaps trying to show that he has grown, that they are willing to play this style now against the likes of NewBee.
I'd like to think that they have a lot more confidence in Amy. That's why he's hung around in the roster for so long. When junglers were swapping through like hot potatoes, you just can't really hold on to one for very long. They've kept Amy. He played in the background even when he wasn't the main starter for the team. He was still there, and now he's actually showing up, especially in that last game. So LGD can rely on him a little bit more. Of course, they've got him on the Gragas. He's able to go forwards, able to go backwards, but very good zone control once again from LGD. And a confidence play, honestly, coming out of this team with what they've drafted.
Yeah, well, they're going to need that confidence going forward because currently it's NewBee who are higher in the standings, though this next 60 minutes could very well decide if that is going to be the same. As we're seeing game number 2, we're ready to load onto the Rift. NewBee, they have been looking for cohesion. They have been looking for something to pull them together beyond their individual talent, their individual skill. LGD have found it, albeit rather recently, and they are flourishing. They are a garden in full bloom.
For one game. We're going to have to see if that does continue in this one. NewBee on the flip side, yeah, they do need to re-find themselves. I am not the biggest fan of this bottom lane that we're currently looking at as a 2v2. Of course, the concept is sound. We mentioned that you've got a tank that can crowd control everybody in front of the Cogmore, but in laning phase, you're going to get bullied out of the push that a Caitlyn can provide. And you actually, it's kind of crucial that when you go forwards, you hit both of them, because just hitting the Caitlyn, PYL can protect him. Just hitting PYL, Caitlyn will kill you. And so the 2v2 has to be executed on incredibly well. It's a high skill matchup for NewBee to contend with. And we know they're notoriously weak in their laning phase in the 2v2. They've made things harder for themselves as such.
Could be an opportunity for Amy to take advantage of. Luckily, he won't have to worry about a Talia this time, as Cassiopeia nowhere near as fast at roaming to the bottom lane as Talia.
Get it in.
So could be a little bit more, as Imp is breaking it down. And the fan vote back in LGD's favor. 3 out of 5 fans currently think that LGD is going to take this series.
After game number 1, I am surprised that the percentage didn't actually increase further as well, but still, LGD, they've got the votes, feeling confident for themselves.
We're actually not seeing any leash whatsoever for Swift, as Amy did get a leash, so early wave control from LWX and P. Diddy.
And actually very understandable. Of course, they have a higher priority on lane control. They want the push, and by getting the push against the Caitlyn, you prevent her from being able to take over the lane just immediately from the get-go. The level 2 is still the most important part here, so you'll see PYL actually probably start hard auto-attacking with Imp. And whoever gets it first, which should be NewBee based off how they started the laning phase, they'll have control for at least an extra wave.
Something that they might need. Though we do see junglers currently on that top side of the map, so that bottom lane is going to be on an island. And with Cool shoving in the mid lane, he's making a very juicy target, though he is landing some good poison onto Korn.
Yeah, he's actually got quite a decent amount of control, as you mentioned. And with the minions colliding, Amy and Swift, you already mentioned the junglers, well, they're about to potentially collide as well. They know where to be.
Swift is there just a bit faster. He might not have been spotted. Korn leaps in. Immediately, Cool flashes back. Swift shows himself just in time, but that's Swift using that characteristic jungling speed to make it to mid lane first.
Yeah, and you know that flash out of Cool is actually an indicator that they just did not want the 2v2. They were very content with just farming in the jungle. Amy's gone over to his Raptors. They're just trying to clear and continue to scale up. Of course, now he doesn't have a flash, and so there's a very real opportunity that Swift just becomes a repeat ganker into the middle lane. But at the same time, look at the lanes that Swift has to deal with. Mid is the only one that's about to reset. Top's got a massive wave crashing in. Ridiculous CS advantage for Jinu until he collects perhaps most of this if you're V. At the same time, bottom's going to push. Mid lane's got a big wave collapsing, so Swift hangs around here because that's the only gank threat for Amy to work with. But yeah, gank threat. Like, what's his actual gank threat if you're Swift? What are you looking to kill, if anything? Because that barely exists.
I don't have an answer for you right now. Give me 20 minutes. Perhaps I can find out. Just need a little bit more tape, a little more footage.
Oh yes, when ganking doesn't matter. I'll have so many places to gank.
Exactly.
Okay. But at the same time, that's the biggest thing here. Swift, he's just not being given avenues to actually go in and make something happen, because the most important part is that Amy's invisible. He's got a CS advantage and an experience advantage. He's set up to succeed just by not doing anything.
Ooh. It's a knock-up as Pinnis leaps back. Junglers are still hanging out on this bottom side of the map, and there's actually a ward on top of a ping on top of Swift right now. I can't actually see if there is a ward on him. It looks like there might be.
I believe that is a ward. It's hard to
Underneath the
tell. It
portrait.
would have been PYL that placed it, and he currently doesn't have a ward available, so it was a ward. He has been spotted. They have completely downloaded Swift.
Keep track of the star jungler of NewBee. Keep him busy, keep him occupied, and keep your lanes safe. And Swift, man, he has been in this proverbial prison for quite some time. As another knock-up, they're going to turn on the PYL as he gets a devour onto Imp to keep his AD carry safe.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Tahm Kench is actually pretty good at diffusing the lane. We already spoken about it. You know, you have to hit both of them. Well, P. Diddy did hit both of them, but Tahm Kench can still pick you up with reactions.
Yeah.
There's no other champion, I believe, in the support role that can outright diffuse Rakan's engage, besides a Janna Tornado we learnt last night.
Yes, oh my god.
Fresh Flay, but it all has to be during the dash, not the knock-up portion of it. Whereas Tahm Kench, you can react by just gobbling someone up as they're about to be knocked up. That's the advantage you get here for PYL.
Luckily, there is a small animation on the grand entrance from Rakan. So excellent knowledge to play around that as Amy, look at that. Once again, going for the super deep wards, keeping Swift busy. He's sitting outside of vision right now. They're missing pings. And with this large minion wave in the mid lane, Cool is sitting so far back.
Swift has gone for the core fields as well. He's looking to actually have a presence on this map, maybe impact it. And he's also expecting Amy to be nearby, which is, again, the same reason that he's going to be hanging around. Could have looked towards bottom. It'd have to be a dive. It's too risky with all the summoners up. Could look top lane, but Jinu's level 6 to V's 5 and has been bodying V throughout that laning phase. So at the same time, Swift, his only option is to find Amy, and he's expecting Amy to be ganking the one place that's gankable. However, he hasn't. Amy's just farming. He's making like Dory.
Farming?
Swimming. Just keep swimming.
Oh, okay. I never took Dory for a farmer.
I mean, Dory probably doesn't take Dory for a farmer.
Yeah, that being said.
Oh, get him ult.
Decoy is going to sneak in. Cool immediately is able to determine otherwise as he leaps in, tags him with a sigil of malice, and makes his way back out. But taking a look at this early game, Swift is just not having a great time. He is trying to find a gank. He is looking for something, anything. But
he's just being tracked. Look at the wards. They've got two still in the jungle. It's almost like Amy comes out of base, wards in the enemy jungle, recalls, wards in the enemy jungle, and meanwhile he's just been farming his own on the way through. Things could not be going better for LGD if their goal is to play this slowly, but they're yet to make a play themselves, and that's where you might actually still bring your attention to the concerns of a Cogmore existing on Summoner's Rift. Not a threat yet, but always going to be one.
Just give it time. Korn still keeping up in CS in the mid lane, though, as we can see blue buff going to be gifted over to Cool along with his tier. And he's going to be just fine to continue pressing Korn back in that lane. First recall is Gunblade from Korn as he teleports back in. And in the bottom, we're still seeing Imp and PYL shoved into their turret time and time again by that Doran's shield Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Korn's in a pretty good spot here by having the teleport. He's been using it more appropriately in this second game. Swift has also finally found an opportunity to be aggressive for the first time in this game and look forwards. He's immediately set his sights on the top lane turret where Jinu is actually not recalled yet.
Yeah, Korn's actually heading up there as well. Already you can see him pull back. He's got the slicing maelstrom, but a stun kick combo. First blood V before Jinu can respond.
Yeah, Jinu needed to preemptively ult there, and at the same time, I don't think he was actually going to live. Good combo coming out of the side of NewBee. Lee Sin ticking over that level 6 point, immediately useful. So great work getting his ultimate around the map, and they've started to push V back into this lane. They've given him the kill also. Renekton, suddenly quite powerful.
Ooh, petrifying gaze for a bit of damage is cool. Tries to push Korn back, forces the mimicked distortion to safety as Amy has now found Swift and chases him away.
And he knows that Swift doesn't have an ultimate, so an equal trade is actually a 1 trade.
Ooh, Cask, perhaps trying to pin him back before Cool can catch up.
Amy had no mana past using the ultimate, so I'm not sure what his plans were there. I think it was actually just to apply damage more than to kill somebody. Because at the same time, Cool didn't have his ultimate either. I'm not too sold on that one there from Amy. Overall, still pressuring Swift out quite well.
You can see how LGD are trying to respond by trying to track Swift, but the moment he disappears and slips through the cracks, it creates
Well, look at
something
PYL
so
and
terrifying.
Cool right now also, just going through the jungle. They know that they just saw him topside. Amy ulted him, very much aware, and suddenly Tom Kench walks over to the red buff, walks over to the Krugs, places 2 wards, and now they're probably about to find themselves an unsuspecting Lee Sin if he goes that way. But NewBee have actually answered with a swap.
Yeah, they're sending their AD carry and support top. We can see Korn hanging out on that side as well. As Cool sits on top of his wards, the place that he knows is safe. Imp and PYL will respond and swap towards that top lane, so they're going to make their way up there in time.
Yeah.
But there's no answer for V just yet.
Jinu's actually baited that he's recalled here. They want him to answer, but he has teleport for bottom lane. Imp and PYL are moving in, and they are level 6, so if the opportunity presented itself, that was cute actually coming out of LGD. And it could still be cute. It's still cute.
Oh, they've managed to get in onto P. Diddy. He's got the quickness, but he dashes back before shielding onto the turret. They have not got enough damage as heal keeps him safe. But now that means the only person defending is LWX against 3 members of LGD.
Yeah, and they even keep the cannon up here. Cool's rotating as well.
Oh, a great kick as Swift gets the faster reaction. P. Diddy gets the quickness, but a Cask knocks him away. The poison's not enough. Exhaust denies Swift's damage. Korn is on the hunt, though, as Cool pinned against the wall, trades 1 for 1. Meanwhile, Jinu fighting with V as he teleported in onto the turret. He's on top of him. He's doing a lot. Is it enough? He goes down, but LWX gets the hammer fall from the sky. Jinu follows with a few shurikens as Amy tags the kill. It ends up being 3 for 3 at the end.
And the end result is still LGD actually having the tempo, the ability to push in this top lane. They're going to potentially get this down, but the minions a little bit too low perhaps. So they'll get this one. And LGD, it wasn't pretty this time around. It was by no means as clean as it was in game number 1, but it's still theirs for the picking. They still take the objectives and get the advantages for themselves. Amy looking fantastic. Jinu showing up again. And Imp, I mean, he managed to live for that long against a Renekton. You'd be pretty happy with that overall as the end result. And ultimately, a lot of this comes down to Swift trying to make this sick play, but who's he kicking you to? Who's he actually kicking Cool to? He gives so much time for LGD to respond. The only thing they really get from this is Cool. He flashed a wall to the opposite side of the map, so he wasn't safe, where he could have flashed upwards maybe as Imp. He holds on here for quite a while, and LWX, you can see his damage just hasn't fully ramped yet. Only the ultimate was able to secure a kill. And they're even saving the flash there, Jinu, to ensure that they find themselves LWX.
Now that's first turret for LGD and 1,000 gold lead, but immediately we can see NewBee actually moving forward with renewed vigor towards that top side of the map. Swift could again be looking for Cool here. There's no petrifying gaze, though he doesn't have flash. And Jinu's sitting very far back as he knows he doesn't have a lot of vision and will actually spot out Swift in the jungle, so now they know. Jinu might be in trouble. He's going to have to run in past Swift, but gets kicked back into Pinnis. Drops the Slicing Maelstrom, but Korn shows up in time, and Jinu goes down. Meanwhile, the top tier 1 falls. Looks like a trade for LGD. Could this be a turret race?
Yeah, Jinu's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Definitely going to be caught out by NewBee. They're able to continue pushing this one. No Herald to help them out, but a decent amount of damage will go down onto that turret. At the same time, because Jinu is dead, I don't think there's actually a valid response to NewBee continuing to push this one. They're just going to try and take the trade. It results in a Cloud Drake and a bottom lane outer turret for 2. And guess what? NewBee was still pushing it. They're trying to reset the wave. Then they go to Herald. If they can get that going for themselves, massive power play from the side of NewBee.
BYL is racing towards it as Imp and Amy clear out the dragon and try to head towards that mid lane. Cool has been holding down the fort, however, as V will buy enough time to let Swift catch up toward the Herald. Instead, it looks like LGD are going to focus on the tier 1s instead. As the wave is cleared out by that LeBlanc, are they still just going to go ahead and break this down? PYL tanks a few hits, they drop the miasma and get the turret, but Amy is forced to walk away as Swift set to finish off Rift Herald.
And you know what? All things considered, that was still not bad from LGD. They brute force it. For what it's worth, Korn actually wave clearing through those two traps that you can see on your screen was expertly maneuvered by the LeBlanc. But at the end of the day, they continue to try and equalize those trades. You can see the goal difference between these teams right now is actually still in LGD's favor, and that's just as a result of that last little push they put together for themselves. I mean, on the flip side, there is a Lee Sin with the Rift Herald. Trades are still happening conversely to the amount of time they spent mid lane. You're absolutely right, Dom.
Yeah, we still see LWX pushing bottom. Decided not to brute force the bottom tier 1, but it is a stiff breeze from falling down. And as you said, trades happening all over the map. Despite Jinu getting caught out of position not once but twice, he's still got a 30 CS lead over his lane opponent. Cool has been going even with Korn in this mid lane, and we're still seeing Imp even with LWX. And while the threat of that Kog'Maw spiking later is still present, LGD have broken all the tier 1s. There's no Rift Herald to worry about. There's no Dragon to worry about. And they're still trying to set the momentum of this game by putting NewBee back.
But the one thing that is a lot better, actually, from the side of NewBee is LWX is just having a dig.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Big dig. Is actually the vision that's coming out of them. It's a lot better. There's a lot more control wards. They're engaging.
Yeah, Finish shows up. The quickness is going to tag PYL, but 0.25 seconds of charm. Not too much. Flash cask. Finish goes in.
Whoa,
As PYL
Swift.
pinned against the wall. They're going for the support. Korn from behind. Tries to follow up, but Imp with the fancy feet finally goes down. Jinu teleports in, collapses, double kill for LWX. He's been free firing and gets a triple kill at the end, but that is 3 for 4 favoring LGD.
And you know, amazingly, the Kog'Maw gets a triple. So LWX shows up to play in game number 2, locks down a lot of gold into the pocket of a Kog'Maw, and so there is no chance in hell that NewBee are going to go down without a fight in this one. It kicks off once again, PDD. There's no counterplay. The net's gone. PYL does well to get out, but then they re-engage. The thing here is LeBlanc's already here. She's going to be able to have an impact. Swift kick. Look, it wasn't perfect, but now they're dealing with Korn. No one is touching LWX. No one is touching LWX. And finally, they see the opportunity to actually hit him. But at this stage, he's able to take out pretty much everyone but Jinu.
LWX might single-handedly have put his team back in this game. Still about a 2,000 gold deficit when it's all said and done, as it's still 3-2 in turrets. But now he's got that Zeal. Blade of the Ruined King already finished. He's working towards his Runaan's Hurricane. Once he finishes that off, he's going to be ready to fight even more people, as Imp, as usual, overextending for a few more auto attacks.
He's got his static shiv, so he's feeling rather hyphy and confident now in this middle lane, his old Imp. And rightly so, of course. He's quite large, all things considered, if we're going to compare them. I mean, LWX is mammoth.
Yes.
But still a very large as Korn.
That's the Abyssal Voyage from PYL. Korn mimics forward. He's got the distortion
Oh,
back
no, why'd
and
he go
leaps in. But that means he has to walk through a turret to escape with his life. Meanwhile, they've tagged onto Amy, who's caught in the river without any support from his team. They finally kill Korn, but it's traded 1 for 1. And NewBee are not only surviving, but apparently thriving in this chaos. There's no one to defend this Herald push.
Well timed. In fact, they are going to leave it. They're going to abandon the Herald. It may still secure the turret. We'll have to watch because the Herald kind of changes his mind here and there. He's a bit sporadic.
Yeah, no minions for him to target instead. Was looking at PYL, but not quite the juicy target he wanted. The tier 1 still standing. Again, stiff breeze from falling away. V looks to head bottom to finally finish off the work that Korn started earlier.
And there's like a 2k gold difference between these teams. When you look at the health of the bottom lane and the mid lane outer turrets, that's basically the difference right now. So LGD, they're in a comfortable position, but that position doesn't dictate them being in a commanding position like we saw in game number 1. However, the vision's still being placed. They're still setting themselves up. Jinu, he is stalking in the jungle.
I think he thinks he's Teemo right now. He's just sitting inside a brush, hoping that he's invisible. He was for the time being, but a quick lightning surge shows his position. As now 18 minutes in, LGD, they've still got vision, but with the chaos of how NewBee have been playing this, it's much more difficult to secure clear trades and clear advantages. And NewBee, they're still buying time for that massive Kog'Maw, as Amy just going to tag NewBee out of this jungle and buy time for LGD to push onto a tier 2. They brought the whole team.
V needs to show some respect. You're right, LGD, they brought everybody down here. Swift will hit that Q. I doubt he'll follow it. Again, that's the strength of a Cassiopeia, being able to zone off.
The tier 2 is broken along with the trap line. Meanwhile, Korn trying to clear out mid.
He will get it.
Yeah, there's no teleport to answer, but Dragon's up in 20 seconds. We see recall from Jinnu. Looks like he's heading top, as that's an abyssal voyage to catch this minion wave. So just
All
trying to play the
about the
map.
efficiency.
Yeah.
Make sure you can get as many minions as you can.
With that, though, we do see LGD backing away from the Dragon on respawn, so there's a window here for NewBee to set up some vision.
Yeah, but most importantly, I don't actually expect LGD to contest that vision. They're looking for a blue buff, but past the blue, they'd have to concede.
Oh, they're going really hard onto Cool. Exhaust, he flashes. Barrier still on cooldown, but he's snared. There goes the barrier, and there goes Cool. Dragon Rage from Swift to emphasize how he's feeling about this game.
And there's the mistakes from LGD that we expect. Of course, ulting towards mid lane, clearing mid lane, that's okay. You're still within a stone's throw of the blue buff that your team wants to get. But then Imp and PYL do not rotate. They do not protect the blue buff at all. And NewBee are able to walk in, get the vision you mentioned, but most importantly, fight for that vision. And they have the Rakan engage, which is fantastic at locking everybody down. You follow that with the Blanc's damage, with Lee Sin's damage, and people die. So not only do they lose the blue buff, they lose their life.
Yes. It is only one kill and that mid-tier 1, however, though Jinnu with a late recall. Looks like he's finally going to lose that bottom tier 1, which should even it up in turrets.
But I mean, ultimately, it's not just that, right? They've got a Cassiopeia who doesn't have a blue buff, so their neutral control is lacking. If they were looking at a Baron, which I don't think they may have been, but even an opportunistic Baron after a team fight's harder to do with a Cassiopeia without a Baron. They've got a Caitlyn that they want to protect, but if Cass is running low on mana, then it's going to be risky. 15% bonus AP on a tankish Cassiopeia build is also rather valuable. So yes, it doesn't mean a lot, but ultimately, it does still mean a fair bit.
Wow, that was 3 shots. Imp is doing quite a bit with his completed Infinity Edge static Shiv. And
yeah, he's going for the rapid fire cannon build afterwards.
Yeah.
Doing an abundance of damage at the 3-item spike.
LWX has finished off his own Quicksilver Sash as well, so things starting to look a little bit better for that Kog'Maw. As you mentioned, that threat slightly reduced from LGD, but they're back to playing the map. They've got vision all over this side. But we're seeing NewBee fight over it. They're preventing LGD from getting in deep. They're keeping Swift safe around his movements.
You have to expect from this point, you actually need to calm down. A lot of the control on the map actually comes... Whoa!
Wow.
Let me talk, Imp. That was a lot. I actually uncontrollably made a noise just then. A lot of the pressure is still there with Jinnu on the cannon, right? He's still got the 1v1. Renekton starts to scale off, and they've actually put a lot of emphasis on making sure Jinnu is fed. Teleports have been good. 4 kills, CS advantage.
Yeah, massive.
And so when will things start to spill over down in that lane? And when will NewBee actually start to put resources down there as well? We know Swift has a tendency to show up in maybe the lane he shouldn't be, because they're actually on the bottom side of the map.
He's still holding on right now, and they actually spot V as he makes his way towards that mid lane, towards that Baron pit where LGD are fighting over vision. And now we can see Jinnu starting to press forward. There's double teleport for NewBee, not to mention the fact that they've got a LeBlanc.
They're sending LeBlanc almost, it looks like, to deal with it. Well, at least recalling. Renekton's walking back. Jinnu will show due respect, but that's because LGD aren't actually setting up somewhere. They were just fighting for vision. And so when they get Imp to push the top wave, they get him to set up, you can see the vision near Imp, then Jinnu can actually start to rear his head and maybe look for some cheeky moves, let's say, on the opposite side of the map. But at the same time, LGD have a very different mentality. They've actually brought their cannon up because they want to do the Baron with him.
Yeah, they certainly are trying, though Swift is right there. Cool rushes in, and Swift spots it out. Here comes the rest of NewBee and Pennis. Lots of crowd control. Jinnu has found Swift. He's kicked back. They target him, but he flashes the cast. Good reaction as the rest of NewBee now find themselves on the back side. Blast Cone is going to get them away. Abyssal Voyage drops him right into this, but the quickness prevents him from firing right away. That's 1, that's 2. Looking for 3, and he gets the kill. Swift goes down as ace in the hole. Not enough to drop down Pinnis. Meanwhile, they were able to kill Cool, separated from his team. So again, the chaos doesn't quite work out in their favor, but still a big advantage for LGD when it's said and done.
And Jinnu couldn't even get him. LGD, they are still threatening the top lane, however. So with all of these people going down, LWX not in a position to actually defend because they're pushing in the middle lane at the same time. Not a bad decision from NewBee, but they have to recall right now.
Somebody's got to work on defending this inhibitor turret. Imp is going to do quite a bit. Leaping from Cool, he's got to get onto the minions, but doesn't get the Sigil of Malice proc. There's Pinnis, gets Imp, but he's saved by PYL, so the push is dissuaded. Even an early dominance from V.
Where you going, LWX? You're going to be on Vision, and you're going to be by yourself. This is going to be a
This
hero.
is
Oh,
way
boy,
too
they're
much.
teleporting.
They are. LWX is showing up, and here comes Corn. He's got LeBlanc in front of him, but LGD are still grouped as a collective unit. They found LeBlanc. Now they see the Kog'Maw.
LWX.
Flash knockup is going to miss. He's standing and firing away.
at
Protect
the
the imp, keep him
Kog'Maw.
alive, but he's still firing. LGD pinned against the wall, surrounded by all sides. Hand over a quadra kill to LWX.
There's the positioning we talk about, Tom. LWX at the right place at the right time, and there's the Baron to come shortly afterwards. Only cool to stand between potentially LGD and NewBee getting the victory. Big moves coming out of their side. Big aggressive moves.
Huge confidence as the Baron is picked up by NewBee. Cool holds on to the minion wave in mid, but here's that play again. They are surrounded from all sides.
And it's actually very important that Korn is addressed here because he's zoning them off decently well, as is P. Diddy on his Rakan. They all just need to stand slightly in front. The problem with the traps is they're good, but they're not going to actually be good enough because they're not set up in time. Kog'Maw's damage is way too severe. Feels like an instant quadra whenever you watch a Kog'Maw this late in the game. 10-2.
And again, we see the chaos working out for NewBee. They are taking aggressive trades. They are fighting back and trying to deny the vision game from LGD. And LWX, he says, get on my back. Who's a no-name AD carry now? And you know what? I think I think I was wrong.
Oh.
Yeah. I just might have been.
I was hoping you'd say it without having to prompt it, so I appreciate
it was
that.
Frosco's going to come back onto the desk, and she's going to grill me. I am going to be smoked dumb by the end of this segment.
Probably. But they still need to win the game first.
They do, yes. As NewBee now look for a tier 2. Chain gets blocked by PYL.
There is still some genuine threats for the side of NewBee. Yes, they've got the Baron, they're sieging. Jinu has teleport, which is why he's over there.
Oh, the cask knocks him forward. Flash heal keeps him safe as PYL is going to do enough. And Amy with a huge cask, ace in the hole on P. Diddy. Jinu actually teleported in on the side.
Yeah, he committed to that teleport, but actually Jinu's now the one in an awkward position. He has to back away. At the same time, LWX has got a minion wave, so he's got some health back. He's also got a red buff, so let's just assume he is at full till further notice, unless he does that.
Aggresses forward to take a headshot, but look at the damage that he's dealing to Imp. If he can just outrange him, if he can outplay the world champion, then he could take this easy peasy.
And it's easier to outplay a Caitlyn as Kog'Maw than it is the other way around. Of course, rapid fire cannon damage spikes is what Imp is looking for, and it's predictable, so whenever that's not available, you'd say the Kog'Maw just outright wins the 1v1s. But LGD, they managed to hold on. That's the important part here for them. The gold isn't actually that substantial in NewBee's favor, and ultimately, I can't change over the gold values on your screen, but I can tell you that most of that's going to be in the hands of LWX anyway. Because he is pretty much all of the damage
He's
of
pretty
NewBee.
big right now as Ocean Dragon picked up by NewBee on the backside. That's their second of the game. One more Elemental Drake before we are on to Elder. And with Baron off the map, finally wearing off from NewBee as well, LGD have weathered the storm for the time being.
They have a lot of scaling still to back them up, with Cool being able to protect Imp. But the concern is, can the Petrifying Gaze actually connect onto a QSS user and be meaningful? The answer is most likely going to be no in all situations. And again, we saw Amy actually be a big part of the engage. We already highlighted that's probably the engage that this team has. Pretty good start for them. That'd be a confidence play, honestly, for Amy.
He's been playing great in game number 1, sticking back to that Knight's Vow here in game number 2 on Gragas. Been doing a great job to keep Imp safe, as he has only died 3 times in this game.
I love the efficiency of Imp's build, too.
Yeah. Double attack speed plus IE.
You get the rapid fire cannon's range with the static shiv's damage, and it charges quick.
This is a bait right now. Jinu.
I don't think Jinu actually wants it.
Okay, now
Now
he
he
sees
really
V and
doesn't want it.
immediately turns around. Corn hops over the wall to follow through, but the rest of LGD are there to respond to that eventual push from NewBee.
Battle of the Brushes.
Yeah. So now the vision game has shifted. No longer do we see only 1 or 2 people walking in and dropping wards. We're watching collective units of LGD. Amy, PYL, and Imp have to move in to clear out wards nice and safely. And same thing that we're seeing from NewBee. It's not just a one-man effort. It's going to take the whole team.
And I've been much more impressed with Korn in this game in this game as well, to be able to help NewBee set up and be a part of the team that's now going to be protecting LWX. As they're
trying to collapse onto Korn. He's
They've
got a
got Korn.
Banshees. As he leaps forward, that's not the right one. And even the trap setup, perhaps expecting a fight.
Yeah, but they've still got the big collective grouping here. Okay, Korn has teleport. But I don't think he'll ever find a situation to use it.
Oh, Jinu's so fast. The cask pins him to the side. He flashes the wall. What can NewBee do at this time? They drop the teleport, and Jinu shows up. Teleport canceled. Korn is dead. Meanwhile, there's a push mid as he finally pops back and dies.
Yeah.
NewBee have prepped a wave, but Imp is already set up.
I mean, unfortunately, there was nothing that NewBee could do to respond. The Baron is not even close to spawning just yet. They had no turrets that they were looking to siege, and the minion wave control was still there for LGD. So they just find Korn, are thinking a little bit too far ahead.
Oh, they
They're
immediately
engaging.
rush in. Imp is in the back line, and he is torn apart as Swift forces the play. Jinu getting a lot, but not as much as LWX. That's nearly an ace. The sole survivor is cool, and it's up to him to defend these inhibs.
And that might actually just be game over with how long they're going to be dead for. No Baron to empower them finishing this game, but LWX attacks so quickly that's at the very least going to be 2 inhibitors, and Cool needs to be a miracle worker.
He's got Flash, he's got Petrifying Gaze. 20 seconds before the rest of his team is back up, but they're moving forward as
He needs to
for
ult just to clear the minions,
Ward
honestly.
in front. That's Swift leaping in. He drops the Petrifying Gaze, but it misses. Flashes the knockup, but they're on to the Nexus
3
turrets.
seconds on his
and
team.
NewBee are looking to take this. They turn onto the Nexus turrets, and LWX says, get on my back. The fight is
they're
still
going.
being cleaned up. LWX goes down. V trying to get in. Penis trying to close down the Nexus, but he doesn't have enough. It's so close.
Oh, they got
and
it.
they finally get it. NewBee close out the game and bring us to game 3.
Perhaps closer than it should have been there at the end, but the cavalry arrives. The Gragas ultimate was massive, but not enough damage to actually back that one up and get themselves the kills. So ultimately, NewBee, they bounce back in game number 2. And there's a very simple recipe I think we're starting to see here in this series, Dom. And it's about can Swift gank.
Yes. Despite being tracked, he was still able to get off a few ganks this time. And more importantly, set his whole team up for success on that highly mobile Lee Sin. Now, highly mobile herself, and here to break down this set is Frost Gurin. Welcome.
How'd that quadra kill taste come out of your mouth, Dom?
That's where you're going to go.
Yep. So, little known fact, before going on to this Desmond in rehearsals, Rusty and I were like, LWX, he's the guy to watch, great ADC. And Dom was so against it, wanted to draw the line. Yep. Double, what, 2 triples, 1 quadra?
I mean, Dom said this was coming in the game as well, so here we are.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is one of those moments.
This
now
is
I'm
what it
stuck
sounds
between
like.
a bickering couple.
Yeah, this is what it sounds like when a caster is getting grilled. So
Oh,
break it down.
that damage.
What is it about this game on Kog'Maw? What is it about LWX here that is able to turn it around? Because it almost seemed like he single-handedly would have done that. If you would have replaced any other AD carry, heck, even any other champion,
No, I
it
won't
would
give
have been
him
more difficult.
any other. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Real talk is that quadra kill wasn't very impressive. He literally just stood still and just let Cogma, like Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah.
The automatic W's, the bolts flying everywhere. What I will give him though is right place, right time. And that's what we said, and that's what we lined up for LWX. You know, he's not a flashy AD carry. He's not going to be the guy that pulls the crazy flash to dodge the skill shot or the in-frame QSS. Although he did have a couple of nice ones there. It's just the fact that we're pushing mid lane because the Baron fight went sideways. We get a free tower, and then, oh, the call is coming to re-engage on LGD. They're trapped. They overextended, and he just walks from mid all the way over. And Rusty's call is like, you're going to walk through vision. That Kog'Maw's in trouble, but it's the whole collective team and how they were in that moment. And that's what's important with LWX. Again, right place, right time.
So he did have the positioning in this game. I feel, though, that we are seeing LWX make these intelligent decisions and put himself on the map, but it's not NewBee as a collective whole that are doing it. It seemed like it was rather chaotic throughout the entire game when they took these fights.
When a game is this chaotic and this segmented and kind of like these bursts of skirmishes that lead to big sways of power one way or the other, it's usually into individual decision making. So in the very beginning of the game, it was Jinu's failed individual decision making. You know, I'm probably about to get dove. And you could see the Kennedy. He backs up underneath his tower. He knows that Renekton's got a big wave coming in. He knows that he can't see the Lee Sin, and you can see the pause there, but he decides not to disengage from the tower. He decides not to teleport away, and he gives up first blood. And then he walks top again, and he gives another free death when he doesn't have the vision. And that was something we complimented for in game 1. You know, he seemed to have heads up. There seemed to be cross-map communication. You know, we don't see where the enemy jungler is. I'm just going to hang tight. But this time around, lapses in judgment. Same thing with Korn, really. Korn was spiking a bit better this series, you know, making use of his teleport, getting around on the LeBlanc, but there was still those individual instances, you know, where he just randomly decides to flash over the wall and try to teleport out, and suddenly now he doesn't have 2 summoner spells, but it's totally fine because LG then just lapse in judgment, face check blind around a corner, and give up the game.
Those lapses in judgment ended up being what, as you said, cost LGD the game, but those lapses in judgment were absent in game number 1. And is it just the chaos of the match that led to this confusion in game number 2? Or perhaps it's maybe the chaos?
It's driving of tempo, which is something that NewBee actually did. They decided that they wanted to play the game. You know, they were using their teleports. Swift was ganking. It's very transparent that they were just, we have a play, let's actually force it. Let's make it. Versus just sitting back and watching LGD control everything. And so now you get this, no longer this vacuum where LGD, if the enemy team's just going to let us do what we want, we can set up perfectly and look beautiful. But if the enemy team does push back, what is the response? And it seems like LGD just dive headfirst into that chaos, and then you start to see things fall apart.
Yeah, well, hopefully LGD can turn it around in game number 3, but we haven't gotten the MVP yet. I'm just going to hazard a guess. LWX?
I'm pretty sure it's LWX, but I do agree with you. It's pretty easy in this type of composition and this type of game to play a Kog'Maw and to pick up those quadra kills and those triple kills like that. Swift was doing a lot of work for his team. V was having a phenomenal job being that tanky frontline, and even Korn stepped up.
I'd actually just say that the MVP was PDD on the Rakan, I think, above all else, ultimately, right? Because the Kog'Maw does stand and just press W and auto attack, but his positioning was wonderful. It's more that there was someone standing in front of him at all times.
It is going to be LWX. Surprise, surprise, though, certainly with the assistance of his team. Swift setting up kicks, delivering Imp into Kog'Maw's open and waiting mouth to fire across that Bioarcane barrage.
But again, it's what we complement what LWX does. If you set up the dominoes for him, he will just knock them down. As we take a look at this quadra kill, and again, it's not a super impressive quadra. LGD got caught with their pants down. He's literally going to stand still, and he's going to let his team do all of the work for him, acquire the vision, create that front line. But you need the guy who will pull the trigger if you give him all the resources.
Actually, still, like, upon watching that again, though, you will see things from LWX.
He
like
QSS'd.
he did not just QSS. What he did was he was weaving autos with his ultimate, and he managed to get a Q through everybody to hit Imp at the same time. So, like, he knew who he was hitting. He knew what his target selection was. He wasn't just standing still and holding his right click. Like, there's more to LWX that meets the eye. And, like, you may not call him this mechanical genius that outplays everybody, but I've still seen it from him time and again. He still delivers on that.
So then is that enough for NewBee? Are they able to pull themselves out of the middle of the pack if LWX performs?
They just need someone else to step up, and usually it's Swift, but LWX has been pretty consistent there.
Alrighty. Well, we'll have to see if he can do it once again in game number 3. We're going to take a quick break while we get ready for the ace match between NewBee and LGD. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 3 as NewBee have closed out game number 2 off the back of LWX on his Kog'Maw once again. Massive performance from him, and NewBee, they are not down and out for the count. We've seen them defeat RNG. We've seen them get smashed by LGD before turning around and taking a win. We're trying to find out where this team is in the standings. And, of course, we're looking to the results of this best of 3 to find out where they're actually going to end up sitting. But even in their performance, where on earth are they?
But we've ultimately, just one step back from that fact as well. We said this is a battle of who's going to be solidly in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
And we've gone to game 3, so we know that they're both pretty solidly around that area.
It's actually a battle.
In saying that, the next game's the most important part because you've both won a game, you've both lost a game. You need to hit the drawing board from your defeats to get the victories. We've seen it from NewBee, but now we need to see if they can hold on to what LGD bring at them because now they've downloaded what NewBee's going to do, obviously. We mentioned a lot of this was keeping Swift down, preventing him from getting ganks off. One lapse in judgment, one mistake cost pretty much a lot of the game there for the side of LGD, and it just started to collapse on the rest of the map because they gave Swift some tempo.
I would argue that, yes, they were able to get a kill for V to keep him on the game in that Renekton. On the game. Other way around, whatever. But we still saw LWX on the other side of the map putting on pressure.
Because if he gets to walk into 35 minutes, he'll show up and he'll do his job. That's what we've been saying. It's just the fact that NewBee tend to lose control over everything before 35 minutes. So back to pressure. LGD on blue side means that they have that priority pick. They've done wonders with it. Usually it's to focus the AD carry. This time around, though, it's been on the hands of that Galio Jarvan flex pick, so we'll see what they decide this time.
Absolutely, if they can return to that pressure from game number 1. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis. She'll be joining us after to break down this final game in the whole set. But that now means that we are in pick and ban. Again, it's Kog'Maw taken away from LWX as Lee Sin and Nidalee are banned away from NewBee. So put Swift on something slow, put Swift on something that you can track, as it is Galio and Zach going through, completely ignored by both teams until a first pick from LGD.
And you know that they have chosen this because they're happy with LGD having one because they really want the other one themselves. That just is how it feels right now for NewBee. The risk here is that they've given Amy a champion like Zach. And Amy is the Ivern type of player, the Gragas type of player. Zach just seems to be the upper echelon of that style of play where you can be a tank, you can engage for your team if you want, or you can protect people. If you're SOFM, you can be a legitimate clown and go Athene's Unholy Grail. You can do anything with the champion, apparently, and Amy's now got it.
But that means that a follow-up is again an 80 carry focus from NewBee. LWX gets his hand on Kalista, and LGD take Imp and Twitch and Braum for Imp and PYL in the bottom lane.
And there is a world where I would actually look at the side of NewBee and say, why did they not prioritize the Braum over the Kalista for their 2v or their 2 champions to start the draft off? But at the same time, they have this as a response. Actually, seem to be quite good with the Rakan in that bottom lane.
That's Rakan now locked in for P. Diddy, and NewBee and LGD have picked the power picks on Zach and Galio and then focused the bottom lane. So it goes to show how the priorities of these teams have changed. Get Swift off of a mobile jungler, set up Imp for success, whereas NewBee, on the other hand, get LWX on something that he can hard carry on, along with some safety from that Galio and Rakan.
Yeah, that's the big thing again. There's a lot of zone control coming out at the moment as we're progressing through the second ban phases. Still mid lane champions not going to be locked in for either of these teams, and notably could be a point of focus.
We do get counter pick from NewBee, so Korn might get his pick of the litter, but here comes the time for bans.
Might be more jungle, actually.
Yeah. Still not seeing a jungler out of Swift as there's 8 seconds left on the clock to pare down his pool just a little bit more. And there's a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, get rid of the Kha'Zix. Do you go for the Graves, perhaps, as another ban afterwards, trying to really just take everything away from him? There is still an Elise. There are still junglers. Rengar as well, one of the other big ones, but if you're playing Rengar into a Braum and a Zac, you're probably going to have a bad time. And so they get rid of the best matchup junglers, LGD.
Instead, just focusing on keeping him on something a little bit slower. We already saw Amy take that Gragas in game number 1. Had a huge cask, but not quite enough to secure a kill. They're actually going to swap over at the last second. LeBlanc is the final ban for MLGD, taken away from Korn. So he's going to have to take his chances on something else.
Yeah, put themselves on something a bit more uncomfortable, perhaps, for Korn. He's played 8 champions in his 9 games. He's finally played a couple of them more than once in this series. But for the most part, he hasn't actually looked that comfortable. The LeBlanc does seem to be where most of his comfort resides. And so I'm actually quite all right with that ban. But as mentioned, you know, the Rengar is going to be something that crops up if you don't ban it away.
And that's picked up for Swift in the jungle. He'll be leaping out of the brush at LGD. How quickly can they respond? How will they react to his stealthy movements across the map? As Jarvan is the follow-through for LGD, that's going to be going to Jinnu in the top lane, which means now we finally get to see what Cool is going to take into Korn in the mid lane.
Now, Cool has to assume that it's not going to be Korn playing the Galio. You would imagine that it is going to be V. Korn's an assassin player. He's got Orianna as his one non-assassin, and they've already banned that one away. And so whether it's a Fizz, whether it's something a little bit more outrageous, probably not that, we'll have to see which direction it goes.
Yeah. Just a few silly hovers out of Pinnis for NewBee. P. Diddy trying to get that final selection.
There you go.
Jax locked in. So that's actually Galio going into the mid lane for Korn. It's pretty tough to die on Galio.
Look, yeah, it is tough to die as Galio. It's just not exactly a Korn champion. In saying that, it's not hard to play Galio. It's not hard to survive a laning phase. You're against the Cassiopeia, and you know what? Funnily enough, the old Galio was picked as a counter to Cassiopeia because of the consistent damage with the shield. Doesn't exist anymore, just throwing that out there. It's a very old school matchup that you sometimes saw. This does mean that they've got push through the mid lane. Their bottom lane's going to be a kill threat type of lane, but it gives Swift an avenue to at least use one lane as a way into the game. He did this in game number 2. NewBee looked a lot better when one of the lanes had push, and now this is a pretty big opportunity for them again to use that as a way in.
We'll have to see if he can break this game open once again, if Swift can sneak through the vision that LGD have been laying down. But so far, LGD are still undefeated on blue side. And now's the chance for NewBee to upset that and finally close this best of 3 with this win. And definitively answer the question, who is better? Who is the better middle of the pack team? Is it NewBee or is it LGD?
And to be fair, and to be very clear with LGD, yes, they're undefeated on blue side, but they're now 1-5 on red side, so they really struggle on that side of the map. And a lot of it tends to come down, you have to imagine, to that first pick. What do they actually secure for themselves when it's always often AD carries? How are they going to draft around that? This time they actually just got a Zac.
Yeah.
So they're set up to succeed here already from the beginning of the draft phase. And then they just have to build a composition around Zac as a champion because he's honestly just way too strong right now. So LGD coming into game number 3, it's pretty easy to adapt to what went wrong in the second game if you just get the best champion.
Not to mention some pretty strong comfort picks. Imp on his Twitch, Cool on his Cassiopeia, Jinnu on a huge carry in that Jarvan. This is going to be tough for NewBee to break apart, but they certainly are going to try. As we've loaded onto the Rift, it is the final game of this best of 3. And LWX looking to put the team on his back once again. Swift hoping to set his AD carry up for success, but LGD out of the gates. They found Korn right away. That's not Winds of War at level 1.
Yeah, Korn started with his E, almost got knocked up as well, and if he did, he would have been flashing on top of it, and most likely dead, because PYL hit the Q as his Braum. Actually, very awkward start for NewBee, I'm not going to lie to you. This just means Cool has push and control of the lane immediately. And
he did even against that LeBlanc in the previous game. So as a result, we can see Jinnu pulling back towards his blue buff to keep it nice and safe. There was a ward from Swift to spot out the timing and the pathing from Amy. But luckily, as Zac, you've got a lot of choices on which side of the jungle that you want to start, though it currently looks like he's hanging out bottom.
Yeah, Zac, a very capable jungler, of course, can go wherever he'd like. Actually still decent at clear speeds as well, where Swift should have a slight advantage, dependent on how the leash goes, but he's also got a Galio on his team. So normally, you'd look at that and be like, yeah, Winds of War, throw it at the Raptors, start Raptors, immediately going to get level 2. But nope, Korn started E, and so he's going to start with his E at the Raptors.
Yeah, Justice Punch. Is he going to auto-attack as well? He does, but LGD follow through. Counter-Strike start from V as Barrier is used immediately by Cool. He does get the trade advantage. However, they buy enough time for Swift to clear out his camp. He gets level 2 and doesn't have to smite to finish off those Raptors as well. So
what an unusual start, Dom.
Yeah.
What a very unusual start.
Meanwhile,
Barrier used mid.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, he's not expecting to die to Korn in lane unless he really messes up.
But he
And-
didn't need to use the barrier when he has potions on a Doran's ring. He's going to win the lane anyway just from having the pressure against an E-Star Galio.
Perhaps expecting cleanse instead. Clear out the stun, immediately turn around with the Twin Fangs. I don't know, but for
Nope.
now, he's fine. He's just going to be catching minions. Meanwhile, LWX and P. Diddy still shoving in bottom. Imp and PYL catch that minion wave under turret. Well, they are going to suffer just a bit. Twitch, as usual, not the best in lane.
Yeah, a lot of this is actually stemming from Kallista's change to now being able to actually hit rend one minion, and
For the
still
mana
get
back.
most of the mana back.
Yeah.
It just means that lane control is 100 times easier for a Kallista to actually have. And as a result of this, a champion like Twitch is never really going to excel, not this early into the game. Braum's not going to be able to offer too much because you're relying on Twitch getting auto attacks as well.
So we do see both junglers on this side of the map. Swift puts a few pings down onto Amy, who immediately lines up the slingshot and lands, tags the stretching strikes. Flash, but here comes Imp. He's exhausted. Swift gets in onto him. Teleport as well, as it's an all-out brawl. LWX will die first blood, but the other AD carry follows. They're looking for PYL. They tag Swift with a stun, but he doesn't quite follow through.
Aw,
Cool collapses
Amy.
for a kill, despite the teleport from Korn. He flashes and blast cones to safety. 2-1 LGD.
LGD just go ham right there, and a lot of this actually comes back to Amy. Swift pinged out where the Zac was, but by the time it was pinged, Zac was already charging. He was already ganking. And so the question to me is, why did NewBee walk over to the bush? They must have been looking to collapse onto the Zac and start the fight. And Amy walks out with full health, walks out with a kill. Everything lines up perfectly for the jungle of LGD. Not just that, you know, doubles in mid lane is going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, LWX is catching minions against Cool right now, as Cool takes a bit of a turret shot, but he's actually getting a really good trade onto him. Double buff will heal him right back up. Rakan is actually heading back to mid lane as well.
They're not actually
Yeah.
swapping to that, are they? They're going to,
No.
they'll want to reset. It's just a bit awkward timing.
We actually didn't even see LWX use his spear onto P. Diddy. He's still holding onto that in his inventory, so he actually missed out on damage in that fight. Bit curious.
Surely that's a bug.
I would have to assume so. I mean, once we see that bottom lane again, we can take a look at the animations and see if there's the spirit tether between them. As Cool is so aggressive back on that Raptor camp, bullying away. He has more than twice the CS of Korn, plus double buffs against that Galio.
Yeah, this mid lane's a serious problem, and it's funny how one small detail at level 1 can actually compound to all of these issues moving into the rest of the phase of laning. Of course, Cassiopeia being able to roam early as well, matching a teleport out of a Galio. Like, things have aligned very nicely as they've got Rengar up here.
Leap counter-strike. Jinu's only level 5, but ducking into the brush, not the best idea against a Rengar. He flashes. He's almost got the flag and drag ready. There's a follow-up. He gets the knock-up. V follows through for a kill, but a stretching strikes as the rest of the team collapses. Cool. He's got 2 kills. He's got 3 kills right now. It's 4-2 LGD, and Cool is running away with this game.
The biggest Cassiopeia you've ever seen in your life is now going to be running around Summoner's Rift, and once again has the double buffs. And look at the spillover effect of him being able to rotate to the top side of the map. Living for so long, Jinu is able to get a second flag and drag off. He's able to pressure so much, and having the minions around him, the amount of damage they put down actually does start to make a difference in trades like that. At the same time, they force the flash out of the Jax and out of the Rengar just to secure the kill. Things are real good for LGD.
Oh yeah, here comes that first recall with 3 kills and twice the CS of his opponent at the 6-minute mark. Tier, does he have enough for, oh man, and a blasting wand at 6 minutes and a ruby crystal. He is just loaded. Is PYL gonna take a few hits, knock up onto Imp, but he's immediately saved by PYL, who holds on to the Unbreakable just a little bit longer. And as you can see, the animation is there. It is a bug on that item for LWX. He has activated it in-game.
There is a giant tether between them, in case you can't tell. That blue thing usually indicates that they are tethered.
Yep. Traditionally, yeah.
Brain slug-like.
Brain slug?
I don't know, it just feels telekinetic to me. Yeah, there's this constant essence between them. Like, could you wave your hand between that and interrupt the flow?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
It'd be cool. You could hold tinfoil between them and counter them.
Oh, man. Get, like, full metal champion down there to
Mordekaiser is the direct counter to that lane. There you go.
Oh, boy. But then if you get the ghost, does it? No, never mind. Cool, now heading up towards that top lane. V How is Cassiopeia allowed to roam here against a Galio? That's the knock-up, counter-strike.
There's no flash.
There's no
Ult's
flash.
on.
He's almost got leap strike. As there's the Cataclysm. He leaps right on out. Eats a hit.
Nope, he's
Flash,
not out yet.
But cool. Tags one. About to get a second. Gets a second. Leap strike just about ready. And he leaps away to
Oh my
safety.
God.
Blast plant. Cool. Drops the ward. Tries to lead it, but doesn't land the final noxious blast. V is allowed to escape with his life. But
Well,
this is, yeah, spillover at 7 minutes.
it's a very long journey for V to get back to base. So yes, he lives, and congratulations for doing that. But look at what he's missing on the top side of the map. He's lucky that Swift is here to collect it, because that would have gone completely to waste. In saying that, Swift is legitimately above the top laner in farm, above the top laner in experience. In fact, we may as well just call Swift the top laner in this game, because that's where we're at.
And now, once again, LGD, they move in, prepared to set up Vision. Amy launches forward on that blue buff timer, the exact same play we saw in game number 1. But this time, Swift is on the top. That's a Mountain Dragon, not an Infernal. And while they don't find anybody, they don't find any kills, they find the blue buff, and they prepare that bottom lane.
And the thing is, they don't even need to place Vision this time around. They don't need to waste money on wards to actually do anything, because Swift is legitimately just visible on the top side of the map. So there's no process of information needing to be actually determined. Like, there's no wards to try and find anybody and make a counterplay. They just make a play knowing that there's not going to be a response. LWX and P-Dids aren't having the best time down in that bottom lane. They're starting to get pushed in. A little bit more control starts to crop up for Imp and PYL. And just like that, easy translations. Now they've got a blue buff on the Cool. Mountain Drake, super simple to take down. They just need to know where the bottom lane is of the side of NewBee, and then they're free to take it. Conveniently, bottom lane's in base, so they've timed this to perfection.
Yep. Recall finish from Imp as he finishes off level 6. Sight's done as well from PYL. He heads back into the jungle. And a Scryer's Bloom just to scout out and see. Gets a ward right over the wall to spot out P. Diddy as that Mountain Dragon is picked up. Meanwhile, Jinnu playing nice and safe. Doesn't know where Swift is, so he's back under his turret.
He's in a 1v2 lane, though. He's got Swift right there. The wave is pushing. I think Jinnu actually, by using his Q there, indicates that he wants to push the wave and recall. The question to me is, how well can V actually manipulate the minions to try and prevent that from happening? Because Jinnu's predictably aggressive. And now that's down.
They tag in. He flashes out of the stun, though, and even the Bola is sidestepped. So cool, he's at blue buff right now. He's going to clean that up before heading back into the mid lane. And again, NewBee try to make a play, but LGD get the better of it.
And neither of NewBee's members in the top lane had a flash themselves. So they are lucky, if you're LGD, that Jinnu had his up and ready and was able to get out with his life, because that could have been a lot worse. He used his Q to try and clear a wave, and that signals the go button pretty much immediately for the side of NewBee. And guess what?
Swift is still here.
They're actually holding hands.
Oh, Jinnu's going really far forward. Amy's very
Well, I mean,
close
he
by the
has
Gromp.
to.
Jinnu's going to walk in. Swift leaps out. He's got the Bola ready. Melee misses Cataclysm, but he's still caught by some of the damage. However, they finally lock down the kill. So yes, it is a 1 versus 2. And look at Jinnu on the player cam. That was not a happy call.
The thing is, right, like, even if he suspects that Swift is nearby, he's meant to be winning this top lane.
Yeah.
He is winning this top lane in farm. He's meant to be ahead in experience and currently is, but that's going to get caught up by V when he finally gets some time in the lane solo, which he doesn't have right now. So things are going better for NewBee, and for Swift starting to get some tempo. This is how they won game number 2, when the bottom lane was just holding on and farming well. They actually cascaded down here with a 5-man, basically, the bottom lane with teleports, which are up and available. And so maybe the next time Rengar has ult, which is now, and he starts to look towards the other side of the map, ganks are possible. But he's been spotted on a ward.
Yeah, they just saw Cool heading down towards that bottom side, so they pulled Korn, they pulled Swift, and even Amy was getting ready for some action, but they know that Rengar is here, which means LGD start backing away.
They can see him up the lane, so very deep wards actually placed out of the side of LGD. Thank you, Observer, that can't actually hear me. That's incredible. And there's a second one that's also spotted him. So Swift actually knows now.
They could be looking for Cool, but he backs away towards the safety of his own jungle, his own side of the map. Imp starts sneaking forward, looking to separate the two of them. Knockup finds LWX. Flash from Imp as they go aggressively forward. Heal is used. PYL follows up. There's the hero's entrance, but the fight is turned around. Swift has to go through Amy first. He leaps in onto PYL. Looks for the Bola again. Is still not stunned. Finally, Imp goes down, and Swift will be able to keep himself
Whoa.
safe. A big Let's Bounce pulls and NewBee back. But it's 5 members of NewBee against 2 members of LGD.
And that's exactly what we said was going to happen here for the side of NewBee. They've got the Galio ultimate, they've got V's teleport, they get their Iron on top lane, just the smallest amount, and they know there's no response going to be there. For the first time on this map in game number 3, Cool wasn't somewhere first.
Yes.
Just like that, they're able to actually make the big play, and the gold's back to equal.
Yeah, it turns out Galio actually can make it there before Cassiopeia. And like you said, the gold is equal as that first brick is taken. Here it goes again. LGD try to pick off LWX.
And LGD try to do this knowing that they have teleport, they have the means to go forwards, and it's not the worst decision to pick that engage. I would argue that flashing forwards from both of them was a little bit too much because now they can't get out of this situation because if Imp had flash, the flash taunt of Korn wouldn't have connected. Things may have been slightly different for LGD. That was a nice ultimate, but ultimately he was just using it to make himself untouchable. For about a second, Amy will go down, and suddenly we're scaling up.
Yep,
Old mate NewBee.
That Jax is 1, 1, and 3. We're starting to see the Blade of the Ruined King very close to completion for LWX. Is Imp dead again?
What?
Or is he just respawning now? He's just heading out of the base. I'm not certain if he might have died again during the course of that
Surely
replay.
not.
But it is
Maybe.
now 6-4 in favor of NewBee, and they're up by 300 gold. So perhaps they just might be. V, he's split pushing freely in the bottom. Counter-Strike tries to deny this as Cool follows up, and he just leaps away.
Oh, God,
Classic
he's in.
split push. I've seen this play before.
Oh,
However,
no.
Imp is collapsing from the other side, trying to head him off at the pass.
Run, V!
And this time, V will go down. Imp gets that kill.
And tragically gives the kill to Imp. If I was him, I would have turned around and said, this is yours, Cool, you take it. You've already got 1 million, what's one more? Whereas Imp is now 1 and 3. And he was behind before that stage, actually, you'd have to imagine. Having a pretty rough laning phase down in bottom. Uncharacteristic of LGD up until late. NewBee is still starting to ramp up just that little bit more. The gold was equal, but a lot of that was on Swift. And that's a concern for NewBee, to be perfectly honest with you. They're relying on their Rengar to do a bulk of the damage against the Braum, against the Jarvan, Zac, Cassie. Like, that's designed to kill him.
I mean, comparatively, it is Swift, of all people that you would like to rely on.
But, I mean, would you like to be a Varus when a team comp's designed to kill you as well and just be the Fed member?
Yeah.
I feel like it puts a giant target on your head above all else. The thing that he's really... It's Cool might actually be in trouble here.
Oh, man. P. Diddy is going to tag him with the knock-up. Cool. Speaking about him. Goes down. Swift gets that kill.
They just get a full surround onto him. There's actually not a lot that's going to save him. Remember, he used his flash because he was trying to hunt himself a certain Jax in the jungle. This is the repercussions of your actions.
And now they're chasing down Jinnu. Swift heads off Jinnu once again. Flash to get away from the first Bola, but
Tiamat's
Swift
in
leaps
anger.
out 1, 2, and he's looking for that final ferocity. Bola tags him this time, but he buffers the Dragon Slide to safety and escapes with his life. But still, we're seeing NewBee pulling LGD apart, and this game is not the clean and calculated game 1. This game is not the chaos of game number 2. This is picks.
And true LGD, they show us what they've got before they start to disappoint you just a little bit. Well and truly still in this game, as they were trying to find Swift.
And he actually could have tagged him back with the stretching strikes. You can tag someone to a ward.
Yep. Of course, he's going to get out okay, so
Yeah.
Swift will live. And again, we mentioned that. Swift is the Fed member of the team. He picked that kill up in the middle lane also, I believe. You pointed towards that during. So he's still going to be super fed. Can probably one-hit Imp when he starts to get those next big item spikes. Not just yet, however. He does have the money, though.
Full 1,300 gold ahead of Amy. On answer, though, Cool is about 700 ahead of Korn. 80 carries, close to even, though Imp actually has a 700 gold lead.
Yeah.
And despite the horrendous early lane from V, he's actually up by 200 over Jinnu. Not to mention he's Jax, so give him enough time and he'll be fine.
Yeah, Jax being... It's like Cogmore, right? Being 200 up is actually maybe more when he starts to hit those item spikes, just to how relevant he's going to be. But Jinnu's purpose as a Jarvan is more team fighting, as right now he's trying to clear waves. He's trying to hold on. He should be fine for the moment. It's not this wave where the concern is. It's the following waves. You can see Swift stalking. You can see Korn nearby. Fortunately for LGD, they are responding and trading already.
Yeah, they brought Cool towards that side of the map for his blue buff, but I don't think that they know that Swift is there. Finally, bottom tier 1 is broken.
But he shouldn't be defending this.
And
He
they're
should let it
pulling
go.
over, Korn as well. Yeah, he decides to finally back away. Finally, he lets it go.
I think the nice adaptation was that Cool was there, but Jinu has no right trying to defend that. Not without a flash, and only the flag and drag against a Callista. The ultimate will be all the engage that they actually need to force a flash that isn't even there. So he would have been killed if he overextended. Still nice trades. NewBee are actually maybe in trouble here.
Let's see, there is flash from LWX. The Glacial Fisher misses. Teleport goes in. They knock up Jinu, as that's a flash from LWX. Now they've got the Cataclysm. All three are pinned and locked down.
Look at him.
And he pulls them onto Imp. Oh no, he's taunted by Korn. Knocked up by P. Diddy backs away from V with a flash of his own. Cool joins the fight, gets one Twin Fangs, but Imp
Cool's
kites
big.
it out. Cool cleaning this up. Amy drops into the Cell division. Swift tries to get the revenge kill, but goes down instead. 3 kills Cool, 2 kills Imp.
An AD carry and mid laner of LGD show up to the party this time, and there is nothing stopping them. The closest thing to actually taking Imp down was his own teammate with the Zac. Amy actually brings the wrong members closer to him. You will see this, of course. The Cataclysm here from Jinu isn't too bad at all. He lives for quite a while, and just now the CC combo locks them all in, and he's next to Amy. So that's a lot of people moving. Of course, it's immediately a taunt that comes out of Korn into a Callista ultimate, but a lot of this feels like the last-ditch efforts almost. The stun also catching LWX facing sideways. A bit, awkward, but the end result is that Imp was completely untouched, even though all the crowd control hit him, because none of the damage was, as LWX was caught up by Cool.
And now that, as you said, 3 kills onto Imp, plus those 5 assists, 6 kills onto Cool. 6, 1, and 2. Completed Rod of Ages, working towards... wow, did he just straight up buy that? Oh no, he had the tier. That's still a big conversion as he gets his Staff of the Seraphim. Or excuse me, Archangels that will turn into Staff of the Seraphim.
Seraph's Embrace, yeah.
Yes. And...
Have you abbreviated that? Staff of Seraph?
Seraph's Embrace? Well, no, Seraphim is like angelic, and Seraph is like angelic as well. Yeah, but Imp, characteristic as usual, leaps in, stretching strikes. That's
Whoa.
1, 2, and they get the kill.
Zac is nasty. He doesn't even need to hit his E. He's going to crush the eye. They're going to make a Herald appear.
Yeah.
And it's not even for this turret. It's for the next one.
He starts charging. Can they finish off the turret? Oh, they can. And he
stays-
doesn't lose health.
Yeah, you don't lose health when the turret dies, even though he's charging at it. So this will be max damage onto turret number 2.
Wow.
And they aren't going to stop.
They're still running in with LWX dead and Korn in his side lane. There's
This
no
turret's gonna
wave
die.
clear. The inhibitor line has been broken. Or at least it is soon going to be. They've got to finish off the Herald, though. Finally, it drops. Teleport. Even going to get Jinu in.
Yeah, get it.
Ah, nice hit. Finally, they tag onto the eye to clean up Rift Herald, but
Someone hit it. Hit it.
they're just,
Hit it.
I think...
Wait.
Oh, get it, Minion.
Get
The Minion's going to
back
get it.
over to the
Oh, come on. You can do it, Minion. You can do it.
MVP
Ah,
right there.
yeah.
Yes, for the Minion. The only one that realized the Herald was still alive. MVP, bravo.
That Minion.
What on earth?
I would love to see if the Minion leveled up to like a cannon Minion.
That'd be great, yeah. Starts riding Herald into combat.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. What amount that would be. But now the map is reset once again. LGD, they take Mountain Dragon off of the back of that. They have now got even more items to their name. Runon's Quicksilver on Imp. Amy's completed his Randuins. Jinu with Black Cleaver and that Tiamat. Things are looking good for LGD. They are now 6,000 gold ahead off of 1 turret play and 1 pick onto LWX.
I mean, a lot of it actually does stem from the fight that happened top lane to set them up for this in the first place. And a lot of the reason that those fights are happening is because they're focusing and tunneling so hard on trying to keep Jinu down to the point where it's almost becoming too predictable. And so they're able to counter gank it. They're able to have everybody there at the right time.
And he's still nearly 50 CS ahead of his opponent right now as V Leaps forward. Oh, man. How does he keep finding these people? Pulls them in as Cool shows up. P. Diddy follows through, but a Let's Bounce carries Swift into the open arms of his team.
Yeah, Swift is about as dead as they get. But once again, you know what? Swift had the 5 kills. Unfortunately for Swift, he's against a team that's going to excel at killing him. Let PYL over.
Yeah, that's a majority of the gold now dead from NewBee. P. Diddy and V are there,
Free
but the
Baron.
rest of the team head towards mid. Baron is picked up by LGD as NewBee, without a jungler, decide not to fight it.
So they pick themselves up the Baron, and again, they've got the mid lane open, ready to take, and now they've got the Baron buff to empower doing exactly that. Unfortunately, the Herald wasn't able to secure it, as that one minion was just a superstar walking around. So they're going to
MVP, yep.
threaten the top lane instead. It feels like it's not going to be a two-pronged attack from LGD. This one turret take is actually a little bit opportunistic that they've just crept in there.
Yeah.
They should reset, get their items, and have one actual push.
Yeah, so right now you can see Jinu's catching bottom. Recalls completed, as you said, as they complete those items. Banshees fail for Cool, and now even more as he gets an Elixir of Sorcery. Elixir of Brilliance?
Brilliant. I think it was brilliant.
Yeah, at some point. Instead, though, he's going to be doing more magic damage, as now it transforms into the Seraph's Embrace.
So he's got himself the Seraphs.
Yep.
3 major items, and the Elixir is always going to be an indicator of we're ending now.
Yep.
That is basically what Elixirs mean, for those of you wondering. And he hasn't popped it, so actually being very efficient with his Elixir.
Holding on to maximum
Should
time.
use it the second he starts trying to actually poke people down.
Imp starts stepping forward with the rest of his team. They're not even going to look for the tier 2, as that should theoretically push for them with the turret advantage that they've got. And now LGD looking for this middle inhibitor. They are using Barons to escort the push in.
Look at Amy.
Yeah, he's right around and ready. Swift was right there, too. Stretching Strike still tags LWX, but not quite far enough to pull him in.
But far enough to push them away from the inhibitor. So that's a freebie. They're not going to be able to contest that one, NewBee. It involves Rengar having to go in. And we've already highlighted how that's going to go for him, as V
Ooh, recalling very aggressively.
needs to respect that damage. It's the next step for LGD. They've got a big minion wave. And again, the LGD special of old is they've got the side wave set up. And Jinu seems to be in attuned with his team now. Because with this one set up with the Baron to empower that, they should be able to just crash on down.
Yeah, V's holding on to that mid wave, a full 2 levels down from his lane opponent, but here comes LGD. Over 2 walls, Amy comes flying in, and the next turret falls. It's only 2 inhibitor turrets standing, plus the Nexus itself. And Amy once again starts charging up.
Oh, you know he's going to do it too.
Korn leaps in, but does not want anything to do with that, as Amy zones Swift and V away, protecting both Imp and Cool. Charges.
There it is.
Leaps in. LWX is the target, but instead they finish off the next turret, Cataclysm, but LWX flashes out. Again, a collective unit. LGD as 5. Break
they're
the base. The
engaging.
massive knockup. It's 1. It's 2, but it's not enough. Imp in the back, reset with Cool, almost instantly. Exhaust to try to stall him out, but the rest of his team does more than enough. He fires through the front line and tears NewBee apart. And Swift will watch as his team is broken once again. The Nexus crumbles as LGD are going to take this series 2-1 over NewBee.
The damage was there, the setup was there, Dom, but it was a too little too late scenario for the side of NewBee, as they showed what they had the strength to do, but they didn't have the damage to follow that one out.
Imp with a big smile as he gets to play his favorite champion. Amy, you can see, giving a big old handshake over to Jinu in that top lane. And LGD maintained their undefeated blue side record for the Summer Split 2017. And we got to see some pretty awesome stuff from them as they now are going to shake hands with NewBee. Swift looking perhaps a little defeated there, as NewBee find themselves on the losing end once again, 2-2 in the standings. And Cool with a big grin walks down the line.
LGD, of course, a very much deserved victory. Their game 1 does speak volumes towards what type of team they are capable of being. Games 2 and 3 weren't as clean, and ultimately in game number 3 they just had a Zac that's going to help an awful lot in that game. But in saying that, their carry still stepped up massive. Cool was roaming around a lot. He kind of revamped himself after game number 2, where he was being roamed on. The LeBlanc from Korn was massive. Comes back into the third, doesn't pick a roam champion, but he does the job. Fits the bill extremely well.
Certainly does. And with that movement across the map, the Cassiopeia getting to lanes before a Galio. You have to assume that that bodes well. Froskurin, welcome back to the desk. What was it about this game? Was it just the fact that they got those early kills? Was it because they were so aggressive for the vision?
I mean, you guys basically just did my job for me. You already said it all. Cool was able to roam around, and we see two very clear-cut fights when Cool wasn't involved with it that they automatically lost, and NewBee started to inch back into the game, and then immediately after, Cool actually joins a fight, and suddenly LGD just crushed them and walked through. Cassiopeia got early gold.
Is it as simple as letting Cool get a champion that he's so comfortable on, that Cassiopeia? Because game number 2, he didn't get ahead as well.
No, it had nothing to do with the champion. It could have been anything and everything and in between. In fact, I was a little bit concerned that he went back-to-back with Cassiopeia, not because I think she's a bad champion and he can't play it, but because I wanted him to stick with the double teleport because of how much roaming Korn was doing. As Rusty said, you know, Korn got the better of him in game 2, was making most of his mobility around the map and impacting earlier players, whereas Cool was kind of locked into the mid lane. But this time around, Cool didn't let that stop him.
And you can see those 2 fights that NewBee won standing out starkly on your screen as LGD were able to win all of the rest and turn things around. And that draft was actually pretty awesome from LGD. They got the Zac and traded the Galio for it, and then they immediately also got their priority of Twitch and Brum for that bottom lane.
But let's look at the core of the composition, because LGD have a massive win rate on blue side, much more than they do on red side. So it's like, what are they doing with this priority pick? How do they keep organizing these drafts? And I feel like they had 2 really strong drafts throughout this series, but it's the core of the Jarvan, the Zac, and the Braum. I don't care if that's a Cassiopeia or a Syndra or a LeBlanc. That could really be anything in between. Talia in this case, or I don't care if that's a Twitch. That could be Caitlyn, Twitch, Callista.
Sure.
But the priority of understanding that Braum and Thresh are what they want to go for, understanding the power of Zac and having the confidence to pick it, the showing that Amy has practiced it, and understanding that Jarvan and Zac are okay to prioritize to give away Galio. So I feel like their tier list is set up very healthy in draft.
And what does this tier list do for them? Is it just the fact that they have crowd control coming in from such a long distance with Jarvan, with Zac?
Actually, I mentioned this during the first and third games where they did win, but when you highlight what the team composition excels at, it's not necessarily crowd control, but it's controlling areas of the map. So zone controls, whether it's Rumble for a dragon fight or for vision placement in the enemy blue side jungle, whatever it may be, that does seem to be something that they prioritize quite highly to actually unlock their carries to have free time hitting because nothing can get to them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You have Imp on an 80 carry, and that's why I said it doesn't matter if it's Callista, if it's Twitch, if it's Caitlyn. Prioritize the zone control because you know he's going to output all of the damage and maximize whatever champion you do give him.
Perhaps that's why we saw in game number 2 when LWX got that massive quadra kill. They were herded into a position where they did not have control of the terrain. They couldn't set up traps, and they were cleaned up in the mid-zone. Of course, again, that was a 4 versus 5 with Kog'Maw collapsing from another side, so that's a whole other spiel. But
It's all good. But let's kind of redirect this game and exactly what happened. So I've got 2 different replays, and it's, again, just kind of re-emphasizing and reminding everyone what happened. The big thing to look at here is that Cassiopeia is locked out, and she's pinging like mad. So Cool is communicating, hey, I cannot go down this river. I'm blind. Galio and Ringar have the inside track on me. So my question is, why are PYL and Imp choosing to fight there? There's no reason to do that. I don't blame this on Cool at all. It's very easy to take a step back, look at that play, and be like, oh, Cool didn't rotate. He should have followed his mid laner. If that happens in solo queue and you say that, you are wrong. No, your mid laner told you that they were coming down, and you shouldn't have been in that position either way. But then on the immediate flip side, we do then see what happens when Cool does join a fight, which is what happened up in the top lane, and he just wiped the floor with everyone.
MVP, though, is going to Amy on that Zac. 94% kill participation. He was involved in every single kill but for 2.
And I wonder, so like, Amy did play this extremely well, you know. He was able to get into all of the fights. He played a big part. Sometimes he would bring people towards his AD carry that he didn't intend, but it was more about keeping himself alive. I think this is a pretty good example of it.
Yeah, speaking of taking people into fights that he doesn't want to, this is exactly the play that you're talking about. But again, this is also when Cool shows up. So Amy is going to grab all of them, put them right on top of Imp. Imp's like, why? God, why? But it's fine, because check out Cool on the side. Not only does he nail LWX with the stun, but he then collapses back to Imp, and it's just the walls are closing around NewBee. Just the Indiana Jones trap as they get crushed in between these forces.
Why does it always have to be snakes? Cool on that Cassiopeia. Again, huge performance. But seeing this momentum now from LGD, is it just blue side that they're able to get this priority picks, which leads them to the zone control compositions?
I think there's a couple of small nuances. I'm not going to say outright yes or no as an answer to that.
Sure.
They are just winning more on blue side, so
Yeah.
first pick might be a big priority for them. Obviously, they're not too worried about counter picks, but there's also like meta reasons for it. There's also other things like the map design, which to me is something that LGD might actually prosper more from because they want to invade the blue buff. It's easier to enter that blue buff when you're on certain sides of the map, being blue side. They really prioritize the explosive plant as well. They'll always ward that area, clear that particular plant. Like they've got these other small things that they actually like doing and obsess over doing that compound quite well for them when they're on the blue side of the map.
There's also the ability to dive bot side, blue side, because again, if you are pushing from blue side, it's a small, narrow corridor. And if you have a champion like a Jarvan, like a Zac, you can cover so much more space there. And we know that LGD want to play towards their bot side anyway, so they're more likely to look for dives.
So then the concern becomes, for me, with LGD, now they're taking wins. We're seeing them play these zone control compositions. They have a very clear strategy that they're using, setting up Cool and Imp with the zone control. Is it as easy as counter-picking this away? Like, obviously, blue side is a huge priority, as you said, because some of the design and how they try to play around it, but is this something that they can use to get towards the top level of the LPL? Or is it LGD finally seeing success with a strategy for the first time in a year and a half?
I mean, the counterplay to it would be either not 5v5ing, which teams have tried when they go for the 1-3-1 type of compositions, the Jax and the Kassadin. Jax is now, I think, 0-3 in the LPL, by the way. But those compositions are harder to execute, or you have to go all in on kind of disengage and reset champs. Things like the Gragas come to mind. But Gragas, you know, with the nerf to triple Dorans, kind of pushes him out or pushes him more into alignment in the top lane. He can still jungle, but then you're not getting as much gold as you once were, and he's not the most efficient jungler, or he can't keep up with some of the faster junglers that are available. So I feel like a lot of the options have been down-tuned.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can figure out how to continue propelling themselves further forward. Now, turning our attention towards their opponents, NewBee on the other side. This team, sometimes they see success. I mean, in game number 2, LWX was able to pop off Swift. We've seen him get kills. Even in game number 3, we saw him really start to clean up. How on earth does NewBee close the gap? How on earth do they finally lock down their position?
There's a couple of things that I like about NewBee, right? The first and foremost thing is I actually think that old mate P. Dids was very good on Rakan. I think he has great awareness on how to play the champion, and he's very good at protecting LWX. That's a strong 2v2 then. And if that's a strong 2v2, all of the kills are still going over to the Rengar, which shouldn't be happening. And firstly, I think that not playing a champion like Rengar is a good start for someone like NewBee. They might actually want to be a bit more supportive. I think that he'd actually fit the bill of a good Gragas player with the team that he's in. Lee Sin was a good example of being able to make these big plays. And they need to support Korn to carry, not force V to carry. I think they need to actually calm down on making him have to be carries every time.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can do that. They're playing later this week. But up next, we've got RNG taking on Suning Gaming.
两段一都用光了，只能靠自己的一个闪现，还有个闪现一，
闪现预判的一个位置，
哇，这个位置是让夕阳的闪现后还是被捡到以后，皇子闪现补了一下 Q 技能，蜘蛛拿下了一血。
这个都是清掉了很多兵的一个血量，大
大招炸到了峡谷前锋会没有，而且被炸回了一个夹子上面，绿毛这边受到一波输出，但是巴雷的同时的输出也很高，把锤石机给喷死。皇子交了一个 T， 这边想骗一个 T 以后就走，但这一脚看一下，又是盖到5个人，我的天啊！看一下不头之矛这边能不能造成一个奇迹，正面又有一个人被晕住，是西叶，西叶在上面已经被 OQ 杀掉了，妖姬又带走了一个双杀，不头之矛拼命的在堆叠自己的毛，血量剩下1丝，赶紧逃到自己的一个高地内。
他现在有双招，其实不慌，
想趁着剑姬不在做一个小小的回推，但是兵线，哎呦，你
Oh my god， 什么
？3下点死了，右边再交闪现，好吧，你不需要春哥，我知道了。
我没反应过来，反正我看到他在吐女警，正打算开口说的时候，女警已经死了。
他有无尽啊，连着爆了大概2下，直接这3个人被大嘴一个人给突死了。
刚 讲完，这个狼行就传了瑞塔所提到的这个线眼正面闪现不容大招，击飞到了一个劫持，几乎是在飞天的一个状态，大招盖到了3个人，但反手老鼠的一个输出，在这样的一个隘口也招到很好的一个效果。两边的一个前排，最后看到客变已经进场了，西洋这边是追着对方的狼行，看狼行也想要杀，还在输出，还在输出，最后是被螳螂给带走，螳螂想走，icon这边正面也是把大腿直接给锤爆以后往前冲。
看一下这一波，其实黄土大招已经盖得非常的好了，
因为对方闪现交光了，这波盖下去以后，我们来看一下
锤开，但是这一波的话，路鲁的大招是弹起了几个人，后面的话，西洋的一个进场直接是分隔了阵型，再加上老鼠找了一个不错的位置交闪现，回身能够输出。
这波螳螂其实已经做得很漂亮，他先往下离，然后绕了一圈过来，是把斯诺老贼给杀了。
梅鲁斯给到了，这边要打了，
大家拉一下，
给个大招，杜云比这边套了一下，绿毛这边没有人保护，
这个菠萝有兴趣
回来，再丢回来一个绿毛，这边皇子在第一场打了4个，抬起来4个人，这波皇子配合路的伤害打得很足，Fury 这边被挂了个虚弱，
有没有机会？
完了，梅鲁斯这边被弗洛什毛收掉，又是打出不同的被动
，3杀4杀5杀 kill，
全部帮忙扛伤害，
他 kill。
叫了一个闪现，鳄鱼没有水的交，
但巴德大招来了，巴德大招这波定到了西洋，塔也定到，但是支援来了呀，这个位置9桶喝口酒想往下走，巴德先把爆裂球果 A 掉，再挡他的 E，9桶想往上走，勒弗兰过来，3打3开个洞带过来，平 A 收掉 Amy， 大招套给了解扣，解扣这边一丝血没有被 A 掉，走动过去，剩下一个激斗，激斗血量很低，被随身手枪一枪给崩掉，巴德过来一个大招，2个人愣住了，然后
2个人想法不一样，关键是。
把这个喷射球果 A 掉，过来打一套虚弱给鳄鱼，第一套伤害打上来的时候，自己已经钻洞过去，把这个 Amy 给 A 掉了，然后露露大招还把解扣给保下来了，这个真的是最伤的。
利用岩雀的一个大招封一下路，但皇子一个 EQ 配合亚索进场，这时候老贼的一个输出距离够吧，远方先给一个和平使者，对方那个金身已经被逼出来了，这边夕阳非常的坦，后面还在打，而且亚索这边带走一个双杀，纯哥站起来以后，老贼也带走一个双杀，没有，是一个3杀团灭。
这边可能要越塔了，我们看那边 EQ，
哇，这一箭射得很漂亮，
但是没有大到那个仇恨人啊。这边是扛塔的人，其实并不是杰拉。
卡萨丁绕后了，这个巴雷特
的位置被扣到了3个人，这波洛打得很不错。
卡萨丁要收割了，
跟卡萨丁踢进场，直接击死2个人，卡蒂波 double kill， 卡比这边还有闪现，但是绿毛这边怎么跑？又是一波 RE 做过来，2段的 E 技能再加一个闪现吗？我有这一波落的控制打得太足了。
A 人应该是准备开车了吗？这样很后面
还没开了，有点受不了了，顶上去被刷开，然后随时改了一个大招，切断地形之后，肉的对手放出大招，其实是没有打到任何人，而且2个的发展大的位置拉到3个人以后，球头顶上来甩了一个大招，这一波是 Dan 的一波成功的团战，没有意料到这样的一个损失。我们再看一次，顶上去瞬间被刷走以后，这一个垂直的大招分隔地形，肉的大招让 Dan 给闪开了，然后2哥出其不意这一波是连环的控制，发条大招卷到以后，垂直同时被投掷出去顶了一下，然后再加上皇子一个大招，再加上9桶进场。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's day number 2 of week number 3, our final weekend of intra-conference play before we get to cross-conference play and then Rift Rivals and beyond. So this is the final chance to see where some of these teams actually stand within their own group before we look towards playoffs just a few months later. So moving on to the next matchup, we saw RNG and, we saw NewBee and LGD. We're looking up next at RNG and Suning Gaming. And right now, one of these teams is 2-1, and one of these teams has a single win. It's not that hard to figure out which. RNG are looking a little bit better, but Suning Gaming, where on earth are we putting them? Are they above Jingdong? Are they fighting with NewBee and LGD?
I'll take the bullet here.
Okay.
Suning Gaming are definitively on the bottom of the table.
Okay.
They did take down JD Gaming, so kind of second to last, but not doing so hot. RNG are the heavy favorites here. The question is what type of form are RNG going to appear in? Because we've had our doubts about them since they've been mixing up their roster. You know, Uzi not starting, not going to Rift Rivals. It is Y4, and it's not that Y4 is a poor substitution. It's just the fact that he has to fill Uzi's shoes.
Yeah, we've actually fleshed out a fair bit of what Group B actually looks like from week 3 alone. You know, you've got OMG, RNG at the top of the table is your top 2. Then you've got probably NewBee, LGD just below that, and then you've got JD and Suning Gaming, but obviously Suning being able to beat JD means they're a solid 5th. So you are right. We've pretty much weeded out where everyone stands right now. This is a good opportunity though for both of these teams to try and actually break that trend and push themselves further up into the groups. Perhaps RNG they want to break first. Suning Gaming they want to get into that second tier.
I mean, they're brand new to the LPL. They just want to grab as much experience as possible. They're about to go into cross-conference. They're going to face a whole nother slew of teams that they have very little exposure to, and they're just trying to grow. They can't even figure out which roster they're starting with. We have a rotating roster between Hacker, between Avoidless.
So then that creates an interesting question, because if they need to get this experience, but they're splitting between Avoidless DN and Hacker and Fen, who's actually looking better right now?
Hacker and Fen.
Oh, okay,
Personal opinion, yes.
Well, then, good. Let's move on.
Did you agree with that, or because you just said you just said in personal opinion? That is my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, I just said in personal opinion. I do agree with you.
Right, yes, they are significantly better. Then let me elaborate.
They have to go up against MLXG and Xiaohu today. And again, this is not the only best of 3 that they're playing this week. They did play one last week against Jingdong Gaming, so they had that luxury. But later on, they also have to play against LGD, so they can't even have come into this only focusing on this one team. Do they stand a chance?
I don't think Suning Gaming actually really focus on any of their opponents in terms of how they beat them. I mean, okay, back up.
Okay.
Obviously, when they get their schedule, they're going to prepare for RNG. But I don't think their style and their win conditions matter who they're facing. Like, Suning Gaming aren't about denying their opponents things. They're about setting themselves up for success. They have a very strong identity in the 5v5 Wombo combo. They're a slow team. They like to play their team fights. Their carry is from their bottom lane in Fury and Yoon. And so you don't really see those guys go off until post 20 minutes. And that's where Suning Gaming look to thrive. It's not, oh, we're facing MLXG, we have to take away Jarvan jungle, or we're facing LGD, we need to ban away all the Caitlyn's.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, they've also got themselves, if they are using Fen as a primary, they've got an assassin player in the mid lane. If Hacker's playing as well, they've got the Kha'Zix player in the jungle, and they are more aggressive, younger players that are more susceptible to perhaps the experience or the grouping of opponent teams. And whilst they might look towards the 5v5, I think with these 2 on, it's less a wombo and more just being ahead early to get a more successful 5v5. So there are small differences, but I agree with the overall point that they will focus more on themselves, not their opponents, because they're here just for the long term. You know, they're here to improve, consistently get better. If every split is 1 extra spot on the ladder, then they're about 5 splits away from winning.
I mean, at this rate, at least. The concern, though, is as a team that Pulse likes to describe as vanilla, like you said, slow, patient team, can they play that style against RNG, or will RNG just kind of backhand them back down to the bottom of the group?
Really depends. You know, like if they are against a firecracker of a team, sometimes MLXG will have those crazy games. Xiaohu's been playing incredibly well at the moment. And so if we are saying that the young, susceptible members of the team of Suning Gaming are going to be against exactly those roles, then yeah, everything can unwind extremely quickly if they're just being slow, just being patient.
On that back of that, though, as you've said, RNG haven't exactly been too consistent lately. The fact that they're not even their first in their own group, let alone their performance over the past 2 weeks.
But they've made some massive improvements, particularly through the top lane. So yeah, Y4 versus Uzi, that can be debatable whether they're going to be stronger or weaker without Uzi drawing all of that attention and that focus. But Koro is bringing a very reserved, very veteran, it's almost like a confident aspect to RNG. From the first time that we've seen him take the Rift with this team, you can already see dramatic improvement about how they move and work around the map together.
Yeah, and you can see him on your screen right now. It's Koro, MLXG, Xiaohu, Y4, and Ming for RNG.
I do actually completely agree with you that Koro is a pretty strict upgrade for this team. However, Let Me looked great by the end of the split, so I'm a little bit sad that he's not actually starting.
Their opponents, of course, the newcomers to the LPL, Xiao Ao, Hacker, Fen Fen, Fury, and Yoon, also known as Little Ao in the top lane.
And again, they have their rotating counterparts and a Voidless in the jungle as well as Jian in that mid lane. So there are different options, and we may see them throughout this series if things go sideways for Suning.
Yeah, we mentioned with the Voidless playing in the roster as well that he's almost too smart for his own team. And I still think that rings true for them just because it is a young, inexperienced team and they're missing some extra direction. You know, Voidless is very good as a responsive listening jungler that'll make the smart plays, but in a position like this, you'd feel like Hacker actually needs to be a voice for them, needs to give them direction because the rest of them are just going to sit through laning phase. So Voidless maybe not fitting in just that well at the moment.
So then by contrast, are we looking for Hacker to be a little bit more aggressive in these calls, whereas a Voidless would be the cerebral?
I mean, that's been his MO so far. He's a big proponent of the Olaf pick, so it's kind of one direction, one mindset, and he does it very well.
Please tell me he goes the Righteous Glory Ghost and just vroom, races down at you.
He does the ghost part of it. You know, sometimes
does Olaf still go Righteous Glory?
Sometimes. I know Righteous Glory has been changed on this patch, and I wouldn't imagine...
712, you're right.
He wouldn't. I'd actually expect it's better for him on this patch because it builds out a Glacial Shroud.
Very well could be. But again, we'll have to see if that's what he decides to go for, because while going in is generally a good thing, you're going in against the likes of Xiaohu and Y4, with Koro probably split pushing on the other side of the map. Like you said, RNG have pulled together with what almost seems to be some sort of poise now that Koro is calling in from the other side.
It's just kind of this matured, confident aggression. Koro seems to manage side waves much better than Let Me ever did. He also seems more confident to pull the trigger when he feels that RNG are in an advantageous position. The way that they're micromanaging their waves looks more intelligent. Just overall, it seems like they have that veteran shot caller on their team again.
I mean, Koro was raised in a world where LGD were his biggest opponent, and LGD's one strength during that time was their side wave control and their side wave manipulation. So Koro had to learn very quickly how to do exactly that as a major strength for himself, and that helps a lot moving into the meta now.
He was also the captain of EDG when he was on the team. You know, he took it over from Clearlove. He was trained up by Clearlove himself, and yes, she's the current acting captain, and yes, Ming is the shot caller, but it doesn't help to have that secondary voice to help guide you through these situations, especially in young players like them.
Well, as it is, we've now entered into Champion Select. Thank you so much, Rusty, for your expert analysis as we get here into these picks and bans racing through already. Gragas, first pickup for RNG as they ban away Fen Fen, Fury, and Yoon with Cass, Ashe, and Thresh. And that's going to be Zach Galio and Elise, as is standard from Suning Gaming.
This is lightning fast. I'm trying to get everything written down. So interesting that Gragas is going to be the priority pick. Normally we see something like, I was going to say an Elise, but there we go.
Banned away.
Perfect.
Already an answer, though. That means that Lee Sin, the Thresh of junglers, the vanilla of most of these teams, for the vanilla team of Suning Gaming. Not to mention Caitlyn for Fury.
Okay, but still no Jarvan. That's the priority pick that's missing. We know that MLXG likes to jungle it. I have no doubts that Koro could play it up into that top lane, so it's definitely a flex pick. Would also work if they have the Gragas, because then they can continue to flex between, is it Jarvan, is it Gragas, get a favorable matchup there. But instead, going to be focusing on Xiaohu.
And Talia locked in very, very quickly. Actually, the second pick for RNG, before they're even showing something. Why would they pick it here? Because they have the immediate follow-up for Xiaohu himself, unless they want to play with information. They don't impart any additional information.
I mean, it's exactly that. It's that they just want to hide something or hide their hand. So they've got two flex picks as well as Talia, which slots into so many favorable matchups. Not that she just outright wins them, but she can pretty much survive anything that you throw at her because her wave clear is so oppressive.
And with that flexibility, that's Jarvan to follow it up just afterwards. We saw the Jhin hover. I could have sworn I saw it locked in, but it turns out it wasn't. Renekton is the lock-in now from Suning Gaming. So Little Owl, not going to be so little this time.
This makes a lot more sense than having 2 AD carries on the
Yes.
roster, as well as trying to dissuade or manipulate that top lane matchup. You know, they don't want to get pinched out. They already see that it's a flex. Could be the Jarvan, could be the Gragas. So let's just grab something that we're comfortable with, and let's continue to trim the fat away as well.
Yeah, you just saw Koro on your screen. You can still see him, actually, as he's going to have to deal with that Renekton up top. I'm sure he has years of experience playing into this, as LeBlanc is now banned away from Fen. And Suning Gaming, do they keep on paring down Koro's pool, or do they start looking towards the bottom lane of Y4 and Ming, which so far has been untouched?
Bit weird, though, that they took away the Kennen.
I mean, he can kite it out. He can get the stun.
No, I mean, it's weird that they, theoretically, you see both of the top laners already picked, and then you have your Renekton. So it either says that one of those is either a flex support,
assuming Gragas,
or it's Y4 taking AD Kennen if it's paired alongside a Kalista.
Oh, yeah. Very interesting. Instead, we will get a Kalista ban and that Braum. Now the final ban away from Yoon, something to keep Fury safe. We mentioned how he is one of the primary carries for his team. Well, he's going to have his work cut out for him this time.
He's also a great Rakan player, and I'd love to see him pick up the champion here, but because Taliyah has already been shown, there's no danger in taking Echo.
That's going to be matched into Xiaohu's Taliyah. Lots of flexibility in that lane, but that means that support is the final pick for Suning Gaming. And RNG, they haven't touched their bottom lane just yet. Varus now for Y4. His Kalista already banned away. Huge on that champion. But with Braum, Thresh taken off, what's he got? Tom Kench?
I think Kinch would be the easiest situation here, but you're already into a Caitlyn, and that lane's still going to be rather tough. You could look towards something like
Caster.
a Lulu or a Karma if you want to try to match the pushing power, but it doesn't really fit Ming's MO. He's about engaging, being that playmaking support.
Unless he decides to actually take the supportive role this time. Flash Whimsy. Flash Polymorph.
Again, it's just trying to wait what your team really needs. Across from a Caitlyn, we think that Yoon's probably going to do the Rakan. He had a great showing on it the first time around, so already Suning Gaming are going to have push priority in bottom. Let's try to even this up or soften the blow a little bit.
And with the final pick now for Suning Gaming, that's Rakan locked in. Our composition's tied down for game number 1. One of the best teams in the league taking on the newcomers who only have a single win to their name so far.
Yep, and we just have to make sure where everyone gets slotted in the very end that there's nothing fishy going on, because MLXG will jungle the Jarvan.
We've seen it. We're not proud of it. We're not happy with it, but we have seen it.
But it's actually going to be Gragas jungle. So we were talking about this is 7.12. There have been a couple of adjustments. First and foremost, the Doran's ring nerf. So Gragas can no longer really go to that triple, one build to rule them all for free. That's been nerfed a little bit. He's still going to have an okay time across from Renekton, especially level 2, because he has 2 abilities that will do damage as well as help him push the wave. Although level 1 might be interesting with Slice into, or excuse me, Cole the Meek. Sorry, my cord got wrapped around my chair, almost died.
Get the headset yanked off. That's always fun. But it is Koro. Of all people, I think he should probably be one of the most prepared. Should be one of the most recognizable names in the entire LPL.
I mean, the cool thing here is that with a champion like Gragas, he has so much playmaking potential. Eventually, after the 2 items, he will fall off. He'll be able to sit in a side wave, just soak up waves, but he'll no longer have the pushing pressure that Little Owl will have on the Renekton. So it's about how Koro will interact with that 5v5. And I would think of no other player that I would trust more to give him the cask and be like, do with this as you will, master.
This is the setup. It is going to be exciting to see how he sets it up. I find it interesting how we do see this style coming out from RNG here, and that they're setting up for their mid lane and AD carry, just like LGD did in the previous one.
They swapped. I'm getting all sorts of confused.
I thought you saw that Gragas was going jungle.
No, this is fine.
No?
I looked down.
Okay. Gragas is going in the jungle, Jarvan is going up top. But again, the same sort of idea follows with that Jarvan dropping in Cataclysms to lock people down. That buys time for Y4 to fire shots on Jarvis. For Xiaohu, to clear across in the mid
Can we
lane.
just name Gragas Jarvan Jargus? And anytime Jarvan gets like a beautiful cataclysm and Gragas just messes it up with a cast, that's a Jargus.
Do you think that's where Tony Stark got his name for the AI?
Is that what it is?
It's Jarvis.
Oh.
But it's close.
No.
He was just a really big fan of League of Legends. But like the fact that we're seeing blue side from RNG, high mobility mid laner, high impact AD carry with low mobility. I mean, that's a bit wishy-washy. But then the zone control and setup from Gragas and Jarvan. This is to me, it looks like a similar style from what we saw from LGD in Game 1 and 3 of our first best of 3.
I mean, there's certainly a lot of zone control in these compositions. You are correct about that. It's very similar. My only concern here is kind of who's going to be the carrier, who's going to have the damage here. Varus can do it, but it's not something like a Caitlyn, like a Kog'Maw, like a Twitch. So they're taking a lot of that responsibility out of Y4's bucket, and they are putting it into Koro, which means that we need to keep track of how he's building on this Jarvan. One of the reasons why we've seen Jarvan kind of increase in priority so far is because of the Gargoyle Stone Plate and how well it works with his kit. You know, one of the very few items that has both armor and MR on it. Black Cleaver got the Kindle Gem put on it, so he's got health. He likes to itemize into that. Even GA, the fact that it now builds out of a BF sword helps him because it's a tanky item as well as doing damage. There's just a whole host of different itemization changes that have made him big, but we very rarely see a full damage Jarvan. It's more of that, you know, hybrid true bruiser style.
Yeah, veritable buffet of choices. Well, we'll definitely keep tabs on what he goes for, as we can see Xiaohu now starting off in the mid lane. We had a Raptor start from both junglers before Hacker turned off to his red and finished off his Raptor camp. Creative path from MLXG. He did a full Raptors clear before running straight over to blue. We know that he is one of the smartest junglers in the league, albeit sometimes he has bad days.
But we've been really criticizing his pathing in particular because he's getting beat up a lot in his jungle. As you can see him really struggle with this Gromp here. And while MLXG is brilliant in terms of how he sets up ganks and how he counter ganks and what he does with information, again, his just straight basic jungle pathing has been very suspect of late.
Well, we'll have to see if he has recovered in this best of 3, as right now he seems to be focused on the jungle, and we do see defensive plays out of, a defensive position from Xiaohu. He's actually even going to recall as he sits under a turret. Even Koro sitting nice and far back. The only outlier to this is the bottom lane. You see a knock-up on the Ming and Y4 as they are pushed very far forward, and Hackers on this side of the map, so perhaps RNG are aware of this early power trough of MLXG.
We can't really do anything about it, even if he wants to punish it, because you're going to have a pushing lane and mid lane as well as the bottom lane. Again, the line wave clear from Varus as well as the AoE on top of having the Lulu there. Should mean that this lane can stay relatively even, although we'll see what Fury and Yoon do with it.
They've even spotted him out in the river. He should have actually just seen that ward expire, so gets a single ward of his own. Y4 knocked up. I like how Fury is actually dropping the trap just under the knocked up individual, but he's not able to actually lock them down in time.
It's a brutal combo, similar to how Thresh and Caitlyn work there. You know, you fling them forward with one form of CC, you get the trap underneath them and get that free extra damage.
Instead, though, we just see the first recall after a full clear from MLXG. He gets his Ranger's Trinket for some wards, and is going to start heading back towards that top side of the map. Though already, defensive wards from Little Owl. He's got one by the blue buff and one in the river that just expired, so he should see anything that happens. And RNG seem to be content to just sit back and soak this early lane pressure from Suning Gaming.
It's because a lot of their playmaking potential is on level 6. You know, they're not super heavy skirmish champions, although they will find Fin out a little bit here, but good disengage on that orb.
Yeah, just leaps away.
But you're looking for the cask, you're looking for the Talia wall, so it should be a pretty quiet game as far as RNG want, at least for the first 6 levels. And then once you get 6, then all hell will break loose.
I think you can say the same thing about Suning. I mean, Dragon Rage, the Chrono Break, as Fen looks to collapse, but they actually collapse onto Fen. He doesn't get in, but will still proc a shield. Sonic Wave onto Xiaohu, barrel slow, he flashes. Shield and dash over the wall to safety as RNG just escorts Suning out of their own jungle.
And RNG are like, skirmish? We're going to skirmish all day. So the reason why that worked out for them is because Xiaohu has push priority, and this is what we were talking about. You know, mid lane has push priority, bottom had push priority for a little bit, so what would MLXG do with it? And yes, in like the 2v2 skirmish on equal footing, things get a little bit more sideways or a little bit more questionable, but if Xiaohu's going to get the inside track every single time, it's going to be that much easier to punish the Lee Sin and the Echo.
Take a look at the vision on your map right now. Even 5 minutes in, we're seeing a huge focus on knowledge and vision. Deep control ward just placed by Little Owl that our observer just showed us, but that river on the top side, there's no way anyone from Suning is getting across that line. 3 control wards, whereas if you contrast that with the bottom side, there is a single ward by mid lane to keep an eye on Fen. But now we've actually got the recall out of Ming, out of Y4, so we'll see if they remedy that.
I mean, at least they have a jungler who can make use of a lot of those control wards, because MLXG, some of the Gragas pathing can go over walls. But otherwise, if you look at warding like that, you're like, that's just inefficient at that point. Like, that's overkill.
It did just pay off. They were able to spot him out, and now Fen knows that he can clear this ward here. He's going to head into Pixel Brush, and there's even another ward placed down in the river by Little Owl, just in case MLXG were to try getting over the wall. This does mean that Hacker hasn't been spotted on this side of the map, and they're even pulling Fury. Instead, they just decide to turn their attention towards that Skull Crab.
But I like that they were looking to make some sort of play in kind of the open space that they had. The waves pushed forward. Yoon had to make his back to grab his Sight Stone, so Fury didn't want to overextend himself, overexert some of his summoners possibly. So he just might as well wander up, see what's happening, look for any sort of opportunity.
Oh, the sweeper doesn't spot out the ward on MLXG. I think he knew that that was there, just not quite able to make anything happen as Xiaohu continues trading it. Very low health on that Echo.
And things are getting much scarier now, though. Echo does have his ultimate do damage in a fight where a Xiaohu would have to rely on his jungler. It's not like his ultimate's going to give him burst damage in that scenario.
I know, I'll position him in with the dragon, then attack that.
I'll lock him into my tower.
Use the dragon as an ultimate. Yeah, he's not going to fall for that. Drops down the Chronosphere.
This is
himself
something
a nice shield.
that's fun about Xiaohu, though. It's just how confident, and it's kind of like this arrogant swagger that he has in a mid lane. I watch him in solo queue all the time, especially when he's across from Faker, and it's almost like he's not afraid of Faker anymore. You know, some people are very cautious, they'll step back from him. Xiaohu will constantly, like Faker and him will just draw a line down the middle of the lane, and they'll just stand sideways and look at each other.
We're not seeing that line answered by Fen right now.
Yeah,
he's looking into the eyes of Xiaohu and saying,
he's just completely bullied him out of the lane. It gives Xiaohu so much room for more worked ground. He can place it pretty much anywhere that he wants, and he's just shoving him out into these side corridors.
So Fen just recalled, then attempted to chrono break back in the lane, but he waited too long, and now he's walking with no ultimate.
But did Xiaohu see him do it?
No, he did not,
So
because he was in base.
the knowledge is safe between us.
A little hilarious. But now we're getting towards the 9-minute mark. We haven't seen too much happen as, again, it's just a war over vision. RNG on first recall are going to swap Ming and Y4 towards this top side of the map.
And now Fen will be revealed because he won't have his...
his trail behind him, yeah.
Oh, that feels bad.
Yeah. Little Owl trying to clear out some of these minions, but doesn't slice into the back line just yet. Waiting for that cannon to go down before he fully can clear this out. There's one, there's two. Koro's the hit, but they're burning on the Little Owl. He flashes away and burning down. Survives, but Fen does not.
2-for-1 special as well, finding him in that in the river just completely alone. Does mean that, again, RNG have track on inside, but they're like, blue buff, it's fine, we'll take the kill, take our buff, and head back into lane phase.
Just maintain the advantage that they've got. Here's that once again.
The control ward. So MLXG expertly hid up into the Rift Herald pit. There's nothing that Fen could have done. Didn't have his ultimate, he messed it up. Trying to get back into his lane.
Bit of a mistake from the mid laner of Sunin, but not quite enough to lose them the game. It is only first blood and 1,000 gold lead for RNG.
But 1,000 gold lead at 10 minutes into the game is quite significant.
I feel like it's not going to be yielding that much just yet. Fiendish Codex, as Ming is even holding the wave for Y4 up here.
Yeah, it's from bad to worse. It's not the fact that it's just a kill, because I agree with you in that extent, but it's the fact that it's tempo advantage in mid lane and tempo advantage in top lane. RNG are controlling 2 pivot points on the map, and Coral now has his pushing item in the Tiamat. He's not going to be afraid standing across from Little Al, so we'll see if the bottom lane is kind of the last reservoir of hope for Suning Gaming, or if Coral's also going to win that naturally.
We see a lot of defensive wards and control wards on this side of the map, and Suning Gaming, they actually have a ward on top of MLXG, but that defensive line from RNG should keep them safe should anything happen.
It's also incredibly dangerous to start investigating the enemy jungle because Xiaohu has his ultimate. He can easily just trap you in there.
Weaver's Wall to move around as Xiaohu sneaks in to clear out one of the control boards, at least, from Suning Gaming. It's good to see that we are watching Suning contest the vision from RNG. We are moving around the map as Fen clears out yet another Pixel Brush ward. And even Fury and Yoon were pulling themselves over just in case. But where do we look for Suning to break this game moment, to get themselves back to even in the lead?
I think they'd still want to stick in skirmishes, especially now that they have the kick from Lee Sin as well as the ultimate backup from Echo. Unfortunately, they not only need to just deny the vision, but place their own vision so they can catch people out in the river.
It's going to take a little bit of cohesion from Hacker and Yoon, and so far we see them moving as a collective unit.
But this is good. Again, they want kind of 3v3s or 2v2s. A 5v5 scary just because RNG's mobility around the map as well as their composition in general at this point in the game. So maybe skirmish around the Renekton, abuse the power of Dominus so early in the game, or abuse the mobility of Lee Sin, Rakan, and Echo.
It seems like that's what they're trying right now, moving back and forth between mid and top. Not able to break anything open as Koro pushed his wave in, still sitting on his teleport. Should anything happen, he will be ready. And with that, as a Cloud Dragon for the first game, there's not a lot of priority for it. And just focusing on vision, focusing on preventing RNG from doing something.
But here we go. It looks like Little Al is going to be the next target here.
The next target or the same target?
Well, we said that RNG had already had control over mid and the 2v2 up in the top side. So this would be kind of the last lane to impact.
He's currently ahead of CS and over Koro, and with that vision on MLXG, Hacker decides not to steal the Gromp.
Doesn't know where MLXG is.
Perhaps a bit of hesitation out of Suning Gaming. And RNG just playing it nice and safe, playing it nice and slow. Xiaohu now with level 10. Roaming bottom once again. That's knock up onto Little Al. Weaver's Wall is ready. But instead they're going to look for the blue and just allow Koro to trade.
And there's nothing that Suning Gaming can do. They've lost the vision battle in the very early levels. They've had inappropriate backs from Fen, you know, whether because he blows his ultimate and isn't able to get himself back into lane, or is just getting thrashed by Xiaohu and forced to take inappropriate backs on many objectives.
And now with this, we do have the lane swap once again from Suning Gaming. Sending Fury and Yoon to the bottom lane. That means that Y4 and Ming will actually get a brief window of opportunity to break down the first turret of the game. So Suning back away. They're actually bringing the whole team bottom, though.
I really disagree with this play. So theoretically, Suning Gaming could end up with 2 objectives versus the 1, because if they bring enough, they're going to get the bottom tower as well as the Cloud Dragon, but it's Cloud. If it was an Infernal, if it was a Mountain, I would say it would be worth it. Although if Coral also just gives them the kills, that would be worth it. But even in spite of that, because of how they stagger their priority of objectives, they don't even get the bottom tower. It would be one thing if they sent 4 people down, take the bottom tower, then rotate the 4 up and get the dragon. Instead, they split the resources. You take dragon, we'll look at the tower, chip it a little bit. And then in response, RNG use all of this time to take the first tower as well as the Rift Herald.
And even in that sense, RNG were prepared. MLXG was hanging out bottom as he steals away the Raptor. Xiaohu was heading bottom as well.
And they gave the Rift Herald to Ming, too, which is cool because that means your support gets the empowered recall, so able to get quickly back and forth for more vision.
So despite the opportunity to make something happen, and now more than enough vision on that bottom side of the map, Y4 is heading down there. He's going to have Ming following him soon as Xiaohu gets gifted over yet another blue buff.
I feel like this is a super easy call from RNG now at this point. Shove mid-wave, wait until MLXG makes his jungle rotation down bottom. Once he does, everyone rotate bottom, kill them, take that bottom tower, clean up game. I feel like that's the next call. Okay, so here we go. Wave's going to be shoved. MLXG now, he's on Wolves. He'll move over into bottom side.
Xiaohu's heading bottom as well. Actually, that's a recall. I was wrong as Control Ward spots it out, but they force the fight. Ming takes an ace in the hole, but doesn't even burn Wild Growth as Xiaohu shows up with the Weaver with Wall to get Sunin away from this Tier 1 turret.
A lot expended there for nothing gained. What, 2 ultimates as well as all of the summoners on Yoon? It does pull Xiaohu's cooldown, so that is a bit of a hiatus that Suning will have to catch their breath, not having to worry about Taliyah crashing their party in a side lane.
Though they're getting back down here again, they don't have quickness on Yoon, and they don't have ace in the hole. Ming's already back at full health. They are slowly starting to get a bit of chip damage onto this Tier 1. It's down to half, but Y4 is just catching these minions with open arms.
I do agree with the call, though. I like what Suning, you know, this was the right idea. We know that RNG will want to play bottom. Let's try to hit him there first and hit him there hard. Didn't work. They missed their punch, but they're like, okay, Xiaohu's cooldown is down. Let's just throw everything in the kitchen sink, see if we can get something more.
Not able to get anything yet. Perhaps they forgot something? What else is in the kitchen? Frying pan?
Well, it would be Little Al and his teleport.
The crocodile, of course.
Yeah.
The crocodile rug. Currently, he's still holding on top lane, about 20 CS ahead of Koro. He's finished off his Black Cleaver, as MLXG is thinking.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows this is happening. They just haven't seen each other.
Now they see him. Drops a Control Ward to clear out the standard vision. Even Fen's starting to head down.
But look at Hacker. He doesn't stop his back. He continues it through. He is running down bottom, as well as you do have Fen kind of hanging out in the wings. But there wasn't like an immediate response. You know, the jungle isn't on top of this is where MLXG wants to be.
Koro still holding on top lane. Had to recall away from Little Al as Ming now drops down the Rift Herald. Here comes the rest of the teams as Little Al and Koro still holding on to both of their teleports. MLXG, Xiaohu, and the remaining members of RNG walk forward.
But they've disengaged from each other, so they have plenty of space to look for the teleport uninterrupted.
Yeah, Xiaohu lays down the Ruptured Earth, and immediately the turret goes down as Suning back away to clean up Herald on the back.
And it does help that Fen is threatening the mid lane, so kind of forcing RNG to respond, not just all engage behind their Herald. If the Echo was down there as well, that's an easy call for RNG to make, to say, okay, we see where everyone is, just everyone flying V behind Herald will take it everything.
Oh, here's teleport. There's the flying V. They've caught Fury. How did they get that far behind him without him seeing? Even Koro teleporting.
Good immediate response from Koro. Makes the teleport, doesn't waste time with it.
I think perhaps RNG were expecting a fight, but not even Suning were ready for that.
I think Fury was surprised that he got caught out so quickly, still holding on to flash and heal.
Turns out Chains of Corruption, that'll lock you down.
To be fair, it was thrown right around that dark corner. He probably was just like, and I'm stunned.
But I mean, Ming didn't have flash. He was able to walk behind him with MLXG as Xiaohu doesn't dodge, but still is able to avoid the Sonic Wave. Single-handedly fighting 2 people over the vision for his team before returning back into the mid lane. So in the end, it's 2 turrets to 0, 2 kills to 0. Slow lead from RNG, but they are dictating the pace.
There is also a window where Xiao will have the teleport advantage. So check out what Yoon's going to do with the vision. It's going to be an Infernal spawning in a minute. He's already placing the vision appropriately for it, but he was trying to find the teleport ward there. Missed the bush. That's unfortunate. But he wants to find that answer for the Renekton to play the side map pressure as well as get a good angle into the backline for a fight.
With 40 seconds left on the clock, we've got the recall completed from RNG. Banshee's Veil and the Blasting Wand on Xiaohu, Mercurial Scimitar, or excuse me, the Essence Reaver and Zeal on Y4. Koro looks like he's actually completing his recall right now, and Little Al is walking down. There's a window of opportunity here.
He needs to be pushing forward top lane and threatening the top tower, because even if they decide they don't want to fight for the Infernal, they need to trade something for it. So makes the right call in the end. He's going to force Koro to respond back towards the top lane.
Xiaohu steps forward, but it looks like the top tier 1 is going to drop as Koro completes his recall, finishes off Black Cleaver, but Little Al has had all that time to work on it. So this is a trade from RNG. They're looking for the Infernal Dragon as Koro trades with Little Al. Side steps through for a quick flag and drag to safety, but he's now down nearly 40 CS. but this is the sacrifice from RNG. They're picking up golden kills on their AD carry and mid laner, while Koro finds himself falling just a little bit behind.
Little Al needs to be really careful. Talia was looking to try to lock him in there, but excellent use of Blast Plant gets him away to freedom.
And now that leaves bottom lane undefended. All alone, Y4 shows up to catch these minions and keeps it standing, but it's getting lower and lower with each of these small late reactions from RNG.
But we are coming to a head where eventually it's going to be the 5v5. And the scary thing is that SNG Gaming needed to make more space in the gold differences between them in the earlier skirmishes. Because again, this composition from RNG is built to 5v5. It will do wonders there. So we'll see if SNG are able to continue to spread RNG out, make use of Xiao Ao in the top lane, and try to pull them around.
So far, they haven't been able to open up too many advantages from this, as now Fury is defending mid from Xiaohu as he makes his way back to base and finishes off Static Shiv.
So emphasis is now on MLXG. SNG Gaming are doing a wonderful job in terms of their lane assignments, just absorbing a lot of the farm that RNG are pushing forward. Last standing outer tower is that mid, so how do you break it? You need the Gragas cast. You need the threat of MLXG to step forward and to sweep Caitlyn out from under there with the Static Shiv.
Oh man, Y4 just treads through that minion wave, as Static Shiv is also finished for Fury, so he too will be able to keep this standing just a little bit longer. And with both summoners up, he's going to be fine with this, though now we see the vision swap from RNG. They send Xiaohu up top to start working some Earth and move their wards around that Baron. But creative ward placement just by the blue buff is hidden just in between the sweeper radius from RNG and the control ward. And now they find themselves defending mid. Still, Little Al is pushing Koro against that tier 1 down there. Not able to do anything with it, though, and Koro's almost got his teleport back up again.
Windows closing, RNG need to start making the play. You've moved MLXG appropriately. He's where he needs to be. And you can see that Xiaohu's looking to try to get a good line behind that tower.
He's rearing up and ready to go. Y4 preps the minion wave. Xiaohu fires a few shots with a threaded volley as Y4 are going to get just a bit of chip damage, not quite enough to bring it down, as Fury clears out the wave, starts setting up even more traps.
But this is exactly what RNG needed to do. So they just need to be patient, and now it's this very tense kind of tug of war. You want to start to juggle your side lanes, make sure that Echo and Renekton are respected appropriately for their pushing power, but just kind of in cycles. Push out the side waves, move MLXG back into the mid lane, chip a little bit more at the mid tower, and eventually SNG will get restless and they'll force a fight and you'll win it, or SNG won't respond, won't take a side tower, and you'll just naturally take the objective for free.
RNG playing the smarter mental game, as Koro now once again still trading with Little Al. Not quite having a great time.
This is something that's really frustrating for younger teams when you're just kind of slowly choked out of a game like this. You know, this isn't a lead that's being created in big swings or big team fights, like chaotic explosions of action. This is just very slowly. 1 yard, 2 yards, just slight movements of the chains.
Well, this is a lot of movement as Fury, 90 calibers over the Weaver's Wall set up by Xiaohu to keep himself alive. But the mid-tier 1 is finally broken as RNG prepped it. They spent so long preparing, and finally it pays off as the mid-tier 1 is broken. Little Al's thinking about it.
Don't be a jerk.
There he goes. Koro with the ping. He's going to do it. I know he's going to do it. Then he does it.
This guy. Hackers should
young
really be
kids.
responding, though. They delayed Koro's back. You would assume that RNG are going to be taking staggered backs because they just expended so much time to siege up mid. So there's actually a big window where Hacker's farming his jungle. What he should have been doing is moving down bottom and helping Xiao Ao punish Koro.
Here he goes, finally making his way down as Xiao Ao clears out the turret. And there was a ward in the lane as well, so even if he hadn't, Hacker would have been spotted in advance. But when it's all said and done, we finally see Sunin answer back using that pressure point of Little Al.
Ooh, this is even scarier. They just took 3 backs all at once, and they're lucky that RNG aren't immediately running towards Baron. But it's backs like that, when a team is on point and understand that you're backing, that suddenly the Baron is gone before you even have a chance to respond.
You're making it out of base, going over to Raptor Camp, and then you hear Baron die. Wait a second. I could have sworn I left my oven off.
Houses, I get it.
Yeah, because the house is on fire.
Yep, thanks.
Are you sure I can back it up?
One more time?
Well, see, when you leave the oven on when you go on vacation, sometimes it lets gas in. And when the refrigerator turns on, it actually does that electrically with a spark. So it'll blow up the house.
Now I have something to worry about that I didn't even know existed.
That's actually true. If you have a gas stove or a gas oven, you have to make sure that it's off because the refrigerator... so it used to not be insulated. I'm sure modern refrigerators have the insulated electricity.
We're about to see a cast.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Fen goes in, gets the stun. They follow up, but MLXG flashes back.
Oh, if Xiaohu was behind him, Hacker was so dead there. Or at least having to burn his flash.
If he just went the full distance.
You could see the immediate regret there. He was actually midway through Sonic Wave, and he's like, I'm going to hit this, and I'm going to immediately turn back around with a ward.
Ward hop. Meanwhile, Dragon has spawned, and RNG just taking slow objective after objective. This is like watching an older brother sit on the younger brother.
Well, you know, we've built up Suning Gaming. I know that Pulse likes to call them kind of the vanilla team because they're just about the 5v5, but they are a more patient, you know, late game team. And this is also showing kind of the difference that Suning rely on their 5v5 not because they sculpt it that way, not because they choose, but simply because against a more experienced team like RNG, they don't really understand how to maximize their effectiveness,
their opportunities.
Exactly, in the early game, and take these objectives that they need to be an early game team.
Perhaps trying to rely on the tried and true strategies of just fight them. Instead of playing the more tactically intelligent or experienced plays across the map. And RNG still slowly working out an advantage. It's only 3,000 gold ahead, and we've only seen 2 kills in 27.5 minutes. This is one of the slowest games of the LPL. But then again, it is Suning Gaming.
But despite that, RNG have had full control over this game. In fact, this is probably the one maneuver that Suning Gaming have been proactive, which is just to deny the vision on the Baron. Oh, we know that RNG are back quick. Let's grab everything that we can.
Clear out the wards.
But otherwise, this is RNG forcing the waves, making Suning Game responding to them, you know, setting up their mid lane sieges that go on for 3, 5, 7 minutes, taking the free objectives, grabbing the dragon. And Suning Gaming have no response. They're actually just passively losing the game, just watching it happen.
Watching their life flash in front of their eyes. It's Dark Side of the Moon all over again. Oh, that's Cataclysm. Did he just force the flash on that? Wait, what? Fen really afraid of Koro right now. Why did they swap Xiao Al away from Koro?
I don't agree with it.
I mean, he's top right now. He's trying to answer Xiaohu. All right. That means that Koro now has push priority, and RNG could have an opportunity to accelerate this a little bit more.
They've got push priority in every single lane right now.
All right. Suning Gaming. Again, as an opportunity to learn, this is great. Because then you look back, you see that moment right there when you swapped Renekton away from the one winning thing that you had? Well, don't do that.
I still think a lot of it has been on Hacker. You know, 30 minutes into a game and you're sitting 0, 0, and 0. Especially as the jungler.
Whoa, what a flick of the wrist! Xiaohu forces the play and gets rewarded as Fury goes low and Hacker flashes.
And it's just like herding cats. RNG are just cornering Suning exactly where they want them, and Xiaohu is the one who's punishing it.
Meanwhile, while this mid tier 2 is going down, we're seeing Koro once again herd Fen away from that bottom lane as he was very overextended with little reason. RNG, now they're going to break this inhibitor, and Suning barely responds. Finally, the rest of the team begins collapsing as Fen might be looking to come in from behind. Koro's still holding onto his teleport, but the inhibitor goes down before Fen can collapse, and RNG just went from 0 to 90 real quick.
And it's also respecting that they can't look for the engage there because MLXG is still holding the cast. Even if Fen had gotten behind them, even if Yoon had made the engagement, MLXG would just reset the fight. RNG would take the inhib anyway and walk off.
Even in this, RNG find themselves steps ahead, streets ahead even, of Suning Gaming. And there is going to be one Elemental Dragon before Elder begins to respawn. as Baron has already been up for quite some time. Suning Gaming, again, sneaking backwards and forwards with Hacker and Yoon to set up vision. But like you said, it's 30 minutes into the game. There have been 3 kills. RNG immediately walk forward and undo almost all of the work.
And again, my statement is that it's pretty unacceptable to be 0-0-0 as a jungler at 30 minutes in the game. If you look at Koro, that's fine. He's manipulating waves. You can't actually see his invisible fingerprints that he's left on this game's impact because it's about, you know, I'm pushing this forward, forcing this guy to respond, getting this guy to pay attention to me, drawing resources. Whereas Hacker, you are actually just invisible. You haven't done anything. You had opportunities where you could have punished Koro in the bottom lane, or you could have teamed up with X. But instead, we're jumping around with Rakan.
Yes.
Which, that's how I would spend my Saturday night, but...
I mean, that's how we did last night, actually. It was not very successful. We learned the counter to Rakan. Janna is actually very good. And Braum is also really good as well. Kennen, yep.
Kennen's support
God,
was
he was really good.
Definitely throwing a wrench in your plans.
He was really good. It turns out slicing Maelstrom, great way to prevent Rakan from leaping onto your carry. Who would have thought, right? As Fen lines up the Chronosphere, nobody steps into it as the trap gets cleared by MLXG. And RNG just press their vision line further and further forward. Suning Gaming barely put up a fight, and as a result, their vision begins to go dark around that Baron pick. Koro still keeping that bottom lane occupied.
But the Baron steal is kind of the one last hope that Suning Gaming have left, so I still appreciate RNG being so respectful here, catching Hacker.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall. Xiaohu actually landed on a trap with his Weaver's Wall, so while they had caught out Hacker, unlucky trap placement for Xiaohu means that he's prevented.
Also means that he doesn't have the wall to keep them locked out of the Baron. So again, now they really need to rely on that pick.
Here comes Xiao Al from behind. Level 17 with 3 items. He's pretty large. But Koro has had the time to walk all the way up to the rest of his team. And Y4 zones Xiao Al away. So it's just an elaborate dance over vision, trying to find that pick, trying to find that opportunity while waiting for the cooldowns, while waiting for the wards to expire.
So RNG are going to call their bluff. We're tired of fighting this vision war. We don't want to give you the opportunity back into the game by stealing the Baron, so we're going to take the easiest objective left on the map, the top tower. And if you're ever out of position, we'll kill you, and then we'll take the Baron.
That's exactly what they're doing right now, setting up vision inside of the jungle before swapping Y4 and Ming up top. Little Al makes it there. Meanwhile, Fen is split pushing bottom, trying to make it a 1-for-1 trade, but RNG are already ahead. This is like a 1.5-for-1 trade.
Especially because someone will need to respond to the super creep wave that's building up mid.
Fury holds on to his flash as Xiaohu lines up the seismic shove. But the bottom tier 2 is finally broken for Suning Gaming. And like you said, the super minions making their way in mid. Finally going to be answered by Suning Gaming. So again, it defuses. Is this actually the slowest game in the LPL so far?
Suning Gaming versus JD Gaming was relatively calm and drawn out. The difference between that series and this one is that it feels like RNG are purposely doing this, as opposed to kind of the meandering that we saw between JD and Suning.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can feel that Suning, they want to be reactive to what the enemy team's doing, but this is forcing them to be reactive in making big macro decisions. And again, it's a very young team. They just promoted out of LSPL. They're missing their, key veteran member in a Voidless, who's been subbed out for Hacker, solo queue, flashy jungler. And it's hard to make those type of reactive calls. It's easy if RNG pile in on a 5v5 and your just split second is fight or flight.
Yeah.
It's hard when they're giving you math problems.
The cerebral game. You need to decide whether or not to fight while you're hanging upside down over a snake pit.
What?
And then you're told to do calculus. A little bit more of a difficult equation.
This is what's wrong with the American education system.
There are snake pits involved, and I am not happy. Then you get people who come out of it with metaphors like this.
This just makes sense of how you came to be.
My formative years were a very exciting time, okay? That's teleport and Weaver's Wall. Xiaohu gets in looking for Fury once again. That's the slam dunk. But here comes Fen from behind. Knock up as Koro finally kills one, and they follow it up with two. Yoon dies, as does Little Al. Finally, it seems like RNG have had enough of this patience from Suning Gaming and break the game open.
And we finally get our big Wombo combo, but it's at 35 minutes in the game. It will mean another inhib. That's how it was supposed to work. And again, just mad respect to RNG that they were able to pretty much close this game out without ever using their team fight capabilities.
Well, except for the very last play of the game. We do now see RNG moving on to the Nexus turret. Take a look on your minimap where Hacker is right now. He's just catching some minions as MLXG gets to survive.
Do we call it the SOFM?
I think we do at this point. He's just padding his gold score, but the Nexus finally drops. RNG, 36 minutes in, take game number 1 over Suning Gaming.
I mean, that was just a walk in the park. Stand up, stretch out a bit, get the blood flowing. Nice little tee off for this series so far for RNG.
They certainly did take their time to set it up. Don't know what exactly they were waiting for, but finally they found and forced the fight.
But they didn't need to force it. That's the thing. You sit there and you're like, what are you waiting for, RNG? Just kill him. And I'm sitting here like, oh, look at how beautifully they're engineering and orchestrating and designing all of these waves. They're getting everything that they want for free without any of the risk. Because again, if you force the fight, you open yourself up to the possibility that they will be reactive, that they will punish you, that they will win the fight, and that's how they get back in.
I like how clearly you can see those decisions where it's nothing, 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 spike, nothing, 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 spike.
It's more like setup, execute, setup, execute.
Okay. Interesting take on your perspective. Rusty, what do you see?
I see a team that's risk-averse against a team that doesn't care enough to be risky. And so one of them will win the game in the end, right? Because the other one's completely averse of said risk, and that was Suning Gaming. Literally none of them did anything. They did no damage. You could see that right now. And ultimately, a lot of this just comes down to the fact that Xiaohu was winning his lane. When he gets priority, he's playing Talia into the Echo, like actually using your ultimate, not getting back to the lane, did hurt Fen. He then didn't have his ultimate and he died, and that was pretty much first blood and the only blood for quite a while, because Xiaohu then had control of that lane. He has control of mid lane, he threatens a bottom dive, doesn't get the bottom dive, so RNG say, alright, let's wait for Talia's ultimate again. We need that to actually execute on the dive. By this stage, they just use the Herald to get the turret. Talia doesn't even need to use the ultimate, so she goes back mid. And then she's at mid lane, like, okay, I have pressure again. What can we do? Well, the answer is nothing, because we have no Drake to take, we have no Herald to take, we have no bottom lane or top lane outer turrets anymore. It's just mid lane, and we're against a Caitlyn. So let's just spend 10 minutes, you know, talking and bantering and calling each other bad names across the distance of the turret that's separating us until that breaks. That's actually just how it played out.
So what did it finally take for them to stop shouting names at the other team and actually get into a fist fight? Was it
Talia wall?
Oh, okay.
She actually got a chance to flank. And all of this, it does stem from having superior vision, the ability to control the map. The jungle was won by MLXG. There was a lot of good things that they were doing. I would never say that after a game like this, RNG played poorly. They just played slowly. Whereas Suning Gaming didn't actually play the game to win. They played the game hoping that the dive would be botched or that someone would make a mistake, because they didn't really have the ability to go forwards. That's my biggest concern with them. They needed Rakan to immediately go in. They needed the Lee Sin to combo it with the Rakan to have this big play, but they never get that opportunity because RNG set up for the dive or set up for the siege is always going to be superior.
It seemed like we saw Yoon looking for those opportunities from time to time where he was forced to actually leap away, because it seemed like whenever he would find an opportunity, it wasn't just Y4, or it wasn't just Ming or MLXG. The rest of the team was always moving together as a collective unit behind that one individual.
Yeah, it definitely was. Like, I know as much as you try as well, right? And that's the thing. He can try to make the play. I think the answer's just too strong from the opponents. If you ever get the Jarvan into a team fight, I'd say he's actually more valuable at being able to match what a Rakan's doing, but with damage and forcing someone to spells. And a lot of this just whittled down to the fact that they killed the AD carry of Suning Gaming twice with their better engage, and the game actually just ended.
Yeah. I mean, they were looking for Fury for a significant portion of the game. I mean, even when they walled off that mid lane, he was forced to 90 caliber net to safety. But RNG, this is such a different RNG from what we saw at the beginning of Split 1 when they were really on a roll. MVP goes to Xiaohu 1-0 and 5. is this growth from them if they can do this sort of play against lower tier teams good against upper tier teams like OMG, like opponents and Rift Rivals?
I mean, it's always one thing to know how to play your opponent, but it's always the fundamentals of knowing how to play the map, and that's what RNG demonstrated here. The one consistent thing between old RNG and this new RNG is Xiaohu with the MVP. He's still playing out of his mind. He had a career making Spring, and he looked just as strong this game.
Yeah, he definitely did. And this is an example, once again, of just being able to control the map well enough. You know, it's not about the wall usage. He brings it down perfectly fine, but he's on to Fury. He's actually frontlining to engage just because they're very much aware of how to play these fights out. And at this stage in the game, yes, there was definitely a very bad spot for SNG Gaming to be in, but every single time you saw a fight happen, you saw a pick happen, it was Xiaohu using the wall and actually being there first or starting it off.
Mm-hmm. Good presence of mind from RNG and Xiaohu in order to take this win. Now this means that SNG Gaming, they have got to take it back in game number 2 if they want to run it out for a game number 3 and close out this best of 3. But they've got their work ahead of them because RNG are looking really good right now. We'll have to see if they actually can, as we're going to take a quick break. Hello everyone and welcome back to our second best of 3 of the evening. It's RNG versus SNG Gaming, and we just saw RNG take a very slow, very patient macro approach against SNG Gaming. And Rusty, like you said, RNG were playing to win, SNG Gaming were playing for RNG to make a mistake, and they didn't.
And you're right, it was very slow in how they won the game. It was almost painfully slow, but it didn't look like RNG made a mistake. You know, they were just playing it out super slow. And to me, a lot of the onus does still come back to SNG Gaming because you know you're losing the game slowly. So when do you decide we need to take a plunge? We need to make a decision and go for a team fight, even if it's not, you know, even over 50% chance that you win it. You're losing the game, so you have to make the play. And the question is when or where.
And that's why I put a lot of the responsibility and kind of the blame on Hacker in particular. Yeah, Yoon had the other big engagement tools on the Recon, but it was really about Hacker teaming up with him, getting off those side flanks, or just doing something, whether he goes to Xiao Al in a side lane and helps abuse Koro in a 2v1, or he looks for a flanking play with Yoon and tries to catch them off as they're setting up their mid lane push, but nothing happened. He just sat around. So
this is the question that I actually have to both of you. Has Sunin ever made a desperation play since they've come to the LPL in the 2017 Summer Split, or are they the patient team that will just wait?
I mean, I don't recall one. I haven't seen every single one of their games, but the past 2 weeks, absolutely not. This is a very good example of how they will lose games in League of Legends. It's by losing the least amount that they possibly can, but not by trying to get something back in response. And against a team like, as an example, JD, who they beat, or even LGD to an extent in certain games, you might be able to actually get things back against those guys as they'll get overexcited. They might dive too hard or try and snowball when they're not in a position to actually snowball. RNG is not that team. And so the 2k gold advantage they have will become 3, then 4, whereas against a team like LGD, it might become 2, then 4, or just back to 0 because you've lost the team fight, just because it's their opponent.
Yeah. Now, Sunin Gaming, they've gone to Game 3 in each of their best of 3s. Again, they're 1 and 2. They played against NewBee, OMG, and Jingdong, their only win. Do they stand a chance here against RNG?
But that's because of the style that Rusty just pointed out here. In the LPL, stylistically, you have a bunch of teams who just get hype, and they just want to go in, and it opens up for Sunin's style, who, if they're kind of that slow and steady and can punish on those single moments, can swing a game wildly back into their favor because they never fall that far behind.
So either slow and steady wins the race, or there's going to be some turtle stew as Sunin Gaming now find themselves in game number 2 against RNG. We've got a new set of bans. Looks like Gragas and Talia targeted towards MLXG and Xiaohu. So already Sunin are changing things up in this draft. But I feel confident saying I don't feel like it's the draft that's causing them these losses.
No, but it will force RNG to at least show something else or to do something differently. Gragas is a big pick because it assisted them in breaking that mid tower as well as Talia. So if they want to play a very patient, slow macro game, it's harder to do on different champions. You know what I mean? Like Talia wall, Gragas cast, they give them so many tools to abuse that style.
Well, we do see the Caitlyn now banned away, along with Elise as the final ban targeted towards Hacker. So Sunin Gaming with priority pick. What do they turn their attention towards?
I mean, Thresh made it through the ban phase. Normally we see him as a big priority. That would be interesting.
Really? Yeah. I mean, he's having a chuckle, right? And he locked it in. Never mind. All righty, little Al.
Okay, a bit brave to blind pick Cassidy across from someone like Xiaohu, especially when a wealth of mid lane options are still available. It was only the Talia and the Galio taken away. We've seen Cassiopeia come out as kind of an answer. But I feel like this should be a very easy Thresh jungle pickup.
Thresh immediately locked in for Ming, no surprise. He's looking nice and calm. Just another day at the office.
This kind of shows the different mentality between Suning and RNG. You know, the Fin laughing a lot, you know, give me the Cassidy, it's fine. I'm across from Xiaohu. The coach pats him on the back. It's like, just give them something fun that they can relax with and help them make some plays. You know, it's fine for them to make mistakes so they can learn from it, but they need to do something to learn.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Cassidy will be a way to do that. We'll see what they decide to round out their composition with, as Tom Kench is the lock-in. Fen giving us a Zyra hover before swapping over to Lee Sin. So it is jungle support for Hacker and Yoon, along with the very early Cassidy pickup. So RNG now get the opportunity to pick something of their own.
Yep, still finding that comfort, so making sure that Hacker gets on his Lee Sin. Hopefully he'll be more impactful around the map. The Tom Kench into Thresh makes a lot of sense. Someone does get locked down by the CC, gobble him up, move him to safety.
I feel like, and forgive me if this is overreaching, but it does seem like a soccer mom scenario with Sunin Gaming. Like, hey, just go ahead and run out on the field.
I mean, they're against RNG. Alleviate the pressure. Let them play their type of game. You know, if they're just having fun, then they'll probably be a lot more successful. We see this all the time in different iterations of professional play. Like, take Dan Gaming, for example. Even when they were getting blasted by WE, they were still clapping and cheering.
Yeah. I mean, we've got the minivan full of juice boxes. It's going to be great. We've got the 80 carries now banned away. Perhaps that is all that it is. Put them on something entertaining that they would take at home instead of on the stage. Because, again, this is their first split here in the LPL, and it's not been going great so far as Kog'Maw follows up with that Kalista and Ashe.
You know, working with new teams, coming in as a League of Legends coach, something that I would do all the time is we wouldn't even worry about draft. It would be one of the last things that we would ever touch. We would just grab champions that the players were comfortable with and just see how they interacted. Because you want to remove as many variables as possible to check what the actual strengths and weaknesses of the team are. Because draft can change a lot, but it overly complicates the situation if a player is trying to focus on how am I communicating with my team, how am I setting up this wave, am I following the information of what my opponent is doing, as well as how do I play this champion perfectly, like how does this specific matchup work.
Well, hopefully that will be enough for Sunin Gaming as we see a return towards Renekton for Little Al, and Varus picked up for Y4. So we're missing the 80 carry from Sunin Gaming. They're going to round this out right here. And we get to see Koro once again counterpick that Renekton. Or actually, no, he didn't get the counterpick last time. That was Sunin Gaming who got to counterpick him. So perhaps things could be a bit different as Jin is now locked in for Fury. And perhaps this will be the opportunity for Sunin Gaming to find that je ne sais pas, that missing element that brings them to life.
Well, they got a lot of comfort champions, so we'll see if they may become alive. I expected that it would be the Jarvan. Koro had no problem taking it into the matchup last time around. Struggled a bit in the early game, but was able to sidestep it, do his job, set up the waves, and group up with his team when needed.
And yeah, there's the Jarvan once again. So it looks like he is confident in this matchup. Despite being at a CS deficit, he was more than able to bully out Fen-Fen's Echo. This time, though, Fen-Fen's on Kassadin, who's a little bit more intimidating than late-game Echo.
Intimidating at a point. So at the current meta, Kassadin can kind of sit in lane. It's very hard to abuse him to shove him out, and that's nice because it gives him that free ride to level 6 when Kassadin can be very overwhelming and allows him to ramp safely into kind of mid-late game power where he's just an absolute terror. But speaking of absolute terrors, that is a Kha'Zix and a Syndra on RNG. And we saw last game how Xiaohu was kind of the pivot point of all playmaking from RNG. It's now that much easier when he has that massive ultimate and so much burst potential.
And looking at this, Jin, Lee Sin, Tahm Kench even, very susceptible to that Syndra burst damage if they ever find themselves on the opposite end of a stun.
But it also means that they're great at chasing. Kassadin, Jin, and Tahm Kench. If there's ever a situation where RNG overextend or maybe a bit overzealous, overstay, Sunin Gaming can come down very hard.
Very good at punishing the composition from RNG if they make any mistakes. So far, no team has gone unblemished against Sunin Gaming. They've been able to get a fist back against all three of their opponents, even the likes of OMG, who are currently undefeated in groups.
Suni, still laughing. Fen looking very confident as he's looking across from Xiaohu's Syndra.
He's going to need it. Xiaohu's Syndra is really quite something.
But back to these compositions, I feel like it breaks down as simple as this. If Sunin Gaming can survive the initial burst from the Kha'Zix, from the Syndra, from the Jarvan, then they should clean up and win the back half of the team fight, which means that there's a lot of responsibility on Yoon on the Tahm Kench. You know, find the target that RNG want, gobble them up to safety, then reset positioning and run them down.
Who does he save? Who is it going to be? I'm sure that's going to be an interesting conversation in the gaming house later tonight. How come you didn't save me, but you saved him? But we've loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 2 as Little Al immediately collapsed upon the hook. Oh, just out of range.
His life flashed before his eyes.
Yeah, just ha!
And already we have a completely different RNG. They're like, okay, first game, that was slow. This game, we're speeding it up. 110. We're going to look for a very early invade. Didn't catch the hook. We're going to start in your jungle. Last time we saw MLXG on Kha'Zix, he did, what, red buff at 5 minutes because he ganked mid, then ganked
yeah.
bottom.
That was wacky. And 4 out of 5 fans watching the game think it's RNG that are going to take this set, and really you can't blame them. They're looking really strong as they do get a very deep ward onto that blue side of Suning Gaming and another one at the Raptor camp. So they will know everywhere that Hacker is going to be as he's back on that Lee Sin here in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely no fear from Ming there. Just to rock up, placing the wards, winning blind. Knows he's perfectly fine, especially across from this composition level 1.
What are they going to do? Kill me? As leash start for Hacker, he is now heading up towards that blue buff, and we're seeing MLXG start off with a full Raptor clear with some assistance over the wall from Xiaohu.
So it makes sense that Hacker is going from buff to buff. Not only is it a fine clear for Lee Sin, but it's also the fact that you knew that RNG had extended periods in your jungle where they laid down the vision, so he wants to prioritize securing both buffs, knowing that they have the information that they could look for something cheeky like a take.
Yeah, Hacker playing it very safe. He should have seen that ward die, actually, so he knows that the vision has expired. And meanwhile, MLXG is going to use this time to continue clearing through his own jungle. Koro still trading with Little Al up top. Bottom, Y4 still matching Fury. They're a little bit closer to RNG's turret, so slight priority from Suning Gaming. And we are seeing MLXG on this side of the map, but he's low health and low mana.
But we can talk about Jin real quick. So Fury decided to go for the Boots pot start, which makes sense because he's against a heavier poke lane. But what's cool about Jin in the current meta is just the versatility and the options that he has in terms of starting items, as well as his general build path late game.
MLXG leaps in onto Yoon, who flashes away. They tag him with an auto attack. So a quick gank from MLXG.
And a very similar look from the last time MLXG played Kha'Zix. So already on the right foot, getting very early pressure down in the lanes. Back to Jin.
Yeah, tell me about Jin.
Okay, so you can either go the longsword, multiple pot start, the boot start. If he wants to, more of the safer Doran start. Although as I say that, Hacker's like, my turn.
Xiaohu's actually pretty low health and low mana. Still leaps in to clear out the minion wave, though.
But this is a scary thing about Xiaohu. If that had connected, yes, he has flash, so he's either burning his summoner or he's dead. And he wants to play out the wave perfectly because he doesn't want Kassadin to get a freeze here and to deny it, so he wants to force it into the wave. But it's that idea of, I am good enough to execute on this. I can force myself to stay here because even if the jungler shows up, I can outplay. But if you take that kind of mentality to the international stage, suddenly you're getting bodied by perks.
You're going to be punished quite a bit, just like Fury is getting punished by a hook from Ming. Boots, tragically, not giving too much combat stats outside of that movement speed.
It's fine for Jen. He's got his 4th shot.
But MLXG now making his way behind Fen, leaps in, tags him with the red buff, another slow to follow through his stun. He's down to half, a quarter, a 6th. Xiaohu forces the flash.
And I was just talking about the hubris of Xiaohu and then Fen just trying to hold that flash for as long as possible. Very greedy. Does get out with his life, though, so good job, but both these mid laners are just kind of testing the fates here.
Currently, though, the fates have not swung in either direction. Ooh, as Ming tries to line up a hook. Tragically, it will go wide. We're seeing Hacker going for an invade right now. He's got double longsword, and there's a ping onto him.
I mean, he did ping onto Syndra there, but the thing is Xiaohu held his flash, whereas Fen was forced to burn his. So if we kind of talk about, you know, the confidence and the pride of saying that I can outplay my opponent, Xiaohu's really the only guy who's done it so far.
We're still seeing Hacker hang out on this side of the map. Blast Cone is ready. There's no ward, and RNG are still staying pretty far forward. Yoon steps up to the plate.
Dark
Swing,
Passage
batter.
is
Snare is going to tag Y4. Sonic Wave is flashed. He gets out of the snare in time. And Hacker burns that summoner spell.
And again, the important thing was that Dark Passage was used earlier, which gave Hacker the authority to go down and to look for that gank. I can't gank mid lane. It's a Kassadin. Syndra still has flash. Let's go bottom. Oh, he doesn't have his lantern. Let's try to execute. Get the flash from Y4.
That's first recall for Berserker Greaves out of Y4. And the map resets just about. MLXG taking Red Smite on Kha'Zix. Very greedy. as he's now hanging out. Has found Hacker, level 5 to level 4. Looking for the isolation bonus, but instead just finds himself a single Raptorling. Do you know a beatboxer's favorite item start?
No, Dom.
Boots and pots and boots and pots and boots and pots and flay. As they're looking for Yoon. You're not even laughing. It's not even good anymore. All right, thanks. As MLXG is trying to make it worth by trying to get a kill for me. Come on, MLXG. Locks it down. First blood for Y4.
So the gank finally does pay off.
Not even going to acknowledge that?
What am I supposed to say?
I learned that from Freak, okay? Oh, man. I have never.
That's fine. There we go.
Now, Suning Gaming are looking for an action on the top side of the map. Koro's going to find his way back around before he tags onto Hacker and loops in. But now he's got no flag and drag.
Someone
he does have
help
flash.
him.
Fen still waiting there. Finally follows through.
Fenfen's like, all me.
Yeah.
You're welcome, guys.
He only had enough for, I think, one, maybe 1.5 Rift Walks.
Well, what he was doing is he was caging off the Jarvan.
Yeah.
So he assumed that Koro was going to go over the wall, and he's like, haha, you've burned,
I will be here.
You've burned your escapes.
Then Koro turns around. He's like, you want to fight? Cage match, 1v1.
So I was a bit critical of Xiao Al there, just to be like, tag team? Am I coming in? Are you okay?
Hacker's like, tag out, tag out, tag out. Hit my hand. Now he's going to be giving blue buff over to Fen. Fen says, oh yeah, when a buff's on the line, now you tag in. All right, I see how it is.
But the important thing is that Fen was the guy who got the kill.
Yes.
So naturally getting that cast and rolling as early as possible, although his backs have been pretty far between. As you can see, he's sitting on quite a chunk of gold.
1,500.
Go home, Fen. I feel like
Just
he's gonna sit there though because he has the blue buff and he's feeling good. He doesn't want to waste its duration in base.
It's like the end of Ferris Bueller. Why are you still here? Go home.
Every time you say Ferris Bueller, I just want to yell Grace.
Grace! Do you ever randomly pull pens from your hair?
Yes, actually. No, what I love is when people ask me, women do this all the time, they ask me for hair ties.
Uh-huh.
They're like, do you have a hair tie? And I'm just like, have you seen my hair tie?
Do I look like I have a hair tie? Turns out, no.
I play a lot of soccer and softball.
Okay. Neat. I serve.
It's better than your beatbox joke.
It's really not. Okay, so subjective value of entertainment is based on the audience, right? Are we just, okay, what do you want to talk about then?
I want to talk about this gank that's being set up in the bottom lane.
I mean, he's going to land a Sonic Wave, we're going to get a Lantern.
But the thing is that Fury's level 6 on 7.12, Jin's base AD on his ultimate has been increased, so there's actually a lot more kill pressure than would have normally been in that lane. It would have been a case of Hacker just needs to run up the back of it, open up Curtain Call, and walk down Y4 because he doesn't have Flash. But they didn't do it because Xiao had control of the minion wave and disappeared with the Fog of War. And they're like, oh crap, Syndra could be here, disengage.
As it is, Xiaohu was just farming in mid lane before heading on over towards his blue buff.
He was actually standing in a brush.
Ah. Quite the elusive Syndra player.
It's the little things, though. You know, you can push the wave as much as you want, and it seems small just to stand in Fog of War.
And they're teleporting as well. They are forcing this. Looks like Ming gets the play, drops the box, and sacrifices his life. What a support. What a guy. Let's get a standing ovation for Ming.
So disengages his 80 carry out to safety, still trades his life for it. There's also multiple members here for pushing. Unfortunately, it's still a Jin at the end of the day, so you're not going to get much there. The reason why they feel confident to do that is Gasu appeared in the mid lane. So Syndra blocked them off last time by just standing in Fog of War. This time around, they knew where Xiaohu was. They pulled the trigger on the teleport, and they get another nice kill into Fin's pocket.
Yeah, 2-0 on a Kassadin of all people. He's even in CS against a Syndra as that Dark Sphere misses and Xiaohu chunked to half. Though Fen has low mana, he still hurts. And
here comes Xiao Al.
Little Owl's showing up as well, slice and dice. But Ming shows up in time, and they've got MLXG just behind them.
Still very risky, Xiaohu playing with fire there. I felt like Fin took the Kassadin pick because he's like, 1v1ing against Xiaohu isn't really working out for me.
But if I 1v1 everyone else...
Exactly. If I kill the side lanes first.
That's actually an intelligent thing, now
Well,
that you look at it.
Now it's started to bleed in where he can feel confident standing up to the 1v1 across from Xiaohu.
As the wave is cleared out, Xiaohu sneaks forward with the rest of his team. Again, the recall from Fen. 11-minute Rod of Ages, certainly on time, as Yoon shows up along with Hacker to defend this mid-tier 1, perhaps recognizing RNG's focus on this objective. They're even pinging out Fury, who's heading up into the river, spotted out by Y4 and a ward. So he doesn't get to make his way over there. Koro trading with Little Al this time, as that's a control ward in the lane. I think he fat-fingered that, maybe?
I think the observer agrees. The slow pan back up.
Yep. MLXG hanging out along with Hacker. Xiao Al, he shows, you know what, Koro, I can fat finger too. And he just drops Dominus to clear out the ward.
It gives him the authority to clear the ward. Why would you mess with that giant crocodile?
Because you have a Kha'Zix behind you?
He had a Lee Sin behind him.
Yeah, but who would you really be afraid of?
Okay.
The Void Beast or the Blind
No,
Monk?
you have to restructure your context here. It's, do I take this risk over a control ward and sacrifice all of the advantage that I have built up into the lane simply to prove a point? Or...
You're right. This is the LPL. Of course that's what they do.
But no, he played that safe. He's like, okay, ult over control ward, calm down.
Yeah, fine. Okay. And Hacker heading up towards the top. Tragically, no control wards of his own, just regular wards. As Fen will now match Xiaohu. Look at the respect. Xiaohu's starting to fall back a little bit more. Only Sork Boots, Lost Chapter, and a Fiendish Codex as he's working towards Merlin Elmacon, but...
Yep, not the most efficient build. Double Dorans on 712. Koro, hold on. Uh-oh.
Sonic Wave lands, and Hacker's out.
He had Flash in the
There's
Dragon Rage.
Fen. Flash stun, plus a little bit of silence as Koro pulls himself back, but gets followed through by a teleporting Kassadin. RNG look to answer mid.
Again, Fen now 3-0 on this Kassadin. It is going from bad to worse, as they will also pick up the first tower of the game. In response...
This is mid-tier 1 being broken by RNG. Remember, Suning Gaming have not been 0-2'd or 2-0'd just yet. So this would be the game, according to the pattern.
And we saw Fen smiles and laughs before the game, feeling confident on the Kassadin, showcasing it already.
So how do you kill a Kassadin like that? Is it just let your Syndra get to 6 items and try to 100-0, or...
Send multiple people to kill him.
There's not even an exhaust on RNG now that this is coming to my attention.
It's still sending multiple people to kill him. So there's still a lot of susceptibility in Suning's composition in terms of wave clear. So, I mean, RNG, you can skin this cat a couple of different ways. You can either look for the 5v5 and just focus fire the Kassadin, or you can try to match his lane assignments and just kind of waste a lot of his time. It's hard because he has the double teleport, so even if he doesn't, like even if you're just staying away from him in the lane assignment and not giving him the 1v1 assassination, he can just peace out and try to find his own skirmish across map. But if you ever get control of the Baron or the Rift Herald, Kassadin's not going to help you, and you're going to snowball over his advantage by taking the global gold of the structures.
At least that's the hope. Meanwhile, I'm sure Kassadin will be split pushing in the side lane, though we did see Fen actually take the conservative build path next, as he's got a Seeker's Arm Guard instead of a Sheen, so focusing on staying alive.
Yeah, and also expecting that he might be facing Koro in one of those side lanes. Hourglass, not too shabby either way to starting off fights, so opening himself up for options.
Oh, Flay onto Hacker, plus the hook. Ming, what? You deserve that kill.
Excellent mechanics.
Take that home.
But here's one of the things we said. You know, Fen, he's big on the Kassadin. What do you do about it? Well, siege the towers around him. So
LXG used his smite early. He leaps in, gets hooked immediately, but here comes Little Al. Xiaohu shows up as Fen eats a power unleash, but is saved by Yoon and spat right back out. MLXG on the side, finally forced to leap into Xiao Al, but the AoE has opened up, and RNG have bitten off far too much more than they can chew, as Little Al chases onto Ming and Koro gets tagged by Fen. Meanwhile, Y4 is clearing bottom.
disaster. Everything is falling apart here for RNG. That is massive kills on Suning. Xiao Al is now a big Al. That is a huge crocodile, and Kassadin again picks up more assist gold.
2 assists on top of that, as Y4 completely at the wrong place at the wrong time. Fen teleports bottom. There is a tier 1, And flash from Y4 to get under it. He
Oh,
used
no.
his Chain of Corruption early, but Heal gets him in. Hacker shows up. Kill secure.
And finally, they're being proactive around the map. There is a response teleport top, so they don't lose everything. But RNG, massive gap has opened.
Oh, yeah. That's 3,000 gold. Here's the play again.
So Fen sitting in Fog of War is going to find a perfect target and burst out Ming and MLXG. Then gets locked up, disengages just fine. He's gobbled up by Yoon and spit out to safety, which just allows him to kind of sit into the back wings and just say, I'm waiting for my time to strike. Xiao Al gets right onto the back line, blows up one, blows up another person, and I believe also picks up Ming, so triple kill out of all of
Yeah,
this.
he ended up 3-0-3 when it's all said and done. And this is not what we were hoping to see from RNG here in game number 2. They're down 2,500 gold. And while they've still only lost that top turret, they've got, Suning Gaming have got scaling. They've got a big Renekton, not to mention Fury's doing pretty well on that Jhin so far.
It means their side lanes are really hard for RNG to deal with, which, again, then they need to double down on getting the Rift Herald or double down on trying to find a 5v5. And if they're not perfect in their execution, then Kassadin and Renekton will take the map around them in the side lanes. You can already see how confident Little Al is to jump onto Xiaohu.
Immediately just drops the Dominus and leaps forward. RNG will use this window of opportunity to try taking Cloud Dragon, but that means Rift Herald is remarkably undefended. Even Xiaohu tossing in a few spheres to help. Koro up top will have to defend against Fen, who's getting bigger and bigger. He's got 8 stacks on that Dark Seal. And Hacker even going so far as to solo the Rift Herald. So RNG, while they did take the Cloud Dragon, that trade could end up being a little bit worse for them within the next 4 minutes.
I mean, it wasn't a trade. It was just trying to get the table scraps. Suning Gaming don't really care about the Cloud. Yes, they could have used the objective to force a fight, because while I'm talking about how RNG are going to lose out in these side lanes, theoretically in the 5v5, they're still in a bad situation because Suning are just ahead of them in terms of gold. So it's about sculpting a numbers disadvantage, a 4v5 situation for RNG.
Playing the map and playing it smart. Trouble is they've got to do it against 2 teleports as Hacker shows up, pins Xiaohu against the wall, and follows through with some assistance of Yoon.
2 teleports and a Tom Kench. These guys are everywhere on the map, and there's the Rift Herald.
Rift Herald under the turret. Amazing. I've never seen a Rift Herald summoned so close to a turret as he charges in and clears it out. Meanwhile, the rest of RNG are slowly making their way over. Koro actually getting good damage onto Fen, who misses his way over the wall. Will he fail once again? Flash. Koro's looking for the kill right now, but he doesn't have the cooldowns. Almost does. If he gets the dragon, it could be different, but MLXG drops meanwhile as the rest of RNG, it seems like, tried to fight or at the very least disengage.
Koro is the hero that MLXG does not deserve right now. He is trying so hard to dig up.
And look at Fen. He is laughing and grinning from ear to ear. Zanya's hourglass is finished. Get on my back, boys. Fen is bringing us to game 3, but they've still got a ways to go before they can close this out.
But excellent use of the Herald from Suning Gaming. This is night and day difference from game 1 to game 2. They're making proactive movements around the map. They're feeling confident. Like you said, Fen smiling, grinning, laughing to himself. Hopefully his laughter is contagious and infectious to the rest of his team, because they needed a bit of life into them.
Blind first pick Kassadin. What a day. And he's still picking up kills, and he's still popping off. Already you can see the difference in communication as Fury's even speaking more than his opponents on the other side. Suning Gaming running gamut over RNG.
So at this point, RNG just need to pump the brakes, slow down the pace of the game. Yes, it's scary because they're against the Jhin and the Kassadin, they're going to scale, but again, they have so much wave clear, the Varus, the Syndra, a lot of protection. It's very dangerous to dive them under towers, but they just want to stall this out as long as possible and get within touching distance of Suning Gaming's gold lead.
Well, they've got some reaching to do if they want to try to catch up. Hunting guys from Xiaohu, Titanic Hydra finished for Koro, as he's got to deal with the Titanic and the Black Cleaver from Little Al.
Feels bad.
Not a happy trade. Guys, I was doing fine. What happened? And Fen even taking a few turret shots to get harassed. MLXG shows up to look for some Krugs, but does not find them.
getting a bit overzealous, though. If that hook had connected, it probably would have forced at least a flash from FenFen. He does need to still be a bit respectful. I know he's got Hourglass. He's feeling confident.
Now Suning swapping towards mid. Y4 was there trying to defend as a hook is going to tag him, but Yoon just pulls him right back out. Immediately Chain of Corruption and a quick play onto Xiao Al brings him to half, but Dominus keeps him so tanky. Xiao, is exhausted, holds on to the power unleashed, but that damage is reduced. Meanwhile, there's the curtain call. RNG. Who will they sacrifice? Who is the primary target? Looks like it's Y4 who soaks those hits.
I actually thought that there was good damage that was put down on the Renekton. Suning Gaming did a great job. They got what they came for. They made sure that they pressured out the side lanes, then got the inside track to mid. Great job from Xiao Al. He's had a phenomenal game, 4-0-3 right now. But he did need to be careful. He almost died in that situation.
If there hadn't been the exhaust from Yoon, Xiaohu would have done significantly more damage.
There's also the fact that the Blade of the Rune King user in Varus, you know, he will start to shred through some of these tanky stats.
Working on completing his second item to catch up to Fury. He is still close to even in CS, but suffering in terms of those assists, 1-1 and 0. As a quick Lantern swaps him away from Fury and Yoon, just in case anything were to happen. And they make their way back to defend that mid tier 2. And good, FenFen's even able to clear out the top tier 2 before there's any response. Koro can only be in so many places at once.
Even if Koro was there, he probably would have taken it. FenFen has just been relentless on this top tower. Question is what they're going to do with the extra space now that he's created on the top side of the map. You would think Baron, but again, if there's any way for RNG to get back into this game, it would be a Baron steal. I would like to see them continue to just play their side waves. They still have an outer standing tower of that mid lane. They've done a great job pushing waves up on the side and then cutting underneath, looking for dives.
And Suning Gaming, they're slowly but surely winning this game. 7,000 gold ahead.
I don't think it's been too slow. I think it's been rather ramping quickly. Just kind of in those small bursts, again, we were talking about. When RNG were playing, it was... I always like to think of it in football analogy. You know, they were constantly just running the ball, maybe making 3 yards, 5 yards, but there was never that big dump where you just throw it 20 yards down the field, grab it.
I see it more of like a student driver learning how to really use the pedal, just kind of lurching awkwardly forward.
It's about finesse, Dom. Whereas Suning Gaming this game, they've really been, you know, those short little slant routes.
Yeah.
It's 10 yards here and 7 there.
Quarterback FenFen has got one hell of an arm, but he's still got to land the slam dunk if he wants to close this game.
And then it's that Baron. Again, the composition struggles on sieging, so that Hail Mary where they dump it down the field, if they secure the Baron, that's what it is.
Well, they're going to have to do it without that Ocean Dragon, as now 2 Drakes have been picked up for RNG. And not quite able to snowball this game as much as they should, as they now rush straight towards the Baron. Hacker, along with the rest of Suning, perhaps calling the bluff. Even FenFen is outside. There's so much vision over here.
Yeah, and look, Koro's looking for the teleport, so the ball is in the air right now.
There's
Here's
a
one.
teleport behind them. Little Al looking to collapse on the flank, but they've found Y4. He's snared. They've got the curtain call. Leave the 80 carry for dead, or give him a lantern to pull him back.
No.
But here comes Little Al. Loops in and locks him down as Ming is now the next target. Makes his way under the turret, and Xiao, who starts chucking orbs to look for someone, anyone, but can't find a priority target. And it is Hacker traded for Y4 and the Baron dissuaded.
So 2 really important things. First and foremost, Koro did not use his teleport. He actually walked to the fight, whereas the teleport was used on Xiao Al. We'll see if RNG can do anything with that. Second thing, so unfortunate for Hacker, he went on a wild ride of Dark Passage.
Did not want to go quite so far. There was the power unleashed, but tragically, Tahm Kench exists, and FenFen is denied the damage.
Koro was looking for the flank. That was scary for a second.
He's still holding onto the Cataclysm as well, so the foresight for RNG to expect the secondary push. The Tier 2 is defended, and it was, in the end, a 1-for-1 trade. But that just shows now that Suning Gaming are willing to pull the trigger on that Baron.
Also a bit scared not to just stay on the Baron. They had the vision control in terms of the control board, so kind of a bit confused. What are they reaching for? Are we going for this Baron to lock it down, or do we feel that we have to get the pick before doing it? I really wanted the replay on that fight because hilariously, Hacker's Q connected with Varus, and as he triggered it, Varus took the Dark Passage, and so suddenly Hacker was in the back of all of RNG. Just like, I did not want to be here.
So taking a look at the gold right now, the biggest gold lead is actually in the top lane. Xiao Al, after picking up all those kills, is about 2,000 gold ahead of Koro, whereas it's only about an 1,800 gold lead for, 1,500 for Fen. Fury is only maybe 600 gold of Y4. So RNG not that far behind individually, maybe half an item here and there, but they are still maintaining this forward pace. And RNG are forced to react and respond, defend, and get themselves back into this game.
It's still an utterly terrifying Renekton. He does have his Gargoyle Stoneplate connected right now, and I believe Koro's also working on his.
Only the Negatron Cloak. Still has quite a ways to go to complete that Gargoyle Stoneplate. As now Koro trading with Fen. Lichbane finished for Fen, and he says, what, you wanna duel me again? Come on. And Xiaohu shows up, and suddenly that becomes an unfair duel. This does mean that Xiao Al gets the opportunity to push up top, though.
Stacking his orbs in secret, too. Sneaky.
I dare ya. I dare ya.
But Suning Gaming are actually losing a lot of time right now. This is what RNG wants. So while it looks like, yes, they're still in control of the map, you can see that all throughout their vision, they just stole a blue buff. Again, RNG, their only way back into this game was to throw on the brakes. Hit the emergency brake, slow it down, start just grabbing all of this free farm. So unless Suning Gaming continue to put the onus on themselves to grab the Baron to siege the towers, they are kind of playing into RNG's hands on the benefit that they feel confident that Jhin and Kassadin are enough. They're like, okay, this is fine. Even if RNG slow it down, we still have the better late game carries. But that's a risky gamble to take.
Certainly. Against the likes of RNG, very mechanically talented team. And while they are trying to accelerate the pace of the game just a little bit more, as you said, it's RNG slowing it down, trying to get themselves close, back to close in gold.
It's about the fact that they can't decide what their next move is. That was scary.
Yeah, Ming with the blind hook.
They're like, are we going to continue to try to siege these towers? Are we going to try to whittle them down in a 1v1? Are we going to do the Baron? And they keep kind of bouncing between all of these different facets. And RNG are just a turtle. They're just on lockdown.
Perhaps speaking to the youth of the team in this indecision, as a huge fourth bullet brings MLXG to half. They're just fighting over this bush right here. However, Fury will be forced to back away eventually.
But that vision is so important, you know, because RNG are so bunkered down together, they need these defensive control wards so they can start eking out of their jungle. Clever vision like that to catch the Baron being started.
Yeah, and it is just clever vision as the rest of the wards have been cleared out. Teleport from Koro. He's going to end up locked onto 5 people. Takes a quick Deadly Flourish ride, and that's a good stun onto 2. They dunk onto Hacker. Do they continue chasing? Looks like Fen forces one. Curtain call. That decision is no longer theirs as they're trying to lock out Koro on the far side. He makes his way over the wall. The 4th bullet and a hook follow-up from Fen to clear it out, but Fen is so low health. Xiao Al leads the charges. Fury steps forward, another snare. Tags Y4, so he can't quite get in there, but a stun tags Yoon.
And that fight was much too close for comfort there. Suning Gaming, frankly, almost got outplayed. Koro did actually a great job splitting and manipulating the terrain of that fight. He got 4 people to follow him, then he immediately went over the wall. Can you imagine if Ming was in position?
Teleport from Fen. He's looking to collapse. Blast Cone up top. He's trying to chase down Xiaohu. That Syndra is not going to go down quite so easy. However, finally the mid-tier 2 drops without the front line and the wave clear missing from RNG.
Okay, so finally some bright news for Suning Gaming. The Baron didn't pan out, but they did get that mid-tier tower. So still constantly starting to chip away at RNG's defenses.
Looks like they're turning towards the Dragon next, taking whatever objectives they can. But as you said, that was a very close fight.
I feel like taking this Cloud Dragon is actually really important for Suning right now because it opens up that secondary end-game threat of the Elder Dragon now.
Getting that bonus true damage is certainly one way to start breaking down RNG. If you can't find a favorable engage, that'll be up at 37.5 minutes.
It just forces RNG that they'll have to spread out their vision. Later on in the game, you know, we lose these coveted spots for wards, and so if all of your focus is just on the Baron and the support's the only person really who can place vision near it, maybe you get a couple of control wards here and there, it's harder to start picking it up and moving it around as freely between, are they doing Elder, are they doing Baron, and then you start walking into scary, dark places.
And take a look at what MLXG has been building this game. Black Cleaver, Devour, or excuse me, Challenging Smite, and then Last Whisper for armor penetration. What does he hope to achieve with that?
MLXG?
Yeah. Is he trying to assassinate Fury? Is he trying to help against Xiao Ao? Like,
he just wants to kill Fury.
Okay.
Because you have so much damage across RNG's composition that if you can just burst out and kill that Jhin, then all you need to worry about is the Kassadin.
Yeah.
Whereas on RNG's comp, you've got to worry about the Kha'Zix, the Syndra, the Varus, even to an extent Jarvan.
The damage distribution. Curious. I'm just wondering why he's not taking a more supportive role, because when we are critical of RNG, it's when MLXG has these off and on performances.
So when you take a more kind of the utility of the Kha'Zix, it's when you put extra points into the W, you kind of stand next to your AD carry. But
the evolved void spikes.
Yeah, you don't need to do it in this case because you're already next to a Syndra who's got the Scatter the Weak. Like if Y4 is positioned next to Xiaohu, there's no reason for MLXG to sacrifice his damage output because Syndra can protect him. And if Syndra's not protecting him, he's got the Box as well as Dark Passage. So Ming can protect him. And it's also, you know, a Varus as opposed to like a Caitlyn or a Kog'Maw.
So it's not a lack of faith, it's perhaps, if anything, more faith. It's trust in his team to keep that AD carry safe. As Suning Gaming playing once again with the vision of RNG. But this time they don't have teleport on Koro, though they do have teleport from Xiao Ao, as blue buff does get picked up by that Renekton. Not to mention the GA completion as they finally start sweeping out some of these wards.
And yet the Baron dance continues.
The elusive purple worm, massive though it is, so very difficult to pin down.
And Suning Gaming need it at this point because breaking inhib towers with this comp. Jin's not great at pushing, Kassadin's not great at pushing.
They see it once again, but this time there's no opportunity for Koro to make it in time. Teleport behind them as Flash gets Ming away. They see the teleport completion from Xiao Ao. He flashes the wall to Y4 as Ming is taking the brunt of this damage. MLXG slows as Ming gets away. Curtain call still ready, and again, RNG hold on.
Such a clutch box from Ming, pretty much to save his team's life. That was perfectly set up by Xiao Ao, but cut off choke point, and RNG survive.
Yeah, they start the Baron and then back away as this vision is slowly being swept out, but it's a trap! Admiral Akbar shouts as the fight breaks free. Koro dashes over the wall, but Ming trades his life for this knowledge.
Small mistake, RNG weren't behind their line of scrimmage, having Koro go first. They were actually split up and separated, and allows an easy pick. But the jungler's still alive, which is why Suning still have the hesitation.
This is so scary. They've actually aggroed Baron and are taking some damage from it. Finally, we see them backing away. Koro's taking the long way around to see if he can come in from the other side of the pit. Don't have a current count on those wards as Xiao Ao makes his way over. Koro's going in blind. He's looking for the timing. And meanwhile, MLXG forced to flash away. He leaps in onto Fury. The dive onto Hacker as Baron is picked up. Xiaohu's there, though, and now this looks like Y4 and Xiaohu trying to burn through Little Al and Fen. Look at the shots. They actually get the kill onto Yoon as Fen and Hacker try to make their way out the CC chain. RNG are winning the fight despite losing the Baron.
And it's the indecision again as Koro is continuing to chase. Doesn't have Cataclysm.
Oh, doesn't have any vision either. And the play from Hacker. He leaps in, delivers Xiaohu forward, but the Dark Sphere is not enough. Fen cleans up the fight.
And on blinking health bars, 120 HP, he manages to swing that back in Suning's favor. But still, table scraps. RNG do get a tower.
The mid-tier 2 finally broken. They've even got a large minion wave pressing down bottom. So they will get an opportunity to get some gold, but instead they're going to play back, play it safe, not take any chances as Fen shows himself up top. At the very least, though, that's Baron on only one lane from Suning Gaming.
But still a great lane to have it on. Kassadin can play anywhere that he wants, particularly that side lane or with the 5v5. He's still massive. He'll require multiple resources to come and stop him. but it ultimately was him that put his team in such a bad position. He goes over the back with Renekton, and now you have both of the abilities down where Renekton and Kassadin can't immediately get back into the fight. And while they're waiting for their big carries to come to their rescue, Koro, Y4, and Xiaohu are just ripping the rest of the team apart. In the end, it's okay because RNG overreach here, get a little bit greedy, and FinFin's able to turn it, but just by the skin of his teeth.
So very close. A huge kick sets up Xiaohu, and then FinFin just turns onto MLXG. That is late game Kassadin, ladies and gentlemen. Damage out the wazoo. Elder Dragon's up in 15 seconds with Baron now on FenFen with teleport on the other side of the map. That makes this Elder Dragon a huge terror for RNG.
But hopefully we'll see Suning Gaming be a bit more decisive about how they set up and approach it. You already listed all of the tools that they have. Baron on a massive Kassadin in a side lane with teleport. It should be very clear. Draw RNG to this and get it for free.
They're certainly trying, as recall was just completed by Little Owl, and he is currently outside of vision, so FenFen's still pressuring. He's got that Lichbane. He is going to tear through turrets. Finally, recall started from Koro. I believe he's been spotted. And now, the pace of the game gets a little bit different. FenFen decides to back away instead, playing it a little closer to the chest, a little more patient.
There's no reason to be overextended right now or to try to pressure on that tower because his team wasn't in position to do anything with it.
He is 6 items right now. Finished off Luden's Echo with that recall. And as you said, no immediate pressure. Baron's still only up for 30 seconds with the duration of that extended fight. So instead, he's just going to hop over and race towards the Elder Dragon with the rest of his team. This time, RNG see it coming just a bit beforehand. They've got teleport on Koro, but it's already brought down so low. MLXG is zoned away. There's teleport as the hook misses. Y4 fires onto Little Owl. They have to burn through the tank as Koro's in the back line. That's Elder Dragon onto Suning Gaming. Fury starts firing shots, and RNG make for the hills, but they're going to have to leave a blood sacrifice as FenFen tags onto Koro. Turns out they evade the capture of Suning Gaming.
So well done by RNG. I know it sounds so strange to compliment RNG after that, after Suning got the Elder. So back up. Great job from Suning. You drew attention top lane, you forced out the teleport, you got the Elder for free because you had vision control. It's late game though, you didn't have a control ward on it, so the teleport was able to come through, and you saw the immediate go from RNG. MLXG stealths, runs past the fight, doesn't waste any of his abilities on anyone who is stunned up by Xiaohu, and look for the steal. Hacker secured it, and then beautiful disengage from Ming, Xiaohu, as well as Koro.
And miraculously, RNG hold on.
Where
Elder
are my
Dragon
replays?
Up to a third left. Our third already burnt out, and the recalls have been completed. There is vision like a pox from Suning Gaming. They can see everything that RNG are trying to do right now. I just stumbled over a chair. That's okay. And the Nexus and the base at 40 minutes in has not been broken by Suning Gaming. They have been prioritizing Baron. They have been prioritizing these picks. And somehow RNG have been able to hold on. Can they do it against the Elder Dragon of Suning Gaming here?
I mean, things are terrifying. It's about what is FinFin going to do with this Elder Dragon. You would assume that they need to dive now because the, I believe Baron has worn off.
It has, yes.
I was going to
FenFen
say,
no longer has it.
that guy has like 20 million buffs on him. I can just see...
He's got everything. Blue buff, Elixir of Brilliance, Elder Dragon, hook misses from Ming as the minion wave crashes. Sonic Wave tags Koro, he immediately steps forward.
And that's the thing, you can't just sit there because they're going to wave clear infinitely. You have to poke, you have to be brave like that.
Yeah, MLXG took a hit and is forced to leap away. Yoon now tanking for his team, allowing them to get some damage as the hook baits Fury back. Still holding on to that Chains of Corruption, but like you said, Xiaohu playing 2 lanes at once.
Xiaohu got a perfect back timer off there. In between the waves for mid lane so that he doesn't sacrifice mid lane and cleared bottom.
All right, here's the curtain call. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 and 4. Ming takes the final one. How are they doing this? They're holding off all 3 lanes of presence.
It's also Suning Gaming just aren't moving forward when they have their abilities. You know, it's like you open up curtain call, the wave comes, it's going to get immediately cleared. Just step forward, chunk people out.
The hook tags Hacker. He's pulled back. Are they going to try to burst through the GA? They are not, as Redemption resets it, and it looks like Koro can finally stand up to the damage of Fen. And despite this presence, despite this movement from Suning Gaming, they're still not breaking the base.
RNG have now absorbed a Baron and an Elder Dragon, and they're going to get the chance to contest for the next one.
This is not looking good for Suning Gaming.
If Suning lose this game, this is a hard one to lose.
There we go. Now they've managed to catch the recall as Y4 is trying to cover bottom, but Xiaohu makes it there in time to clear out the rest of the wave. And despite the weight of the loss that they would suffer, they're still playing to win right here, right now. 41 minutes in, they're up by 12,000 gold. 6 items for some of these folks as Baron respawns.
The Observer knows exactly what this game is going to come down to. Suning, they can't figure out how to break the base. They can't figure out how to crack the shell on this turtle. They're going to rely entirely on a fight around Baron. We're late enough in the game that this will come down to a single 5v5.
Just how I like it.
Your entire series being gambled on one play.
Yeah. Again, this is only game 2. Suning Gaming win this. We're going to game 3. We are going the distance.
And then it's about the endurance.
Yeah, they
the
actually
resilience
have to close
of
this
these
out.
players.
Certainly it's a good showing for RNG because they're going to Rift Rivals in just 2 weeks, and they need to be able to demonstrate that if they want to play against the LMS and the LCK.
I think that this is a game that RNG will be frustrated with, win or loss.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of how out of control the early game got. I think, again, you have to look towards MLXG maybe overextending or overexposing himself.
Weaknesses that have cropped up not once but multiple times for RNG. And though he's close to 6 items now, he's not there just yet, so not quite at maximum effectiveness. Looking for level 18 is Fury. Taking a very... What the crit was that?
About half his health, actually.
1,500 damage with the rapid-fire static shiv 4th bullet crit. Fury steps forward, and there's another one. That wasn't even a crit. But MLXG is chunked down to a 3rd, burning out the Redemption before the fight. Okay, Vision now is the name of the game. Koro keeping Fen busy.
But we swap things up, and Koro is certainly suffering in this 1v1.
Baron has been started. It's spotted out by the Lantern of Ming. But here comes the rest of the team. Koro sitting in base, actually racing out to match Fen. Playing a very close game down to 5,000. It's going to come down to the wire here. Fury's got his 4th bullet, and Hacker's holding on to Smite. MLXG has to see this timing. They're playing around a tight window. Leaps in, and Baron picked up before immediately leaping out. Xiao Ao forcing the fight, and Fen collapsing from the side. This looks like it might be the fall of RNG. As finally Ming goes down, but Koro gets stunned. Y4 firing across MLXG, looking for the assassination. Koro goes in, but is exhausted before dashing away. Snare keeps him locked down, though. And finally, they break his GA. Y4 and Xiaohu try to hold on to the base, but they're going to need to do it almost single-handedly, as it is 3 versus 5.
But there's no time wasted. Fen has already made his way back to base, gotten himself topped off, and grabs the middle wave. With Koro down, and with Ming dead, and everyone else out of position, this should be an easy walk home through Suning.
MLXG cancels his recall and is spotted out by Yoon, so denied. 2 versus 4. Xiaohu sitting on the fountain. Not going to put up too much of a fight. Finally tags out with a stun, but the Nexus turrets are going down, and Suning Gaming, once again in traditional SNG fashion, turn on to the Nexus and are looking for a game number 3, even if they're going to be a bit reckless about it.
Very slow pace win from Suning there. But they had every opportunity. 2 Barons and Elder Drake, and they make it stick when it counts.
They do indeed stick the landing. MLXG taking a nice long yawn. Koro perhaps looking a bit defeated after that one.
I mean, it's a frustrating game to lose. Either way, I don't think anyone's going to be too happy there. Maybe Fen. He was looking like he was having a lot of fun on the castle and bouncing around.
I mean, you can see him right now. He's still got a bit of a smile on his face as he makes his way backstage.
But even in the Baron take, which Suning Gaming did secure it, good job on Hacker there, but think about how that was. Ming throws the Lantern down so they can get Vision into the pit, see that the Baron is dropping very slowly, and the Lantern was actually there long enough that not only was MLXG able to get into the pit and attempt the steal, but then take the Lantern on the way out. And why didn't Suning just back up and stop hitting the Baron? it's these types of decisions. That could have been a very easy Baron steal for RNG.
And I think that's why we comfortably call them a lower tier team here in the LPL, though they did just take this game. Now joining us here to break down this game that we just saw was Rusty. Welcome back.
Very curious game, to say the least there, Dom. RNG bought more time than a clock store in terms of how long they were able to hold on for, but they didn't actually get a victory from it, so that'll be more frustrating than anything else when you actually highlight how RNG will feel now that the game has ultimately resulted in having to go to Game 3 for them. SNG Gaming, you'd be happy with it. Their early game was a lot more aggressive. It was faster than we're used to seeing from them, and this is almost indicative of what they're like when you give them the early lead, or actually give them an advantage. You know, they're able to play the game out, but this also is indicative of the fact that they don't often get to this position where they have a lead at a mid-game stage and understand how to close the rest of the game out, because they got there and then realized that they've never been here before and they didn't really know how to break the base. Whereas RNG, they've been here for a very long time in the LPL. They understand how to hold on, how to turtle, and how to wait for a very long amount of time. So they were able to sit back and, you know, just relax and try to not lose everything. And that's realistically how this game started to unfold. SNG Gaming looked good early. RNG looked really good late for some reason at just holding on. It was actually really impressive to watch them hold on for that long, but they never really had a way into the game unless they stole the objectives, and MLXG just wasn't able to.
Like you said, RNG probably acclimated to those late game stalling fights, those stalling opportunities, where SNG, they seemed almost exclusively reliant on Baron and picks and something, and RNG just, no.
Well, a part of it was, again, the composition that SNG had, so I'm not going to hit them too hard on their inability to close out the inhib, but I will hit them hard on their inability to be decisive about committing towards the Baron. Like, it was, are we looking for the pick? Are we doing the Baron? Are we pressuring a side layup? Are we setting up vision for Elder? It was just all over the board, which drew out what should have been a 2-minute prep to like 5 minutes.
And it's not the first time we've seen them do this, Dom. I believe there was a set last week that I fondly remember just in my mind ingrained there. It was SNG Gaming against Jingdong, where there was 15 minutes of that. So we actually did well to have a Baron taken in this game in less time than that. So perhaps it's a sign of improvement. Perhaps it's just RNG actually on the flip side being more aggressive. And that's the thing that I actually wanted to point out about that. I actually like that RNG take the fights. They don't die. And that's actually very impressive that they don't die, but they still take the fights. They still commit to going for these things. And whether it's a 50-50, which this one actually does become, or whether it's something else, you know, the biggest part about this fight is that MLXG is not there. The 50-50 is more of a 60-40. But past this point, this is still RNG's fight to win. Xiaohu actually is the biggest problem here. Save your ultimate. Don't use it right now. Onto Xiaoel. And now think about how the rest of this fight pans out if Syndra had an ultimate. Yes, there was a Zhonya's there for Fen, but if you force him to use the Zhonya's where he was standing by pressing your ultimate on him, you know that your AD carry was going to take out the Renekton. And then because Fen's able to come back in here with the Zhonya's, with a clutch flash play even on top of that, very lucky to be alive, but at the same time, RNG would have been a lot happier if they got rid of all of the Barons.
Yeah, and surprise, surprise, MVP goes to Fen in the mid lane. Absolutely huge for his team on that Kassadin. Blind first pick on blue side, and he shows why.
He got it off easy, in my opinion. He first picked a Kassadin, and if I was Xiaohu, I was locking in Lucian. I was locking in a Zed, maybe, just being something a lot more aggressive. Syndra does control the lane, does control the wave, and it's similar to Talia and how they want to play it, but Xiaohu kind of let him off there with a warning and didn't actually pick something to just outright blast him in laning phase.
Yeah, and that sort of, I guess, leeway to Fen afforded him the flexibility to actually be decisive here in game number 2, whereas I feel like in game number 1, there was very little opportunity for SNG Gaming to be decisive themselves. So we'll have to see who's going to set the pace in game number 3. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that ready for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to our final game of the evening. It's game number 3 between RNG and Suning Gaming. Second place from the spring split, taking on the newcomers to the LPL, currently second to last in their groups. And yet here we are, going to a game number 3, as the newcomers of SNG have actually perhaps found some momentum, found some decisiveness.
No, you don't. You don't get to be a middle of the pack or an elite team unless you have the consistency to close out a series. Like, anyone can take a game. We've seen that at every international and every single best of one. That's what that was.
Cool.
I mean, they are able to take games in series. They just aren't really able to finish a series off. And for me, the biggest concern there is that, look, you know what? They can consistently go to 3 games, they haven't got the wins. RNG should not be going to 3 games. There's bigger concerns for this team right now. The fact that they have gone to 3 games against Suning Gaming, not really what you want to see from a team you're sending to Rift rivals. They need to get it together.
It seemed like it was disrespect from RNG across the board. Like, as you said, Xiaohu, he did take that Syndra and afforded at least the opportunity for Kassadin to start going off. MLXG played his greedy Kha'Zix. We still saw Koro trying real hard, but...
yeah, but he was also picking himself into a matchup that he's now lost twice in a row because they want the champion. So for me, I'm not even going to blame the players for the draft. I'm just going to say the draft could have been improved. Not that the draft was bad. The Jarvan is good. Syndra's a great champion. But instead of winning their laning phase and just being better players, they tried to play the game out in a finesse manner. But the Renekton wins the lane. The Kassadin got advantages thanks to the jungle. And suddenly these champions that win lanes by small increments were losing lanes. And just that simple, Suning Gaming get advantages and snowball.
And just that simple, they were able to eventually close out the game. It was, in fact, not simple at all, and it was a long and drawn-out affair with multiple engages and trades over Baron, in which we got to see RNG's skill at disengaging, which I think actually is a great opportunity to practice against the likes of upper-tier teams coming from the LCK and the LMS, should they ever find themselves in that situation, which they don't want to be in the first place. So, silver lining.
An LCK team will not make the errors that Suning Gaming did in setting up a lot of those engagements.
They will still play it slowly, however, if they are given the opportunity to do so, whereas an LMS team plays hard and fast, and so they might actually get some practice from this one, being able to diffuse a hard and fast style, I guess.
Very well could be, but again, they have one final opportunity here in this best of 3 to close out the set and take home the big W. Right now, they are tied for second in their group. Actually, they are technically in second, 2-1 with NewBee and LGD both at 2-2 just behind them. So they certainly could use this win if they want to try to catch up to OMG, who are currently undefeated in groups.
Winning is always good.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank
yeah, you were
insight.
struggling trying to get that out of your mouth, and I just thought I would help.
I appreciate
Welcome.
your tactics. As RNG, their pick of champions that are. Do they want these champions to win, Frost?
They want to deny a lot of the comfort picks from Suning Gaming, and since they're on blue side, it allows them the privilege to do that. Because they don't need to ban things like a Zac or a Galio, but Zac hasn't been banned yet.
He has. There he goes.
Well, JK.
That's Galio now banned away, along with Zac and Talia, Kassadin, Ashe, and Thresh. No surprise. So RNG with their pick of the litter just about. They're going to show us what they prioritize here.
And this looks very similar to what we've already seen from RNG. They used a Gragas priority pick as a flex into the jungle position and then picked up Jarvan in second rotation. So Suning, they've shown that they like to go into the Renekton, that they're free to give away the Jarvan. They've lost to it in game 1, beat it in game 2. Does Xiao continue to look at his Renekton, or do they throw a wrench in RNG's very clear-cut, telegraphed plans and deny them the Jarvan?
We're going to have to find out in just a little bit, as we're still looking for the next picks from Suning Gaming, with Gragas to be the first setup from RNG. Do they give it to MLXG, or do they give it to Koro up top? We did see MLXG play it in game number 1, with Koro taking Jarvan up top, but that's an Elise priority for Hacker out of Suning Gaming.
So switching things up, it's not a Voidless and Dian finding their way onto the roster. They're sticking with Fin and Hacker moving away from his Lee Sin. Still a very aggressive, fast-paced jungler in Elise.
And now to follow up with that, let's put some traps under those cocoons, some cupcakes, is Caitlyn for Fury. And Koro, I've had enough of this Renekton in my lane. Just give him to me.
Then also makes the Jarvan that much scarier to pick. Because Suning Gaming have already shown their jungler in Elise, they can't even just grab the Jarvan due to how much they like the champion and move him into a jungle position. So this pretty much denies that either you're losing the lane and taking the Jarvan, or you're not picking it at all.
Or perhaps we could see a champion that we haven't even considered just yet, or in your app description, not taking the champion at all. Kled, currently the hover from Suning Gaming. Oh, don't. I just set up so much. Come on.
Are you feeling lucky, Dom?
Are you feeling lucky, Punk? All right, Kled, locked in. No,
Right,
that's
cool.
actually not the quote. It's do you feel lucky? Well, do ya?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Kled and Renekton.
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we know that Renekton's great at pushing level 1. He gets cold and meek, and it allows him to not only self-sustain, but also push a wave with AoE. Something that Kled really struggles with is pushing lanes. That's why Rumble was a good matchup, at least for the early levels 1 through 4. As soon as Kled gets Tiamat, though, his kill zone that Pulse likes to talk about in lanes is actually really wide. Because if he ever catches you with Bear Trap on a rope and then Joust, he can pretty much walk down anyone. It's a bit scarier, though, against the likes of Renekton, because those early levels, Dominus means that much more. So we'll keep our eyes on it. I'm not completely sold that it goes one way or the other, and obviously Little Al feels confident enough that he can swing this in his favor.
He's certainly going to have to, as he did take game number 1 and game number 2, but the more winning lanes Suning can pull out, the better, especially against the likes of RNG. And now that we've got MLXG on a very large utility-based Gragas, and you've already got Koro on that massive split push Renekton that allowed them to see their win just last week against NewBee. That could be a great opportunity for RNG moving forward, as Victor is now going to follow it up. So 2 mid lane bans along with 1 mid lane, now 2 mid lane bans.
He didn't ban
Suning Gaming.
Syndra here. He actually banned the counter to Syndra. Or not a counter, but an answer. So I feel like RNG were kind of baiting them to take the Syndra, but they took the left turn and took Karma.
The whole car swerves as they make it around the corner, and Karma is locked in for Suning Gaming. Now that still can be flexed. Might not be mid lane, as we don't see the support for Yoon just yet.
And that's the interesting thing, meaning that they get so much control over what Xiaohu's going to do into that mid lane.
Cassiopeia locked in. So Xiaohu going to go for a little bit of lane, but high damage against the likes of Suning Gaming. And now we're looking for the final support pick of RNG to round out their roster. Supports haven't been touched too much outside of that Thresh, so Tom Kench still an option. Braum, let's see, with Jin, Lulu, Rakan.
I was going to say, they need engagement. I was actually considering that Ming might go towards the Leona this game, because I think it would fit well. But Rakan does the same thing, offers a bit more safety in a lane in terms of that he can move multiple directions, not just forward like the Leona.
That means that Rakan now locked in, provides that flexibility, and sets up a lot for his team. And taking a look at the damage, it is all over the place. They've got a huge Jin, as we've seen in game number 2 from Fury. They've got Cassiopeia for scaling, Renekton up top for bruising, and Suning Gaming. Looks like that is going to be Karma going in the mid lane as Lulu rounds it out. Double shield comp from SNG, putting the balls back into Fury's court.
Yeah, so a raise the Fury composition. They do have a split push or 1-4 ability if Xiao Al gets going on this Kled in a side lane. So much safety for the 4-man unit kind of sitting in the middle. And also the fact that Finfin has teleport, so maybe pushing off into a side lane, running around with Karma. Suning Gaming have showed that they like to play at side lanes. On the other side, though, so much late game damage, a lot of scaling. Early game pressure from RNG's comp is focused around the top side of the map with the Renekton and the Gragas, so hopefully MLXG will team up with Koro. I feel like Koro has been so on point this series and has gotten very little to any attention or resources from his jungler.
Well, compared to the last series in which he played against NewBee, he was completely on his own throughout that entire best of 3 as well, but he actually saw success because he was against the likes of V, who was not having a great day. And again, that was also Koro on his Renekton, so perhaps they might be less incentivized after seeing his performance in just last week against NewBee. But now he has struggled here in the first 2 games. I don't know. It could go either way. We'll see if MLXG can make up his mind.
I mean, Koro has just defined himself as one of the top laners in the league. I'm trying to think of if there's a better top laner and if they immediately jump out to mind. Koro has just almost breathed new life into RNG since he's taken the Rift. And even though they're, still going to Game 3 across from SNG Gaming, I have to say that Koro did nothing but excellence in the first 2 games of this series. His disengagements were on point, his flanking was on point, even his 1v1 abilities.
Well, let's see if he can keep that edge honed nice and sharp going into game number 3. As I just looked through the list, not finding a better top laner either. Especially now that Duke is also starting to see some trouble from Invictus Gaming, but that's neither here nor there. We've loaded onto the Rift. It is game number 3, the final match. Once again, SNG Gaming are going the distance. Koro is going to get yanked back in. Takes out a big hunk of crocodile leather.
Oh no.
And Xiaohu.
Is he going to do it?
We actually haven't seen a spell start yet out of Yoon. He hasn't leveled anything up just in case he needs to take polymorph. But already, yeah, Ming has taken the grand entrance.
And there's no reason for Xiaohu to step forward and place vision or walk that direction, so he should be okay. Oh no.
Oh, here comes the rest of RNG. Ming steps forward and then immediately turns back around with the grand entrance to safety. I suppose a grand exit.
Does get some decent damage down, but like you said, it's not a terrible start. Nothing lost, really.
Instead, we do see red buff being started off by RNG to set MLXG up for success.
It's also information about where Hacker is starting, as round 2.
Ooh, this time they play with the vision in the brush, but we're still seeing SNG Gaming get the better of that trade. That's really low health. And Xiaohu says, "You're going to invade my jungle. I dare you."
But now we have kind of completely different tones on the side of the map. Xiaohu still asserting his dominance, putting his foot in Fin's face every single time. Whereas on the bottom side, Yoon and Fury. I'm sorry, Fury.
It's been a long day.
It has. They stand in the brush and they continue to chunk out Y4 and Ming, punishing this matchup.
Here you can see the changes to Karma, slightly nerfing the Mantrid Inspire, both in movement speed and in the overall shielding at later levels.
But I feel like this doesn't fundamentally change what Karma is going to do in the mid lane, especially across from Cassiopeia. She's going to try to push as hard as possible and just absorb a lot of this pressure and this attention that Xiaohu can exert. But here we go.
LXG sees Hacker. Ooh, but a good smite from Hacker locks down red.
Yeah, unfortunately, MLXG didn't have a smite to contest, so that needed to be perfect there, but trying to abuse the information of that early level 1 ward on the blue buff. So MLXG still trying to make these early plays happen.
Yeah, heading up towards Krugs right now. Fury and Yoon are really giving it to Y4. Dude does not have a single minion.
And Ming shouldn't have stepped forward there. Of course, Yoon and Fury are going to be that much more aggressive. They know where MLXG is. He's on the other side of the map.
It's level 1 to level 3. Oh, and Y4 burns the heal, exhaust to keep his carry safe. Why are they still here? Yoon has Flash Ignite. He drops Ignite onto Ming, starts dropping some auto attacks. Level up, gets Ming level 2 before his AD carry. 4 minutes. Oh, and Hacker's here as well. And he has 2 creeps.
This is devastation for Y4 and Ming. Fury and Yoon have put them solidly in the bin. You have to think if Fury had left the creep wave and walked past with Yoon, that might have been a kill.
Or at the very least, some more summoner spells. But the turret instead is the one that takes the brunt of the damage, as Y4 doesn't even take the time to fully heal up. He is 500 gold down, 2 to 29 in CS. That is abysmal.
Nice thing, though, is that his build path and where he can find immediate strength. So the thing is depending on where he'll itemize, he's probably going to grab a bunch of long swords. At this point, yes, he's definitely still screwed. But on the next back.
Ooh, MLXG forcing the play on the Fen. He flashes, but Xiaohu follows through with a poison and first blood RNG.
Okay, RNG losing bottom side, but still winning mid. Kind of back to the gen point, though. So, yes, things are bad. Caitlyn boot Cole as well as Doran, but she wants to sit here and she wants to farm for elongated periods. If Y4 can cheat in another back, he can try to make up for this abysmal level 1 through 3 by grabbing early long swords, whereas Caitlyn's still waiting on the big purchase of the BF sword before she'll really start to take off with her damage. She's still going to be an absolute pain in the lane because now she's got her boots to punish even harder with her range.
Level 4 to level 2. Ah, and he's even tanking the deadly flourishes to deny that CS. This is brutal. And the wave is slowly starting to push back and head back in as another Glitter Lance just tags Ming and Y4. Here comes another wave, and Fen is hanging out on this side of the map as well. There's no vision from RNG over here.
There is
except for the Patrol Warden Pixel.
Yeah,
Let's
and
try.
Xiaohu actually just placed one on the ramp as well, so you are correct that it didn't catch him coming in, but it will catch him coming out. So trying to keep tabs on Fen and make sure that he feels the wrath of Xiaohu and MLXG.
And Fen currently oblivious to the scrutiny which he is currently under as Xiaohu looks for the opening. And MLXG sees Hacker clearing out Raptor Camp.
At this point, Y4 and Ming just kind of have to take it right now. If MLXG and Xiaohu can at least continue to exploit Hacker and Fen, then you're probably going to call Worth depending on when this tower falls.
That's not... It's already down to a quarter health as the fortification wears off. That's really tough. And I didn't even exactly get to see how that happened. Was that just from walking in at half health from that tri-bush, trying to walk through the Lulu and Caitlyn, the early surprise play out of the brush?
Yep.
Savage. As we'll have to see if he can recover in this lane because he has got his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, Koro trading with Xiao up top. Slices and dices his way through, 57 to 47, so slight CS advantage, but first brick. Suning Gaming, bottom lane.
Okay, now things can continue to ramp up faster. Now it's very important what RNG do next.
Koro gets yanked in as Xiao Ao looks for the dive. He charges in, and Koro flashes back, tries to sidestep around. Xiao Ao takes 2 hits and the minions, but is healing up enough to keep himself alive.
The dive is safe because he had Scarl available. Koro just didn't respect. Again, we talked about that kill zone, that kill threat that Kled has. It's one of the longest of any of the top laners because of his ability to dive and chase so freely. But now, Caitlyn gonna get swapped up to the top side. So suddenly bot lane's blunders have now bled up across the entire map. I would expect that RNG would actually unlock their bottom lane and match Caitlyn and Lulu and just try to wave clear, but they've actually kept Y4 bottom, and it's just Rakan that's been unleashed.
You can see he's heading top right now to group up with Koro. They've even got MLXG in the river to spot out Fen.
And you know, I was fine with Fury and Yoon blasting Y4 and Ming as long as Fen and Hacker were punished, but MLXG has really been unable to do anything to the Elise. He's had eyes on him. He's, you know, maybe taken a Raptor 2, still his Krug camp, but they haven't swung the gold or the pressure or tempo as wildly as Fury and Yoon have.
Yeah, they're currently skirmishing over vision in that river as Koro is just bleeding CS. He's doing a good job of catching it right now. And finally, we're starting to see some gold onto Y4 as Blue Buff gets passed over to MLXG.
From bad to worse.
Yeah. Wow. This is not a good game from RNG early on, though they were able to pick up first blood onto Xiaohu with a great gank, but what is going on?
And Suning are making the correct play by just pulling the Elise. So they know that Koro is doing a good job clearing it, but he's getting whittled down slowly. So just pull your jungler and brute force the damage on the tower.
They've got it chunked down to half as Fury with that very early BF sword is doing work. Y4 trying to maintain a freeze down here as Xiao Ao will quickly show up and immediately break it. No chance for him to get any.
And it's hard for RNG if they just continue to sit here and play Suning Gaming's game, then they're just going to slowly lose their tower for free because Rakan and Renekton are just slowly getting chipped away by Caitlyn. They don't have the health equal footing to look for a 3v3 or a 4v4 topside safely.
They're still keeping MLXG up there. and Hacker is completing recall at Raptor Camp, so brief window of opportunity if they wanted to press it. It looks like instead they're just content to hold on to the CS they have. Fen has got his teleport and is sitting back in base, and slowly but surely
Ming has to be close to 6. There'd be no other reason why MLXG would hang around unless they knew that they could make a play with an engagement. But he actually just sat there for an extra 45 seconds and then made his recall.
Bit curious as now Koro is heading bottom. Seems like they might finally be giving up this turret. There's no one to defend it from this Caitlyn, but from Ming. He tosses out a Gleaming Quill against a cannon minion wave. So I have to assume that this is a deliberate choice. They're bringing Xiaohu up.
So what they've done is they've just bought time for Y4. He now has a Caulfield's Hammer, but because it's an Infernal, they're still hemorrhaging across the map. Like, I kind of understand it, but...
Now they're currently pressuring mid. Y4 shows himself as MLXG looks for a flank. They're trying to get him a kill, but a flash reaction from Fen. And MLXG even did it correctly. He body slam cast instead of body slam auto cast.
He's trying to hit a race car. I won't be too harsh on that. Karma's flying at 100 miles an hour.
But with that Infernal Dragon now picked up, Suning Gaming, they complete the recall on Fury. He gets a Zeal now for even more threat to these turrets. Luckily, Y4, he's finally getting some gold, though.
Yeah, and that's the thing. RNG have sacrificed a lot of their map, their top lane tower, their bottom lane tower, just to try to get Y4 even in this game again, pick up some free gold. Still about 30 CS down, so still doesn't feel great. Excuse me, that's closer to 50.
Yeah, 42. As Koro, 2 levels down from Xiao Al. He is actually keeping up in CS, so he's done a good job to catch the minions that Fury and Yoon were shoving under his turret, demonstrating his prowess on that Renekton, but now he can't hope to duel that Kled.
But it was because when they made the swap, he didn't have teleport, which just denied RNG from making a counterplay. Because normally he would have no problem taking the chip damage from Caitlyn and then just TPing back full health and looking for the engagement. But without TP, it completely stalled out any sort of counterplay that RNG had other than matching the 2v2 with their own. But because they wanted to prioritize Y4 getting his own farm instead of just continuing getting blasted by Caitlyn, we now find ourselves in this situation where Renekton, Jhin, and Rakan are all down.
Xiaohu takes the time to clear out a wave, eats a cocoon from Hacker, and immediately cleanses back.
And now it's impacting Xiaohu because he's having to pick up the slack as Jhin takes over his own lane.
Still seeing Xiaohu with the CS advantage over Fen, not to mention that kill. So with the Catalyst, he's going to be nice and safe for quite some time, getting health back from casting abilities. And it seems like RNG have managed to stem the tide of Suning Gaming's advantage of Fury and Yoon just tearing Y4 apart in that bottom lane.
I mean, they've stalled out their advancement in terms of taking structures, but RNG are very quickly losing any sort of advantage they had on the map, which was in the mid lane. Yes, there's still a CS difference between Xiaohu and Fen that's quite large, but otherwise there's massive CS discrepancies between like every other lane, particularly the jungle.
Yeah, MLXG, excuse me, has actually suffering a little bit now that you pointed out. 20 CS behind Hacker.
He suffered a lot of it. This bot lane has just taken out the knees from RNG.
Oh,
Everyone is on the ground.
Y4 gets a ward over the wall to spot out Xiao Al, even going so far as to take the Raptor camp away from MLXG. Suning Gaming group as 4 and rotate to the mid lane. And though some of the early wave clear is there, it's not quite enough. It's jumped low, and again, Deadly Flourish denies the cast from MLXG.
Great cocoon, I believe it was on Hacker, to stop Gragas from going forward and finding Fury. That was the go button. You could see the on-the-way pings just
He was
4
looking
of
for
them.
it. Yep. Koro didn't even burn his teleport. Holding on to that still as he continues to push bottom. Still at a 1-level disadvantage behind Xiao Al, but Y4, he's running out of mana pretty soon, and Fen's keeping him busy down there.
And look at Caitlyn's itemization choice to go for rapid fire here. Usually you'll see the static shiv before the rapid fire, but understanding exactly what kind of place he's in, where I just need that one extra long shot just to continue to pick away at everyone and everything.
Just whittle away the health of these minions, whittle away the health of this turret. As now we've got Ming getting some vision on the backside of Rift Herald. Still plenty of vision from Suning Gaming on this top side of the map, as they are the ones dictating the pace of this game number 3 against the second best team in the league as of Spring Split. A Cocoon finds Ming as he's looking for vision, ace in the hole. He's over the wall in low health. Quickness gets him away from the Glitter Lance as he's looking for MLXG. Just so you know, that ring that appeared around him, that was him trying to press E to shield to MLXG. So it shows the radius to everyone.
So now you have that crying moment where, just come to me, come to me.
Exactly. And that's why we saw MLXG actually stop and, okay, yeah.
But there's the rapid fire cannon right there, Fury. As I was talking about, just maximum range, just wanted to get these towers down as quickly as possible. He did his job top, now he's moving into mid.
Oh man, they set up the trap line. They've got control wards. Suning Gaming are just running this game.
This would be great, though. I would love for them to secure a Rift Herald. It would make cracking that mid lane tower that much easier, especially as Xiaohu has now taken it back over. Problem is they need to get control of their mid and top waves to do it safely. This is kind of the one area where RNG can push back into this game, is a skirmish or a 5v5 around that Rift Herald.
Well, it's only up for 4 more minutes, and we still actually haven't had a big recall from Xiaohu.
The other thing that's timing with it that's kind of distracting us is the fact that double Infernal coming up in 30. RNG naturally don't want to let a team have double Infernal, especially when it's all about protecting that Caitlyn, who is going to ramp so hard as it is into the late game. But with Y4 being top and Dragon spawning in 18 seconds, this could just be RNG waving the white flag either way.
Finally, the Rod of Ages is finished for Xiaohu. Youmu's is done for Y4, so he's got a little bit. He's got something.
I actually don't think it's a bad time to fight, really, from RNG. It's not the greatest, but they're not as far behind as they could be due to the efficient itemization on their champions.
Ming and MLXG have been moving back and forth as a unit, trying to fight over this vision. As you said, that Infernal creates an incentive, but is it enough to actually end up with a fight? Xiao's up top with his teleport.
And we can talk about kind of execution of 5v5s. It looks like the teams are maybe looking at each other. First and foremost, Lulu and Kled composition. That's already utterly terrifying, and if one member is still vastly far ahead, it is going to be Xiao, because when he follows off Skarl, he'll have that wild growth to give him duration to jump back on. The front line from Suning Gaming is pretty much unkillable at this point.
Look at this. Xiao actually prepped top for Koro, and now he's taking Scuttle Crab. So he's not actually staying to try bullying Koro in lane, perhaps expecting the fight, preempting it. He's level 12, so has level 2 of his charge, and drops it straight towards the Dragon, racing forward. He's going to tag MLXG and immediately turn around.
But he's already committed to this Infernal. It's now about if the rest of the team will commit behind him.
Yeah, perhaps this could be a trade. Koro gets the opportunity to clear out a wave. Here comes the rest of RNG. They've got the Grand Entrance and Quickness ready. Fury's actually split from the rest of his team, so he lays down a fake trap. Lock up onto Fen. He's knocked back with a huge cast. Wild Growth used early, and they chase it down as Suning Gaming are torn apart like tissue paper.
And that is completely on Fury right there. Out of position, not behind his team. That's the big Caitlyn. And so RNG see it, immediately pull the trigger, grab a kill as well as an Infernal. They're right back in this game.
Koro nets the kill for himself, getting some gold to equalize with Xiao, not to mention that CS advantage. And with the Infernal Dragon, RNG, despite still being down a bit in pace, they have shown they are ready, they are willing to fight. This is why they were the second best team in the league in spring, and while they might be down, they are certainly not out.
It's the defining feature of being able to play from behind and understanding how to slow the pace of a game. They showcased it very well in game number 2. Was a bit tougher in game number 3, but this is twice now that Suning Gaming have been given the early game and unable to ramp it as hard as maybe they would have liked, but they still have some time.
Fury is tagged, he's on top of the Miasma, and Xiaohu with the prediction sidesteps the Cocoon from Hacker. So with Fury at half health and the minion wave finally cleared out, this middle tier 1 might finally be safe.
And now that Rift Herald was looking a lot tastier. It will be disappearing shortly, so RNG now get to plant their feet even tighter and cause another big pause in this game, accumulating the gold and the resources that they want, because Suning Gaming are struggling to push this tower down.
Now it's only a 2,000 gold lead. Excuse me, 1,500 for Suning Gaming. They've been able to break down 2 Tier 2 so far, but not quite enough to get themselves the game. Great job from RNG to recover and funnel this gold back onto Y4, knowing that we have to trust that our Jhin will come back online.
It's also been huge shout-outs to the rest of his team, who pretty much dug deep and tried to cover for him.
Finally, though, they will force back to the mid lane and break down that Tier 1.
As I say that, Xiaohu needed to take his back right there, but I guess the rest of the team didn't get the memo to cover mid lane. Xiaohu, you are playing with fire.
He really is.
I mean, I know he's got the BB, so he's feeling a bit confident.
Banshee's Veil?
It's
only... Yeah, but it's only 2 syllables already.
Oh, you were mad that I
you abbreviated it. Yeah.
Let's be real. It's one of those things where spelling it is hard.
It's really not V-E-I-L, and then Banshee is straightforward.
Listen, if you're in the middle of a team fight, you've only got time for 2 letters.
2 syllables really is. That's a teleport now coming in from Chow Al. He's got his charge, and he will still have his charge as teleport is canceled.
Great flanking vision from both teams, not only to set up the possibility of the teleport, but also to give RNG the heads up that it was coming and their ability to disengage from that fight.
Oh, and Xiaohu. Look at the damage. Wow, they actually landed that.
Oh,
he flashes in. Xiaohu forces the fight. They get the kill. And there's Xiao Al joining in as Fury exhausted. Doesn't quite have enough. Y4 running from Fen. And it seems like Sune might actually be winning this as Fury gets enough damage. Y4 gets the snare, but Ace in the hole is saved by MLXG, but he still drops to Fen. A tag onto Ming as Koro joining in, looking to follow through. Fury drops a trap and zones him away.
And again, the aggressiveness from Xiao, who is punished. He flashes forward, and yes, he gets the kill on Yoon. He forces the Wild Growth to be used defensively, but this is still Fury just free hitting everyone.
It still ends up being a 2 for 2 when it's all said and done, and not resulting in any objectives. If anything, a few minions missed from Sunin.
Okay, this flash from Xiaohu. So hiding in Fog of War, making sure that he can at least tag the poison, and then Yoon is his target. He's going to flash forward, try to finish him off, gets him with the poison. But again, important thing, Wild Growth was used defensively. That means that Kled isn't as invulnerable as he once would be, but it's enough to at least kill Xiaohu. Will eventually fall. There he goes.
Yeah. Koro comes in from the side, forces the flash out of Hacker, so it was a slightly faster reaction from Suning Gaming.
Twice now, though, that Suning Gaming haven't gotten to use their team fight, how it's orchestrated and engineered to do. Again, Kled goes in, falls off Skarl, Wild Growth back onto Skarl, while Caitlyn's just running around in the back with the Lulus and the Karmas and the Ardent Sensors.
It's a big Caitlyn as Infinity Edge has now completed 1-0-1, still 45 CS ahead of his lane opponent.
And it doesn't hurt so much to go QSS third item, delaying the power spike, because he does have the Ardent Sensor on Karma.
Also the fact that he's, really far ahead.
Well, he's ahead of the clock, yes.
Sure.
I mean, 225 creeps at 23 minutes.
It's pretty good.
It's just normally at this point you'd be like, oh yeah, but Caitlyn still doesn't have the completed Zeal item, so...
I'm not saying that at all.
This
I'm
is
saying
like
that he's still really strong. Your prepared defense?
No, that was my color caster voice.
Oh. You mean that thing you do for a living all the time?
Yeah.
Cool, bro. And now we can see...
The point was, it's different at this point in time, Dom.
Oh, man. Koro's actually clearing out bottom tier 1, so finally, RNG are on the board in turrets. They're first of the game. And they did take Infernal Dragon earlier, showing that they are willing to fight, and Xiaohu, he's actually eager to fight, as he did flash in for that engagement for tier 1, but with Ocean Dragon up in 5 seconds. Just about everyone on this side of the map, but Xiaohu.
He's slithering his way over. And Suning Gaming have shown that they're a bit hesitant to just immediately turn on an objective.
Though they might be looking for that right now, as they have started off the Ocean Dragon. Meanwhile, Xiao Al is zoning away the rest of the team on that Kled. Koro comes in. That's the charge onto Koro, of all people, as Cocoon is dodged, but Ocean Dragon picked up by Sunin, and RNG, they were skirmishing over nothing.
And RNG had inside track on mid lane, so it's an Ocean. Why not just take the superior objective, shove it down mid, and then catch Suning Gaming when they try to rotate back in? They already look like they're keen to fight because Koro was coming up from behind them. So, bit of miscommunication, and Suning Gaming prosper.
Somebody somewhere dropped the baton, and that makes this race a lot more difficult. As Suning Gaming now going to be playing multiple lanes. Xiao Al trading with Koro. Actually does not get the better of that trade.
Didn't get to trade on his W windows.
Yeah, he's still got Skarl. And MLXG swapping towards the top. Clears out the minions as Ming shows up. Oh, and the wave is right there. It's so close. But he just can't quite make it in time. Somehow that top tier 1 is held onto as Fen shows up to soak that whole entire wave.
That is satisfying to watch.
That, though, isn't missing the minions under the turret. That's not great.
At this point in the game, though, we need to start moving our attention towards the Baron. It's 25 minutes in. Both these teams can take it rather quickly. You have a Protect the Caitlyn comp on one side. You have a Cassiopeia on the other side. And so I feel like now we're into our dance for vision.
And elaborate it is. Many steps forward and backward and side to side. There's a lot of dropping things in that dance. I feel like it's one of the only dances in which you so casually drop things.
Dropping wards?
Yeah.
I like to think of it in other regions as like a nice tango.
An elaborate waltz.
Just a very intimate dance. Whereas in the LPL, I believe we call it the Harlem Shake.
The Dougie. There's just a lot of moving and loud music. I don't understand what's going on.
This
Hacker.
one's much more patient, though.
Blind Cocoon. Perhaps moving a bit towards ballet.
But they do need to be careful, though, because Jin could just open up and start running Suning Gaming down if they overextend too far into this river.
Here comes the charge. He's actually diving onto Y4, who flashes over the wall. Ace in the hole brings him low, but they back up safely. Koro even going so far as to teleport.
So where Jin is just looking at his ultimate at max range, Xiao Ao catches him in the side as Fury has now locked them out of this tower.
Yeah, great cupcakes with those traps to separate the team. Y4 with both summoners spent makes it back to base and races forward, but here comes the minion wave. And with it, Fury.
Cask.
That's going to pin down Hacker in the back line. You've got a lot coming out from Ming, except he's exhausted and locked down. Xiao Hu flashes in once again looking for Fury. They're trying to chase down the Caitlyn, but a teleport behind them. They don't have a lot of time. Koro goes in. He cleans up Fen. He's looking for Yoon, but doesn't have enough regeneration. They turn onto Xiao Al, but Fury is still free-firing from the back. The fury of Suning Gaming. And Xiao Hu, still very high health, chases forward. Just casually outplaying all of RNG. Fury is huge.
But Koro did so much work that fight, and RNG just completely ignored him. Again, massive miscommunication. They see the teleport coming behind them. Koro's like, we're all in. We can kill them before the TP's completed. The rest of RNG freaks out.
And now we've got the respawn of Xiao Al. He's making his way down mid lane, as so too is Ming. But Fury, he still holds on to this wave.
Okay, here we go. So watch Ming. He's going to come up right up onto a trap, and he's going to get instantly deleted. That feels real bad. And at this point, RNG are like, they've burned everything. We're going to flash forward. We're going to get them. The teleport comes through. Koro's like, we can pop them before the teleport's completed. Look at Xiao Hu and Y4 and MLXG. They're prepping for the Kled coming in, but if they had followed Koro, they probably would have killed at least 2 more members of that fight and then turned onto the Kled.
Just goes to show, Koro, perhaps unappreciated here by the rest of RNG.
Just goes to show some of the growing pains there. You know, we don't know what the comms sound like. We know that Koro is the newest member onto this roster next to Y4. But just, these are the split-second calls.
So close. And now we're getting towards the 29-30 minute mark. It's only 1,000 gold separating these teams. Suning Gaming off of the back of a massive performance from Fury. I mean, you guys mentioned that he was the carry of the team as a Cask. Clears out the minion wave and separates it, but Fury is still ready to free fire. He lays down the traps and is immediately snared. They open up, curtain call, but Cleanse gets him back. 4th bullet tags Yoon and brings him low, but he still holds on to the wild growth. So even when they do catch him with the CC, he's got the fingers to get out.
He's also got the composition to do it around him.
Quicksilver, Lulu, and Karma. Xiao Al takes red buff. and sees now that he has been spotted.
I love Cled's attack animations.
The massive javelin.
He looks like he's always going to fall out of his seat on Skarl.
I'm fairly certain that's the idea, because he's so reckless.
Yep. Like a bobblehead.
If we did a big head mode for Skarl, it would be hilarious.
Oh.
Would it be Cled's head or Skarl's head?
It would definitely be Cled, but he's just bouncing around on the
Just
back.
whoop, whoop, whoop. Now we're at that 30-minute mark. Baron's still in play. Another Cloud Dragon is going to spawn. Suning Gaming have got 2, RNG have 1, and there doesn't appear to be any focus on that side of the map, as now it looks as though RNG are attempting a dive onto Fen. That's the quickness and the grand entrance to lock him down on top of the Miasma, but here comes the rest of Suning Gaming. They've bought enough time. Cocoon onto MLXG. A cask knocks Hacker forward. Finally, they finish off the top tier 1 as MLXG, 150 health, forced to walk away.
And he's still alive, and Cled is now looking for the flank. Charges back up, but I feel like everyone's low enough health that they're just going to disengage safely from this one.
I never realized, but Cled must be great into Jhin. The moment you see the curtain call, you just press R at where the giant arrow is pointing. Oh, there he is. Da-na-na-na.
Just means that Y4 has to be that much better at hiding himself.
Like loops himself around into the wolf.
You can always tell when a Jhin player is looking for their ultimate. Like when he was caught out by the mid tower, you know that he was looking at the rest of his team like, okay, what's the angle that I'm taking? Like where he's setting up.
So taking a look at the gold right now, it's about 900 gold deficit for Koro and a whopping 3,500 gold deficit for Y4, the equivalent of 150 CS. He is way down.
Yeah, and it started at minute 0, but a lot of that, to Fury's credit, was started by Fury, manufactured by him, standing in that brush, abusing the entire map of RNG as they all bent down to help Y4 up.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because this is like the Charles Dickens classic, A Tale of Two Carries. Xiaohu versus Fury. Xiaohu himself is about 3,000 gold ahead of Fen, and while he's got the Banshees, he's just taking so much harass from Fury, who is enabled by his team.
But if that poison connects, he can walk down Caitlyn just as easily as she can walk down Cassiopeia.
And now we can see him just racing forward. Xiaohu moving back and forth, trying to keep himself safe. He's got 4 items plus some wards. He is pretty big. And slowly but surely, Suning Gaming are working their way back towards that tier 2. Yet again, the trap line is being moved forward now.
And you can see Xiao Al on the top side of your screen just inching forward. He was looking for the flank. Now he's going to cut out and start pushing into that tower. So responsibility, what do RNG need to do? MLXG, he needs to find that cask onto the Caitlyn. And he's hit her a couple of times, but you're still trying to get through the Karma, the Lulu.
And just with all of the movement speed that we're getting, Cocoon onto MLXG. There's the charge. Xiaohu needs to step aside as MLXG tanks the hit.
He literally ricocheted off of Gragas.
Oh, yeah. Bounced in, joust out. And Fury still firing away. That's Fen, who's the target. The cask from the side, and there's the quickening. Trying to get something, trying to get anything. Teleport from Koro, but he's coming a long way. Xiaohu's ready, though, but nobody on the rest of RNG are prepared to follow through. They fall back as Koro now has to take the long way around to group up with his team. Already, Xiao Al is prepared to head him off at the pass, and Fury continues to step in, weaving these auto attacks, weaving this harass.
Creep waves coming back in, and massive cooldowns down. No flash for Gragas, no
and
cask.
Look at that. Fury steps in. A single turret shot nearly kills Ming. And that's Koro on the side. Xiaohu just behind him saying, save me, please. And the battle for positioning, it is just so tough. Fury might be a little far from his team right now. I can't tell. He's just so fast.
Look at how quick he is. This would be such a fun composition to be an 80 carry on. Every 80 carry dreams of being Fury in this moment.
You're living out the dream. They should take the Cloud Dragon next. That's actually teleport from Xiao Al to try to get back in here. They know they don't have any presence on Baron, which could perhaps be why we see RNG now setting up some vision, pressing back onto the map.
I would just call their bluff and shove down mid.
Well said. That's what they're doing. Clearing out a minion wave, swapping down. Koro looking for the way around. MLXG has his cast ready, but no flash.
The scary thing is that RNG really can't play a blind game around a Baron pit. A, because of how quickly Suning Gaming can take the structures. B, of how easily it is for Suning Gaming to check blind areas. Because they have a Kled with GA up. Because they have a Lulu with the wild growth. They can pretty much send any face they want into that brush and they'll probably survive and absorb a lot of damage from RNG.
I mean, we've already seen RNG try to pick off Fen, arguably one of the weakest members on the team right now. And even that was, what, a 10-second affair for a mid lane Karma? Now they're fighting over vision and taking some punishment from the Baron because of it. They will take Scuttle Crab and get these wards down, but it's just moving backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
At this point, RNG are just trying to make sure that Suning Gaming can't get priority over Baron. But they also need to start playing the push game, whether in a side lane that Koro's just done bottom, or preferably in that mid lane.
They're going to have their work cut out for them, though, as Koro now fully level 18. He's got his Guardian Angel. He's got his Gargoyle Stone Plate. He is ready for the 5v5 if ever his team can find it. Suning Gaming are just weaving in and out. How do you lock down a team with this much mobility? How do you shut down Fury? The guy is 3-0-1. He's 4.5 items.
In the exact ways that RNG have been trying to exploit them, which is through deep teleport flanks and a great Gragas ultimate. They managed to burn a flash, I believe, the last time around, but unfortunately weren't able to execute back-to-back.
Koro's actually found Fury. He gets the slice and the dice, and there's the curtain call. That's one bullet, and they instead turn towards Hacker, who flashes the wall.
But again, it's the right idea from RNG. Just, they got one flash, just keep at it.
LXG goes for a body slam onto that Elise. They still haven't even been able to break down mid. Here comes Kled. Xiao Al tags onto Ming. He pulls him back into Koro. They've got a lot of crowd control, and they're actually able to bring him low off of Skarl before he hops over the wall. Still need to work through that Guardian Angel, though.
He's resetting his position, doesn't have teleport, will have to walk back to the fight. And we're back to poking.
Yep. Fury's having a great time. Guys, this is so much fun. We should do this more often.
The rest of his team just stressed out.
You're so far forward. Do you know how dangerous this is? As MLXG looks for a pick and finds himself getting caught in a cocoon instead. And Fury lines up the headshot onto Xiao, who flashes aggressively, but finds only Watermelon instead. Y4 takes that ace in the hole.
But they finally got the flash, so there it is. And Fury didn't pick up a kill over it. They need to get the Baron because next fight, next cast, that could be the Caitlyn's life.
They rush onto it, trying to bring it low. It's down to a third, half health. Now a third. MLXG. He's got body slam, he's got smite, but he's going to have to do this.
He doesn't. Oh,
and
no!
actually doesn't even pop over the wall. Did he miss the body slam? Something was wrong as Koro is followed up. Suning Gaming popped the GA, and with Baron, with MLXG missing, they are going to finally start tearing apart RNG instead of just poking at them.
And that might be the nail in the coffin. And it goes out with MLXG, who just threw himself at a wall and died.
The classic headbutt, yeah. And mid-tier 2 finally broken. Xiaohu trying to cover top, but it looks like Suning Gaming have their eyes on mid. This inhibitor not very long for the world. As it's broken down, Fury again just walks forward. His handle really is appropriate. They're actually looking to end the game right here. It's 5 versus 4. They tag on to Ming, but Y4 fires one shot. Rushing down onto the Nexus turret. That's one. Curtain call. Finds a hit onto Yoon. He dropped, but Fury is still shooting. He takes a big hit, but it's Fen who dies. Xiao Al, ace in the hole. Xiaohu still alive, and Fury still sidestepping. He's going against the entire team of RNG almost on his own right now.
Needs to disengage, though, be a bit more respectful. He's no longer that super fast and sleek Caitlyn without the Karma and the Lulu. And like she's on the hunt.
I don't think he wants to be, as that's teleport coming in from behind. Koro collapsing. They blast cone over the wall, but that just means that there's no escape. Koro, he's ready. He wants the kill. Slice and dice. And goodbye. Alrighty, that was...
like ships in the night.
That was not ships in the night. That was like the U.S. destroyer and that merchant ship. Just sliding off of each other.
the Titanic and the iceberg?
No, there was actually a U.S.
No,
naval
I got it.
destroyer.
It's
okay.
fine.
I just wanted to make sure. Keeping up to date with my fresh news reference.
Got it.
And that's the inhibitor broken, along with the Nexus turret. It's 4,000 gold lead for Suning Gaming. And finally, Fury is 6 items. At the very least, it can't get any worse.
It got pretty bad when MLXG body slammed into the wall.
Yeah.
Suning Gaming had a plan from minute 1.
Well, I know how MLXG is going to spend the rest of his weekend.
Body slamming through walls.
Training tool with Gragas, 0 cooldown.
To be fair, he was stressed out by the small window that he had to execute the play.
He was.
And so he was just slightly away from the wall that he could go through.
Well, did not succeed. And that stress ended up being his downfall as RNG. They're looking for a flank, but they're spotted out by a ward in Tribush. They get behind the ward line. There's the quickness and the curtain call. 1-2, the show is on. But they don't find any kills. Instead, they just find Harass. Teleport from Xiao Al gets him right into the back line. However, he has to loop around as they are fighting this really well. Hacker eats a stun from Xiaohu. He's doing a bit of damage, but Fury just tags him back. Get away from me, Cassiopeia. Oh, there's a 4th bullet. Y4 is ready. He's tagged him with the slow, but that is a fast Caitlyn. I've never seen a Caitlyn before move so fast.
Group up, get it out!
Huddle together, stay close. Bob and weave.
she's like the package, and they just pick her up and...
It was even the crocodile chasing them.
I feel like I'm actually watching a game of Mario Kart Double Dash.
They had to zigzag.
Caitlyn's just the blue shell. Karma's
left,
driving.
Right, left.
Lulu's
Oh, they're
on
trying
the
to stop
back.
the Rico right now as the minions are slowly but surely turning into winions. However, they decide not to fight over the recalls, and RNG are allowed to make it back in time.
Oh, will they? Ah! It's gone.
It is indeed, and with it, only the Nexus stands between this and Fury's Wrath.
This is just unfair. What are you supposed to do?
CC him. Oh, but he has Mercurial Scimitar.
His flash has been down for 5 minutes. That was the one time.
6, actually.
Because he flashed forward. We're literally in a game where Caitlyn gets to flash net forward and is never punished for it.
Flash forward, net backwards. Overall, it's a net gain of 0, but it looks cool. And finally, Y4 is close to even with Fury. He's actually a level ahead.
His Nexus is just completely exposed, but...
He's almost 6 items. 6 items on Xiaohu, actually 6 items. Oh no, excuse me, 5.5, that's a Fiendish Codex.
Problem is that Fury can kill him before he can reach her.
What's he gonna do, shout at me? As now Suning Gaming,
my
they
God.
are rushing in. They're gonna end the game, they're going for the Nexus! And RNG did not see this coming. Suning Gaming, with the press of a single button, rush down and take the win over RNG, the second best team in the league.
I don't even want to call that a Protect the Caitlyn composition anymore. I just want to call it the Mazda comp.
I drive a Mazda. I appreciate that reference.
Just zoom, baby, zoom.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. They rush forward and shake hands. Oh man, I wonder if it just feels slow in real life now when you don't have the Karma and Lulu 24/7 behind you, speeding you up.
But just what a fun composition, and I hope that Suning Gaming had fun playing that. Fury, you will never get another game like that. That is a once-in-a-lifetime 80 carry opportunity.
Oh yeah, and with this we get a deep bow from everyone, Fury. Remarkable performance in that game as Xiaohu looking absolutely defeated. He tried so hard. He put so much of the team on his back, but tragically Snake's not known for their back support.
It wasn't his responsibility to lock down the 80 carry. When he did get a hold of Fury, he tried to punish that. He forced defensive ultimates from Lulu, defensive flashes for repositioning. But at the end of the day, it was up to Koro and MLXG to be the answer to that Caitlyn problem.
Now here to solve all our problems of trying to figure out where things went wrong is Rusty.
I don't know if it's a problem, Dom. I think we all know the answer was before minions spawned. However, there was a pretty big problem there that we all saw and will ultimately be the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
And you are absolutely right. I don't think we'll ever see a time in our lifetime again where not only is it a Karma and Lulu speeding a Caitlyn, but there's a Kled charging in front of all of that.
So fast.
And then you put it all together and you get yourself a pretty hilarious ending to a game of League of Legends. So, I mean, kudos to Sitting Gaming. They took out RNG. I would definitely argue with you saying they're the second best team in the league. But RNG, they have gone down. And that is a big problem for RNG. Again, they're not far away from Rift Rivals.
That is a lot of damage. Did he beat Doinby's record?
We're about to find
I
out
think he might
because
have.
I can only imagine where the MVP is going to go.
32 plus 9 is 41, plus 5 is 45. He did 50%. No, Doinby did 60, didn't he?
57.
It's about 50-50 between Fury and the rest of his team.
I'm actually just really impressed with your math right now.
It's all napkin math.
Still, good performance from Sitting Gaming. I'm actually impressed with their ability to use leads more now than I was last week. They looked a little bit iffy last week, I think it's safe to say. They learnt from Game 2 into this one. They just protected their AD carry. Still the same problems are there, though. They'll ARAM for a very long amount of time.
Yes.
They will ARAM until the end of time, if possible. And ultimately, a lot of that was just protect the Caitlyn, though. Caitlyn gets 3 items, 4 items. No one's going to be able to close the distance. Cassiopeia stands and delivers, but when you outrange the Cassiopeia, that's all it comes down to. And yes, the flash was used, but the flash also pushed Xiaohu out of lane, which gave the Baron, which gave Sitting Gaming the whole game.
Just huge momentum from Suning Gaming. Not to mention the fact that I think we got to see them grow additionally as a team. Game number 1, they could barely make a decision like a toddler trying to read a book for the first time. But by game 2, by game number 3, they were actually moving forward. They were actually following Xiao Al in these fights.
And it's also that they have the respect, not the respect, but the confidence to carry from multiple positions. You know, in game 2, it was Fen going off on the Kassadin, giving him the priority blind pick. And then in game 3, they give the ball back to Fury. So that's what you want to see from an emerging team that's still trying to figure themselves out, is that they at least have the tools or an arsenal of options to win a game.
And in saying that, right, we can give individual MVPs to the players for each respective game. You know, Fen game 2, perhaps it is Fury in game 3. The one thing that stayed true to me is the consistency of Xiaoal in the top lane. He actually did look very consistent. He never lost his lane, and he actually performed quite well in the second game. This was a standard Kled performance. You don't expect anything crazy from him. He's not going to kill his opponent very often, yet he did.
Yeah.
So there are things that come from him you don't expect.
Surprise, surprise. MVP goes to Fury. 49.4% of his team damage. He was certainly giving Doinby a run for his money, though.
Yeah, but his team
With
was just a bit more effective.
6 kills. That's all it is. Grand total of 7 kills for Fury in this game.
Yet at 4 minutes, it was 2 CS to 29 CS, and that was
Yes.
the game being completely over. There was a couple of small things about that too, right? Like Fury played it well, Lulu played it well, picking Rakan, having to start W because of how the game started off perhaps could be a problem. In a situation like that in the 2v2, you want to empower Jhin to at least auto-attack to match the Caitlyn, so you might want to actually start your E in future to shield the Jhin, to provide him with something extra. They were very all-in at level 1, but they'd lost so much health that they'd lost the lane. Game over.
Yeah. And from there, I mean, RNG tried so hard to get Y4 to recover. I mean, they invested Renekton up top. Koro had to hold out against Fury for so long. Even Xiaohu was swapped up to try to match him for quite some time. But
you have options before that. So your options are, you know that Caitlyn and Lulu are going to be overextended the lane because they want to continue to punish. You either gank down there because they're going to be exposed, force them to burn summoners, or you start putting pressure into the jungle, into Xiaohu's lane, which was naturally winning. You know, I think he got an early flash out of the Karma. She used that to invade Raptors. But, like, she didn't do any of that. He maybe took a Raptor, a Krug camp, but it wasn't prioritizing evening out the bottom lane or snowballing Xiaohu far enough ahead.
And I feel like they could have went to the bottom lane, especially early before the Caitlyn maybe gets a back off, and the recall that the Caitlyn did get was for a Cull and boots. It wasn't actually for a BF sword, so that wasn't the best item timing. And he was waiting then for 1,300 gold worth of winning lane, which is quite a while sitting in a bottom lane pushed to actually get ganked, and did not get ganked, didn't even get a summoner burnt. And ultimately, when you are looking at the carry of Sitting Gaming in the 2v2 down in the bottom lane, they are the stars of the team. They were just allowed to be the stars of the team the decision from RNG was to get Xiaohu going, and he had like 150 CS advantage, but the other opponent's a Karma, so he's just going to shield the Caitlyn and is still relevant. That's the difference here.
Just a really convincing performance from SNG Gaming. That actually now brings them to 2-1 in the standings, and OMG to 2-2.
But my main point is not to take away from SNG Gaming. I'm very happy that they won. I'm happy that they were able to understand their win conditions. But this series, I think you can look at MLXG in particular and say that there were individual decisions that were poor from RNG. And that's what ultimately lost them this series. You know, the fact that they were given options and they didn't take any of the options, or they didn't even recognize how to react. And I think that's probably the most important thing to take away, especially looking into Rift Rivals.
Yeah, well, they still have 2 weeks to recover. And not to mention another game this weekend. They're playing Jingdong Gaming, who are currently without a single win to their name, 0-4. And earlier today, Frosco, you posed the question. The purpose of today is to find out who's actually in the middle of the pack. Is it NewBee? Is it LGD? Who will end up a little bit higher in the standings? Well, I'm sure we'll get a chance to look at it rather soon, but it's just about a complete tie all across the board. We've got OMG at 4-0, then RNG, NewBee, LGD, and Sunin at 2-2, with Jingdong at 0-4. We did not get any clarity whatsoever.
I think we lost clarity through tonight by the results of set number 2. What we do understand now is that OMG are just outright number 1, so there is some pretty severe clarity as to who the best in the group is, but who's second place now? You'd still expect it's RNG. They've still got 2 different players coming in now. Uzi's not playing. They haven't got Let Me playing. And it could still just be growing pains for the team, readjusting once again to not having Uzi, having to readjust the shot calling.
Yeah.
But this isn't the best performance that you expect from them.
There's also the fact that when LGD and RNG faced, LGD did manage to take a game. So there's now that question mark of, yes, you expect it to be RNG, but LGD might actually be a bit overtuned right now.
Yeah, it very well could be. But again, we still have a lot to figure out. We're going to watch RNG play against Jingdong on Sunday, and then Sunin also get a chance to play against LGD on Sunday. So hopefully we've got one final day to clear things up to see where everyone stands at the end. But on behalf of myself, my analysts, my co-caster, the whole production team, thank you so much for watching, and we are going to call it a good night. See you tomorrow.
can't escape it, baby. No,